We're here. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We are looking at another day of joyous things that are happening in the courtroom. I'm going to jump right on in. We've accumulated a ton of TiVo time. So we will get started. As you guys are tapping in, hit the like button for me. Let me know what you have in your cup this morning. We had a long night as we watched the election. So that was a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and get us started, though, bring us up to speed and go from there. It looks like court started a little bit later this morning. And is that Miss Love?
Don't know if we have all the jurors or not. I haven't checked yet, but anything we need to put on the record before we get the jury out?
Your Honor, good morning.
Good morning.
My understanding is that Mr. Sumlin is on the state's agenda this morning at some point.
Ooh, Obama.
Okay.
Is he coming at all?
Yep. Yeah, he's coming next week.
Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy
So,
gifting 10 memberships.
In preparation of him coming today, I reviewed his statement that he gave to Investigator Viverito and other law enforcement investigator J.P. Miller. And my understanding is the state is going to ask him questions based on things that he has personal knowledge of, and I understand that that's out there for potential impeachment. My concern, and I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Investigator Viverito asked him to speculate about a lot of things, why certain things would have happened. He makes it clear that he was locked up during the Donovan Thomas murder. He knows nothing about it. He also makes it clear that he does not know about the Jamal Drinks murder.
So why is he there?
Kind of speculating about why this would happen. There's a lot of talk. How much would Jeffrey have paid them? Why, the hypotheticals. Why would Shannon have done this? And the reality is, Mr. Sumlin has no firsthand knowledge of who did what.
So why is he there?
In this interview, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that none of that is nothing that he is speculating or just kind of hypothesizing about, that he does not have first-hand knowledge of, will be inquired about.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
We will be making inquiries into, we will be laying proper foundations, and we will be making inquiries into areas that we believe he has knowledge of. If we will not improperly ask a question that we've not laid a foundation for him having knowledge of. That's what we can say. I don't think it's proper for counsel for the defense to attempt to curtail our direct examination based on what he believes a witness has knowledge of.
Okay, well, I don't mean to curtail anything, but if the state brings out things that he does not have first-hand knowledge of and it's improper, I'm going to be moving for a mistrial with prejudice, and we all know that now.
Yeah, okay. So I would think that y'all, I don't know if I've got a copy of the interview or not, but y'all could get together and see if you all can agree on what's clearly not within his knowledge and what might be, and then we could potentially litigate that beforehand on Friday.
We could do that. We could,
You do have a copy of it, Your Honor. It's in that 30 witness.
Okay.
and Your Honor, we could definitely get together and talk about things that we believe, or one party believes he does or does not have direct knowledge of. But again, given the way that the interviews have gone and the examinations have gone, I don't, again, think it's proper to prematurely try and curtail certain things. I believe
It
that
is absolutely proper to try to make an evidentiary determination beforehand on things that would be objectionable.
I don't disagree with what the court is saying. I'm saying that if we seek to, or if we establish a foundation for his knowledge of certain things that the defense does not believe he has knowledge of, I believe that curtailing our ability to make that foundation would not.
I don't think that's what he's asking.
Well, if that's not what he's asking.
So those folders, they were in like buckets of 30. Which one am I supposed to be looking at? I thought we had litigated everything there was to litigate about
We did.
someone.
We keep going back to that day that we ran out of time, and I was litigating a lot that day, but there was a couple things left on the table, and we were going to get back to it, and then
Okay. Well, I guess
everything sped up, and
I guess that'll be Friday then. All right. Anything else?
not at this time.
Do you know whether we have all the jurors? Not yet.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't want to hold court up for the day, so I was going to bring it up at the end of the day, but if we're waiting on the jurors, I'll
Okay.
just raise it now. They're continuing to wake my client up at 5 a.m. in the morning. He's exhausted. He has trouble participating in his defense in that state. I would just, once again, I know you said something once, the election thankfully was over yesterday. So maybe if
I'm
that,
sure what the election has to
well, I
do
thought
with
that
it.
was the reason that the jail was short-staffed. But anyway,
Oh,
um,
okay, I got you.
if that's the reason they're waking up at 5 a.m., that's over. So if they could get back to what they were doing prior to the brief recess we had last
What
week.
time does he get to go to bed? I mean, he can
I-
go to bed early.
I don't know.
I'm not saying I want him to keep having to be woken up at 5, but I would suggest that maybe he try to get his sleep in as soon as he gets back after he has his evening meal.
I understand, but for some reason, since the pleading out of the other defendants, there's been some kind of shift. And if that shift isn't wholly necessary, it would be good if he could get the same amount of rest he was getting prior to that.
Okay, so who would be in charge of what time they are awakened in the mornings?
The lieutenant gets all the transfer. I speak with him again. I spoke with him on yesterday, but I speak with him again.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Fonnie Willis won.
Can I ask the state a question? Is, when we get around to the jury charges, I know, I don't know, but I think that early on in this case, John Floyd was involved. Is he still going to be available? Because certainly he's got some knowledge of RICO that might be helpful to the court in crafting the charges. Okay,
And Judge, we've actually been working with him.
okay,
So
great.
We'll make him available.
Thank you. So Ms. Percival was just looking at the, wherever someone's evidence is and does not, oh, no. I didn't.
You don't see it.
That would be. Is the statement a video? Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so I think we were looking for a transcript. Is there a transcript available?
We can make one really quickly. We'll have to give it to the court this afternoon.
That'll be fine. Thanks.
So
Yeah,
I believe there is a transcript.
okay, well, if we have one or can create one quickly, that might be helpful. All right, so since we're waiting on the jury anyway, what else did we need to be covering on Friday? Everybody here? All right, well. Y'all get back to me sometime before Friday morning on that question. All right, you'll have your witness ready, whomever your first witness is going to be. We can go ahead and get them out. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we had an election watch party last night. The jury is coming in and we're continuing on with the case. If you could do me a favor, I've been out of the algorithm on this trial for a while. If you hit the like button, it will help me stabilize our numbers. Hit the like button on your way in. Thanks for the reminder, or thanks for doing that. And a friendly reminder to do so.
Who's your first witness going to be?
Sarah Van Hall.
Okay. Yeah, you can come on in up to the stand. The jury's on their way out.
All right, first witness up. Shout out to a girl from Texas. I agree. I like that emerald on this lady. It looks nice.
Testing.
All right, for the jury.
Jury is back. Miss Love is back. We thought she was done. First appearance since Jeffrey has been released.
I'll jury for the counsel.
Thank you. If you'll swear our witness, please.
You raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name to the mic, please.
Okay. My first name is Sarah, Sarah. My last name is Van Holm. That's 2 words. VanHolm.
And where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science.
And if you can tell the jury, what are your current job duties and responsibilities?
So I am a firearms examiner. We primarily determine if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm. We also perform services in serial number restoration and muzzle to target distance determinations.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearm analysis.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of North Georgia. Prior to being employed with the GBI, I was an operations manager for a small firearms manufacturing company. I was a certified firearms instructor, and I was also a professional competitive shooter. Upon being employed
wow.
with the GBI,
She'll
I
pop
completed a 14-month training program to become a firearms examiner, and that was followed by 7 months of supervised casework. I have been certified as an armorer for multiple firearms manufacturers, including Glock. I have attended multiple conventions and conferences that are firearms related,
about guns.
and I am also a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners.
And over the course of your time, well, and I don't think I asked, how long have you been with the GBI?
How long? Since July of 2017.
How many cases have you analyzed while you've been at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
Almost 400 cases.
And how many cases have you worked where you had to compare both projectiles and handguns?
The majority of those cases dealt with comparisons.
You're at this time, the state would like to tender Ms. Sarah Van Holm as an expert in ballistics and firearms analysis.
All right, she is SEP qualified and may testify as an expert in this field.
If you can tell the jury, what is the difference between a semi-automatic handgun and an automatic weapon?
Yes, so a semi-automatic handgun is a handgun that fires one cartridge per single pull of the trigger. An automatic handgun is a type of handgun that fires multiple cartridges per single pull of the trigger.
And are there mechanisms that can be used to change a semi-automatic handgun to an automatic handgun?
Yes, there are.
And what are those mechanisms?
So there are different ways to turn a semi-automatic handgun into a fully automatic handgun. The most common one that we see in casework is going to be something called a Glock switch. It is usually a slide back plate aftermarket part that replaces that back slide plate, and it renders a Glock firearm fully automatic.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2022-101-9842, where you requested to do any testing on a Glock 9mm pistol.
Yes, I was.
And what agency submitted the evidence to the GBI?
It was Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And what were you requested to do?
I was requested to perform what we call a check function on the firearm and determine if it can fire fully automatic.
And how would you do a check function test on a semi-automatic?
So semi-automatic, when we perform a check function, we are going to test fire that firearm. We're going to look at that firearm to determine if the safeties are operational and functional. We're going to determine if there's any alterations done to the firearm, if there's any damage to the firearm, and if that firearm is operating as it should.
Okay. And is that the same process you would go through to determine if it's an automatic weapon?
Yes, so if it's an automatic weapon, we perform a few extra test fires to determine that it will fire a certain amount of cartridges to render it full auto.
And how many cartridges are you looking for to determine if it's full auto?
6 or more.
And why are you determining if it's 6 or more?
So that's according to the Code of Georgia standards for what is defined as a fully automatic weapon.
And what was the serial number of the weapon that you were asked to test?
So if I may refer to my notes. So the serial number on the slide and frame was BPHW105, and the serial number on the barrel, which was different, was KUT516.
And what was the type of firearm?
The type of firearm, according to the frame, was a Model 45 Glock 9mm pistol.
And were you able to test to determine if that Glock 9mm pistol was operating as an automatic weapon?
Yes, the plate on the back, the full auto sear on the back, did render the firearm full auto.
And you said the sear on the back?
Yes, so that would be the aftermarket slide plate auto sear, or the Glock switch, as it's commonly called.
And after conducting this test, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
And are your findings contained in that report?
Yes, they are.
And after your report was published, did that conclude your involvement in that DOFS case number?
Yes, it did.
You talked about the fact that there was a different serial number, BPHW105, on the barrel of the gun, and then KUT516 on a different portion of the gun. Is that unusual?
Yes, generally that means that the barrel was replaced from the original barrel.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Is that significant for you as a firearms examiner?
It can be because during comparisons, we look at the markings that the barrels impart on the projectiles. So that is something that we would look at if we were doing comparisons.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. If there is a difference of the serial numbers, does that have any impact on being able to trace that firearm?
So typically the firearm is traced using the serial number on the frame, because that's technically what the firearm is. That is the frame of the firearms. That is how you typically would trace a firearm.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 51XXA. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 51XXA.
For the court, this firearm is cleared. There is a lock through the chamber.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize 51XXA?
I recognize it by the serial number and my initials on the trigger guard.
And is that the same weapon that we have just been discussing a few moments ago?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you talked about the Glock switch. If you can pull the weapon out again for us, if you can just kind of show the jury, point to where is the converter or the switch on the weapon.
Yes, so typically Glocks will have a back slide plate that is flush to the slide on the back. So that was removed, and this Glock switch was then replaced and put on the firearm.
And when you talk about the two different serial numbers, if you can just point or show the jurors where the two different serial numbers are.
Yes, so there's a serial number here on the frame. There's a serial number on the slide. And so that's the slide and frame serial numbers, which is going to be BPHW105. And then the serial number on the barrel is actually going to be right here on the chamber of the barrel. And that is KUT516.
Are you familiar with the NIBIN system?
Yes, I am.
Okay. When there are two serial numbers on the NIBIN system, two different serial numbers on the weapon, does the different serial numbers on the barrel and the other parts have any impact on the ability to get proper NIBIN results or ballistic comparisons?
Okay, so for comparisons, it may impact it because if a barrel is switched out, obviously we're looking at the markings on the actual projectiles themselves. For NIBIN, NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. That has to do with cartridge cases only. So we're not looking at projectiles for that. So switching out a barrel isn't as pertinent as it would be maybe a slide.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just have a couple questions. It seems that you're telling us that there's components from 2 different firearms on this gun.
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what caliber bullets or projectiles does this gun, as is, fire?
9mm.
Okay, fires 9mm. All right. Do you have any evidence that this gun has been used in any crimes on record?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that this firearm has ever been fired by Shannon Stillwell?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence at all that Shannon Stillwell has ever been in possession of this firearm that you tested?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming same questions from Doug.
Good morning. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Good morning.
I have some similar questions to Mr. Sharp. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick ever fired this firearm?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of this firearm?
I do not.
Do you know who modified this firearm to put the switch on the firearm?
I do not.
And do you know who may have modified the firearm so that it has a barrel that is inconsistent with the frame?
I do not know.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect. The questions that were just asked of you, would you have any way to know any of those answers, given your work at the GBI?
I would not.
No further questions.
Who can give us those answers?
I do not know.
All right, I look forward to hearing from you.
All right.
I love that.
You are excused. State, call your next witness.
All right, the state calls Brian Shea to the stand.
Moving along to our second witness of the day.
We're gonna need that.
You ready for that one time? Swear affirm testimony to this court, true culture, nothing but true self. I do. You have to see, you state your first and last name, spell them both, please.
First name Brian, last name Shea. It's BRYANSHEA.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Gwinnett County School Police
And how long have you been with the Gwinnett County School
School
Police?
police.
since August 19th of this year.
And prior to working at the Gwinnett County, for the Gwinnett County School Police, where did you work?
I was a senior investigator for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, but I was task forced out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And now you work.
How
for
long
the
did you
school
work at the
police?
Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
I started in August of 2021.
Now, you said you also served as a task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. What did you do as a task force officer?
I was attached to an enforcement group. Our main function was legal firearms, narcotics, and gang issues.
And while you were a task force officer, did you have the occasion to handle cases involving machine gun conversion devices?
I did.
And is that commonly called a switch?
It is.
What type of cases did you handle regarding machine gun conversion devices?
One in specifically is I test fired a piece of evidence involved in the YSL case, the RICO trial. It was a Glock model 45 9mm that had a MCD, a machine gun conversion device affixed to the back of it.
And if you can briefly tell the jury, what was your education, background, and training experience to qualify you to serve as a task force officer?
I started law enforcement in 2003 with the Atlanta Police Department. I served there for almost 10 years. Left in 2010, went to the City of Johns Creek Police Department, where I started as uniform patrol, worked my way to detective, then made my way to narcotics detective, worked undercover narcotics for a task force. Left there in 2021, came here, was immediately assigned to the ATF, where I studied under numerous special agents there in weapons, firearm recognition, and how firearms work, specifically illegal ones.
So I want to take you to May 25th, 2023, where you asked to test a Glock Model 45 pistol.
I was.
And were you familiar with that type of firearm?
I was. It was actually the duty issued weapon that I was given by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And there is an exhibit in front of you, 51XXA. Please look and tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 51XXA.
Same gun that the last woman checked out. At least this person is using gloves. She did not.
I'm familiar. I recognize this weapon.
How do you recognize it?
This was the weapon that I test fired that day.
And when you say that day, to May 25th, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And how many, in your time either as a task force officer or as in your other roles, how many guns with switches have you handled during the course of your law enforcement career?
Oh, numerous.
And what were you asked to do regarding that weapon?
I was asked to just do a demo video to show its functionality, that it does in fact fire as a fully automatic machine gun.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 51XXC. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 51XXC.
I do.
How do you recognize 51XXC?
By the case number and my initials and the date and time on it.
Okay. And what is contained on 51XXC?
It is the video of myself at the Fulton County Training Center range, test firing a normal function semi-automatic Glock 45 9mm, and then test firing the state's exhibit.
Okay. And did that video fairly accurately depict your test firing of both those two weapons?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 51XXC.
Madam Coach.
Yes.
All right. Luckily for us, we have a bit of TiVo time that we've accumulated, so we can skip that part.
What's the distinction between? Thank you. Now you said before you tested it a normal functioning handgun and then I guess a not normal. What's the distinction between the normal way that it should operate and the abnormal way?
So the normal way, a semi-automatic pistol is one trigger pull expels one round from the magazine out of the barrel of the firearm. And when I test fired the state's exhibit, it was one trigger pull and it expelled 6 rounds out of the magazine, out of the weapon.
Sure, son. And before we play it, just where are you when you do the test fire?
The Fulton County Training Center on their range.
And which gun do you test fire first?
So it starts off with my actual duty weapon that is the same make and model as the state's exhibit. And mine is a semi-automatic pistol functioning as a semi-automatic pistol.
Glock model 45. This is my duty issued weapon. Serial number is Bravo Tom Uncle George 256. Empty chamber. Four. 6. 6-round magazine loaded into duty weapon. Range is hot. Empty magazine.
What did you say there?
I said empty magazine, and I showed an empty chamber, that there are no more rounds inside the pistol.
6 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Glock model number 45, serial number Baker Paul Henry, Whiskey 105. 6-round magazine.
And what do you say there?
I said empty magazine, empty chamber again.
And did that conclude your demonstration video?
It did.
Court's indulgence for a moment. When you shot the automatic weapon, did it fire 6 rounds with 1 trigger pull?
It did.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross of this witness?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Raymond Williams.
Breezing through witnesses today, guys. Next up is witness number 3. No cross on that last one. Chris Kringle has entered the chat. Well, who do we have here?
Raven Williams, RavenWilliams.
And good morning, Ms. Williams. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
How old are you?
36.
And do you work?
Yeah,
What type of work do you do?
home health care,
Okay. And are you from Atlanta?
basically, yeah.
When you say basic, what do you mean?
I was raised in Augusta,
And how long have you been in the Atlanta area?
about 16 years.
And do you know someone by the name of Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
And how do you know Shamel?
I've been knowing him since Augusta.
Were you both raised together in Augusta?
We wasn't raised together, but we were around each other a lot.
And are you familiar with his family?
Yes.
Do you know his mother?
Yes.
All right. And what's her name?
Sandra.
And does he have siblings?
Yes.
How many?
4.
Miss Love over there whispering.
And did he have children?
No.
Did Shamel have a nickname?
Yes.
What was his nickname?
Peanut.
And is that a nickname you called him when y'all were back in Augusta?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that you all grew up together or were around each other in Augusta. Do you know if he was born in Augusta?
Yes. No, I think he was born in Atlanta, I think.
But was he raised in Augusta?
Some partially. That was back and forth.
Okay. When they were back and forth, is that between Augusta and Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know where in Atlanta he would stay when they were in Atlanta?
I'm not sure when he was staying with his mom, but at the time of death, he was living with me.
Okay. Back in 2022, did you ever know him to hang out in the Summer Hill neighborhood?
Yeah, I think so.
What about in Mechanicsville?
I guess that's what you call it. I'm assuming.
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to see Shamel Drinks on that day?
Yes.
Where were you when you saw him?
Home.
At the time, where were you living?
In Douglasville.
If you were coming from downtown, how would you get to your home?
20 West.
Sitting here today, do you remember what time he came to your house, or was he at your house all day?
I don't remember the time verbatim. I just know when I got there, it's like it was almost time to get my daughter from gymnastics, and that's normally like I want to say like 6 something, but I just can't remember verbatim. But like around that time frame, I believe.
And we say 6 something, that's 6 something p.m.
Yeah.
All right. Was he already at your home when you were getting ready to maybe get your daughter from gymnastics?
Yes.
Was he at your home with anyone?
Yes.
Do you know who?
A boy named Barter.
Has you ever met that individual, Barter, before?
No.
Do you know if Barter was a nickname or his given name?
I'm not sure.
When you were home, let me ask, did you get home and he was already there with Barter, or did he come to your house and you let him in and he came with Barter?
I kind of think that it was kind of like at the same time or like a few minutes off. I think he had pulled up and then they were in the car. And then when I pulled up, he started coming into the house.
Did both he and Barter come inside of the house?
He was coming in first with me, telling me who it was, and then the guy was coming up.
Now, I think I may have asked you this, but I'll ask you again. Had you ever seen Barter before?
No,
Had you ever heard Sharmell talk about Barter?
no.
Did you all have plans for that evening?
Yes.
What were they?
I was getting ready to cook dinner, so he was coming back home to eat and chill with me and my daughter.
And let me ask you, at the time, were y'all two dating?
Yes.
All right. Did he stay at the house
That night?
that night?
No, he never returned.
You said you had to get your daughter maybe around 6:00 p.m. What time did he leave your house?
I'm not sure.
Was it before you left to get your daughter or after you left to get your daughter?
He left just a couple of minutes before me.
Did you know where he was going?
He told me that he was running to the city and that he was dropping Barter off and then he was coming back.
Was there anything that you saw or observed that kind of triggered him leaving?
Kind of, but not really. I mean, I guess like the boy kept like just trying to insert himself like, oh, you cooking? I'm staying too. Can I stay? And like he was, my niece was there. So he was trying to like court my niece or whatever. And so I want to say the phone rang
So guys, this is Sharmell Drinks' girlfriend on the stand right now. Sharmell Drinks is one of the gentlemen that was murdered. And I believe that they're trying to charge Shannon with this murder. All the evidence that they have is largely circumstantial, but that's what you're noticing. I did pause for a moment because I don't know if she has a neck tattoo, but that is probably the biggest neck tattoo I've ever seen. Let's keep going.
Remember correctly, and that's how he just ended up go ahead and leaving.
Do you know whose phone rang? Okay. When he left, did he leave with Barter?
Yes.
Did he ever make it back home?
No.
Did you at some point learn about his death?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach your mom?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the Marcus States Exhibit 123 VV. Do you recognize individual 123 VV?
Yes.
How do you recognize him?
That's Sharmell.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Sharmell looked prior to his death?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 123 VV into evidence.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And is that Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any questions for this witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. One quick
Go ahead.
question. Have you ever heard of the name Christian Johnson?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
This witness serves your loss. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, court is open for
That was extremely short. She is on her way out, and it looks like she really just identified Mr. Drinks and her involvement with him, where he was, his whereabouts of that night. Remember, a lot of this is circumstantial. So we're going to continue to see what's going on. Ms. Love back in the courtroom. We have some TiVo time, so we can skip ahead here. Looks like they're moving on to their next witness.
Okay. Where it is. Whomever it is.
Your Honor, state calls Philip Norton.
Okay.
right, guys, this might be Love's first direct examination since King Slime left. Let's see how she does. Hopefully there's no yelling.
You raise your right hand. You swear to firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
I need you to state your first and last name. Spell your first and last name.
Phil Norton, PhilNorton.
Good morning, Mr. Norton. How are you?
Good.
Good. Mr. Norton, would you tell the jury, are you a gun owner?
Yes,
How long have you owned guns, firearms?
my entire life.
What type of guns have you owned throughout your lifetime?
Couldn't tell you.
Have you ever owned a Glock 9mm weapon?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you purchase your firearms or when you obtain your firearms, where is it that you ordinarily get your firearms from?
Various places. I make holsters for a living, so I come across a lot of guns.
You make what for?
Holsters for guns.
Okay. And you said, so you come across a lot of guns?
I do gun shows almost every weekend,
All right. And where do you do your gun shows?
all over the place.
During your gun shows, do you buy guns from people or do you just sell them?
Everything, it changes every day. It's almost like a pawn shop.
Okay. All right. And do you
There's a
have-
lot of trading going on, selling, buying, not necessarily just guns, everything.
Okay. Including
Ammo,
your
optics,
holster?
holsters, bags, everything in the industry.
Okay. Do you have to comply with any federal regulations at those gun shows?
If you buy from an FFL agent, yes. If you buy from a FFL holder, yes.
And what is an FFL holder?
Federal firearms license.
All right. Now, when you say if you buy from an FFL holder, you have to comply with federal regulations. During those exchanges and during those sales and transactions that take place at the gun shows that you attend, are you either buying from FFL holders or are you an FFL holder?
No.
So there's no restrictions to the way that you sell and purchase
If you're a
guns?
private owner or a private seller, under the Constitution, you can buy and sell guns. You don't have to have an FFL license.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Just like if you were my neighbor and I sold you a gun.
Okay.
I don't know if you know that or not.
Oh,
I
it's
do
about to
not
be
think you
real.
just told me.
Yeah.
So when you purchase a firearm from someone, is there any kind of record or do you keep any kind of record of the types of
Not
firearms?
unless it's an FFL agent, no. Unless, if it's an so in other words, if I go to Academy Sports, there's paperwork filled out.
Okay.
If it's a private sale, no.
Now, you said you've owned guns all of your life, or at least you've had
Yes, ma'am.
access to firearms. So is it safe to say that you're pretty familiar with firearms and how they work?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the types of gun that you've owned, have they all been semi-automatic? Have they sometimes been revolvers, pistols, a whole range of guns?
Yes.
Yes to which question, since I asked the
All of
compound
them.
one? Okay. Have you ever owned an automatic weapon?
No.
Have you ever handled an automatic weapon?
No.
Do you know what an automatic weapon does?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because this is my business.
Fair enough. And so is it safe to say you make it your business to do that type of research, or you've seen it in action?
It's 2024. If you can't see that on YouTube, it's pretty easy.
Okay.
It's very acceptable knowledge. Everybody has it.
Listen, this guy has been watching this case. He probably voted for Trump yesterday, knows about love shenanigans, and is not having it. Shout out to Phil. This is hilarious. Let's keep going to see how this ends, because he clearly does not want to be there.
And what about the way that a gun is made or transitioned from a semi-automatic to an automatic weapon? Are you familiar with that as well?
No, not how to do it.
Not how to do it?
Mm-mm.
Are you familiar with the mechanism that causes a gun to go from semi-automatic to automatic?
Which one?
The switch.
I am familiar with it.
All right. Have you ever purchased a switch?
No. I've only seen it on TV or YouTube, I would say.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what we have marked as states 51XX alpha. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to recognize the firearm that is in this box?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever owned the firearm that is in this box?
According to why I'm here, yes.
Now, would you explain what you mean when you say according to why you're here?
I believe I purchased this off of a law enforcement agent, and then I traded it at some point.
Okay.
What I've been told, and I believe when I was talked about it, yeah.
And does this appear to be the firearm that you purchased from that?
Not anymore, now with that switch on it.
Okay. Do you see the switch on it that you're talking about?
I do, I know what they are.
Okay.
I've never seen one. I've only seen it on YouTube.
All right. Point two.
That's it, right?
Is it okay if I hold it up, Judge?
Yes,
All
it's locked, right?
Yes.
It is, Judge.
Yes.
It's right there in the back.
Okay. So this little part right here?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And so somehow that makes it so you just pull the trigger once.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when you say you pull the trigger once, somehow that makes
It empties it. It just, you don't have to pull it again.
Okay. And given your experience with firearms, is there any particular reason that you never purchased a switch or utilized?
If it's a felony and illegal, be a good reason. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And the last time that you owned this weapon, it did not have that switch attachment on it.
It didn't come from the officer like that, and it didn't leave me like that.
Do you remember what you did? Did you sell it at one of your gun shows?
I really don't. I tried to recall. It was quite a while after. I don't know if I traded it or sold it, or I really don't remember.
Okay.
I probably traded it because you can usually trade in more value.
And when you say traded it, would it have been at a gun show or at a pawn shop?
No, at a gun show.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, there's not records that are kept of who you would have traded it to.
No, ma'am.
And then once you traded it, you kept no contact with the buyer of the firearm to know what they did.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Just one second.
Are you done badgering your witness?
Now, is it, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let him make that like it should be. Is it safe to say, or I should ask you, do you even know a person by the name of Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know a person by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by the name SB?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by the name Yak Guy?
No, ma'am.
Do you know a Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone that goes by Young Thug personally?
No, ma'am.
Stop talking about
And
him.
is it safe to say you've never had any transactions with either of those people?
Ask that again?
Have you ever had any transactions with either of those
No, ma'am.
people? All right. Thank you so much, sir. That's all I had.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions for this witness? Mr. Weinstein, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Norton.
Morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick, who's sitting right over there.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. You said that when you had this firearm, it did not have a switch on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know who modified it to put that switch on there, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if my client, Mr. Kendrick, has ever been in possession of this gun, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know if he's ever fired this gun, do you?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, you were not at a
a person by the name of Jeffrey Gleaves' house on May 9th, 2022, where you,
No, ma'am.
thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness. You're excused. Thank you.
Bye, Phil.
Same call.
Great job.
Melissa Sims Stanley.
Yeah, that witness owned the gun at some point. She's trying to show that the switch was added after he owned it. So, okay. It's still all circumstantial.
Melissa Sims Stanley, Melissa Sims Stanley.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
Could you explain to the jurors how you are currently employed?
Currently I'm retired as of July this year.
And prior to July of this year, well, congratulations, one. And prior to July of this year, can you tell the jurors how you were employed or where?
Yes, I was an associate medical examiner with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And can you tell the jurors how long were you an associate medical examiner with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began at Fulton County as a locum tenens or contract medical examiner in March of 2020 and was hired full-time in July of 2022.
And prior to beginning your contract work in March of 2020 with Fulton County, can you tell the jurors, were you employed by other medical examiners, agencies in other counties?
Yes, I was a regional medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation from July of 2000 to December of 2019.
Now, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and training that has allowed you to work as a medical examiner for all these years?
I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree from Emory University, a medical degree from the Medical College of Georgia. I did a one-year internship in internal medicine, also at the Medical College of Georgia. I then completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency, followed by one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical University of South Carolina.
And can you tell the jurors, in your number of years working in various medical examiners, agencies or offices, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Greater than 3,500.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Sims Stanley as an expert in forensic pathology.
She is so qualified and may testify as an expert in that field.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Dr. Sims Stanley, can you tell the jurors generally when you are preparing to begin an autopsy, some of the first steps that you take before actually beginning the autopsy?
Yes, every medical examiner's office has a staff of medical examiner investigators. So the coroner, if it's a certain county, or law enforcement will contact the medical examiner's investigators to discuss a death. If that death falls within the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office, then the case is accepted into that office. Cases which fall under the Georgia Death Investigation Act to be autopsied by medical examiner's offices are unnatural or unexpected deaths, unnatural being homicide, suicide, accident. However, every medical examiner's office gets a fair number of natural deaths, drug-related deaths. It's just that they may be in the unexpected category.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, while working at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, was it a part of the normal procedures and practices for an autopsy to be documented with photographs?
Yes.
And as you do the procedures with the external and internal portions of the autopsy, Are you having someone, I guess, take your notes of your findings and conclusions? Memorializing them?
I take notes during the autopsy and then dictate the autopsy afterwards to be transcribed.
Okay, and are your findings and conclusions then memorialized in a report?
Yes, they are.
And is that something you did for every autopsy that you performed while working with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to March 17th of 2022. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on a gentleman named Shamel Drinks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the autopsy of Mr. Drinks, were the policies and procedures that you just described completed? And I mean, were photographs taken and was a report created?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. Mr. Weinstein. I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 126 through 161, and then state's exhibit 162, Victor.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sim-Stanley, in your review of state's exhibits, we'll start with 126 VV through 161 VV. Do you recognize the photographs contained in those exhibits?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize those photographs?
They are photographs which were taken during the course of the autopsy.
And are those photographs in state's exhibits 126 VV through 161 VV? Are they fair and accurate copies of the photographs taken
Sorry,
during
guys.
the
I don't
March
know why it's
17,
doing that
2022
today.
autopsy of Mr. Drinks?
Yes, sir.
And I want to move to state's exhibit 162 VV. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It is a copy of my autopsy report.
Okay, and is state's exhibit 162 VV, is it a fair and accurate copy of the autopsy report that you created for the autopsy that you did on Mr. Drinks on March 17th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as state's exhibit 126 VV through 162 VV.
Through, Your Honor, for 126 to 161, no objection. 162, I don't have an objection for admitting it for the record. I guess it's a
Okay, well, those are all admitted. And in terms of what goes out, we'll sort that out later.
Now, Dr. Sim-Stanley, can you explain to the jurors when you began the autopsy procedure on Mr. Drinks on March 17th, can you tell the jurors what you did first to kind of initiate your process as it related to the autopsy?
Yes. Before any autopsy, the investigative information, which is written up by the investigator, is reviewed. I always say an autopsy is never performed in a vacuum. you always have the investigative information first, and then a further investigative information or medical history is needed, that's requested by the medical examiner. So in this case, as there were gunshot wounds, x-rays were taken of Mr. Drinks. Before the autopsy, every medical examiner's office has the capability to perform x-rays. In this case, it's because if there are bullets in the body, the location needs to be determined and they need to be recovered at autopsy. After that, the external examination is performed, documenting everything from hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, trauma, obviously, if trauma is present, and then the internal examination is performed.
Okay, and I want to show you, it should pop up on the screen before you, States Exhibits 127 BV and 129 BV. Now, Dr. Sim-Stanley, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the purpose of this photograph that is taken during the autopsy procedure?
This is a facial identification photograph. You will notice in every photograph there is the unique identifying case number for this autopsy and for every piece of evidence which is associated with this autopsy.
Okay, and in States Exhibit 129, can you tell the jurors, is this the state in which Mr. Drink's body was received by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, everyone is received within a sealed and labeled body bag. Once that body bag is opened, photographs are taken along the way as an extra step of documentation. So this is a photograph of how Mr. Drinks was received. The white paper bags on the hands are placed on the hands, typically by law enforcement at the scene for preservation of possible evidence.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors in your, I guess, when you began the external review of Mr. Drinks, can you tell the jurors, did you notice, as it relates to the injuries, anything like soot or stippling?
No. However, there was what's called pseudo stippling or false stippling associated with the entrance gunshot wound of his neck.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors what is pseudo stippling and how is that created?
Yes. Well, first, soot is the combustion of gunpowder, which is associated with contact or near contact gunshot wounds. Gunpowder stippling refers to the burning and unburned grains of gunpowder, which can impact on the skin around an entrance gunshot wound. They look like red pinpoint, very small abrasions. This is characteristic of close range or intermediate range gunshot wounds. In this case, the investigative information and the scene findings I had was that Mr. Drinks was found deceased within a vehicle, and that there were gunshot wound defects noted in the car doors, the front door, the front driver's door, the front passenger door, as well as the front passenger's windshield. So he had what's called pseudo stippling, so it's not gunpowder stippling, but there were larger irregular abrasions which were associated with the entrance gunshot wound of the neck. So what that tells you is, in conjunction with the scene findings, that when a bullet passes through an intermediary target, say the bullet passes through a wall or a window prior to striking the victim, that can fragment the bullet, and those bullet fragments can impact on the skin around the entrance wound, or it can fragment the intermediary object itself, the door, the window. So those fragments can impact. So there were those irregular fragments of either the intermediary target or the projectile around the entrance wound of the neck.
And the irregularly, can't say that word this morning, the irregular, the things that you found to be not normal, I guess. My mouth is not going to say that word today. Can you tell us, in State's Exhibit 138 BB, can you point out to the jury what you are talking about as it relates to the pseudo stippling?
Yes, it's easier to see on what's termed the clean photograph. Photographs of wounds are taken before cleaning the body and after.
Yes.
But
145 BV, if that will help assist.
Yes, if you can look at the top of the photograph, when we see the outline of his mandible or his lower jaw, I think you can appreciate there are some irregular red or dark areas that are associated around his mandible. And also around what's termed the mastoid process, this bump that you feel at the base of the skull. So those are characteristic of what's called pseudo-stippling. So they're fragments of the intermediary target.
Now, can you tell the jurors, how does that affect your ability to determine, I guess, the range of fire, or how far a barrel of a gun is from the gunshot wound that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 145, Victor?
Well, once a projectile has passed through an intermediary target before striking the victim, the medical examiner is not able to determine that distance. Say if there is the shooter, a door, and the victim, the medical examiner is not able to determine whether the shot was fired immediately next to the door or 30 feet, 50 feet, or more away from the door. So it's termed indeterminate range. In other words, you don't know the range of fire through an intermediary target. So this was indeterminate range through an intermediary target. That's the range of fire.
So the findings that you just talked about, are they consistent with someone being shot while in a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about in State's Exhibit 145 BV that this wound on the neck was an entrance wound. Can you tell the jurors, is there an exit wound associated with this injury, this shot to the neck?
There was not. The bullet was retained within the body.
Okay, and I should have asked you this first. In the exhibit we're looking at in 145 BV, can you tell the jurors what side of Mr. Drink's body is this gunshot wound to the neck?
This is the right side of the neck.
It would be the side that's, I guess, closest to, if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle, to the passenger, I guess, compartment.
Correct, yes.
Now, can you tell the jurors, if there is no exit wound, can you explain to the jurors, were you able to determine during the external and internal portions of the autopsy that you performed, the pathway of travel of the projectile or bullet through Mr. Drink's neck and into his body?
Yes, the bullet entered the right side of the neck. It was going upward, in other words, towards the top of Mr. Drink's head and to his left. So the bullet passed through the soft tissue of the neck and impacted the base of the skull, fractured the base of the skull, and caused bleeding within the brain case, and also caused a small laceration of the base of the brain.
Now, Doctor, can you explain to the jurors when someone receives a traumatic injury like this, and you said it goes through Mr. Drink's neck, it fractures the base of his skull, and does it travel upward?
Yes, it was traveling upward.
Okay. The areas of the brain that you just described, that the pathway of travel is for the projectile, can you tell the jury what areas of the brain is affected, and what motor skills does it affect as it relates to someone who is shot in this manner?
Well, in this case, the bullet fracturing the base of the skull, this represents a massive injury to the skull and also to the brain. It caused bleeding on the surface and within the brain. And whenever there is massive trauma such as this to the brain, consciousness is lost immediately. However, I could not determine whether this shot was instantly fatal or if Mr. Drinks still had some cardiac and respiratory activity for some undetermined period of time. Sometimes with these catastrophic injuries to the brain can send out a signal to the heart, which causes the heart to either stop beating immediately or to go into a lethal rhythm. So consciousness would have been lost immediately, but whether death was instantaneous or there was some cardiac activity or breathing activity for some period of time, I couldn't determine.
And can you explain to the jury, based on the circumstances you kind of just described, what does, I know you described what the brain, the message that is sent to the heart. Can you explain to the jurors, are there other things that the body does under these circumstances? And I mean, are there any involuntary actions that the body can produce as it relates to someone who was shot in this manner?
Well, if there was still cardiac and respiratory activity, then there could have been obviously breathing. As people are dying, they can exhibit abnormal patterns of breathing. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
In I guess I'll give you an example. In an instance where someone is shot like this, and can someone's hands clench and it remain clenched because of the immediate traumatic injury that they received to their brain?
It's possible, yes.
Now, as it relates to the direction of travel, if Mr. Drink's head is tilted to the left and he's shot from the right side through the passenger door, would that be consistent with, I guess, why the projectile would travel upward?
Yes. And just a clarification, when I talk of the direction of the bullet, that means the direction of the bullet once it enters the body. I'm not able to determine direction of the position of the gun or the shooter from that.
Okay. And so if the bullet, it enters the right side of his neck, it travels upward. Can you explain to the jurors where the bullet ended within the head cavity of Mr. Drakes?
Yes, the bullet was recovered within the fractured base of the skull.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors, as you continued the autopsy, were there any other injuries associated with a gunshot wound?
Yes. Mr. Drinks had a gunshot wound pathway through the upper portion of his right forearm. It entered what's referred to as the back or the dorsal aspect of the forearm. The bullet passed through the soft tissue of the forearm and then exited the ventral or inside surface of the right forearm.
And in the exhibit that we're looking at in front of you states that 140 VV, is that the entrance wound that you just described as it relates to the shot that he received in his forearm?
Yes, that is the entrance wound.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 142 VV. I know you just described kind of the travel or the pathway of travel of the bullet. In this exhibit, 142, Victor, is this the exit wound that you just described?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you explain to the jurors how you're able to determine which is an entry wound and which is an exit wound based on your training and your number of years of experience?
In general, entrance gunshot wounds have a more round, regular appearance. Typically, entrance gunshot wounds have what's called an abrasion border. This means as the bullet pierces the skin, it abrades or scrapes off a thin border of the skin around the wound. Exit gunshot wounds typically have a more irregular appearance. They typically do not have abrasion borders, but there can be exceptions.
And in State Exhibit 141 VV, the abrasion border that you're describing, is that what's in the middle of, I guess, State Exhibit 141 VV, the darker colored area around the gunshot wound?
No, that's more of the flap of skin.
So you're the doctor, I'll let you do it.
This entrance gunshot wound was larger than normal. It was 1/2 inch. The entrance gunshot wound of the neck was about 2/10 or 3/10 of an inch. So because this entrance gunshot wound was round, it was larger and more irregular. That was also consistent with this projectile also passing through an intermediary target. The abrasion border was slightly more irregular. So here we see this is a dark abrasion. There's also a thinner rim of dark abrasion on this side of the entrance gunshot wound. This represents a laceration or tear of the skin. And then this area is just somewhat of an irregular flap of skin.
Okay, and then I'm gonna bring back up States 142 VV. Can you explain to the jurors the difference in the exit wound that we're seeing here as it relates to the entry wound and how you are able to make your determinations?
Yes, this is an exit wound. Exit wounds can either look like multiple lacerations or tears of the skin, but one of the characteristics of exit gunshot wounds is that you can reapproximate the skin edges, and that exit gunshot wounds typically do not have an abrasion border. So there's no abrasion border associated with this wound, and it was very easy to reapproximate the skin edges.
Thank you very much. Now, as a part of the autopsy that you performed, I'll show you States Exhibit 147 VV and 148 VV. Can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the analysis that you did as it relates to the jacket that Mr. Drinks had on when he was shot?
Yes, for homicide cases, photographs of the clothing are always made, and then photographs are taken to determine if there are defects in the clothing which seem to correspond with the gunshot wounds.
And when you're examining the clothing of a victim who's been shot, do you look for soot, like you talked about earlier, to determine, to help you make a determination as it relates to range of fire?
Yes.
Okay. Now, lastly, I want to show you States Exhibit 161 VV. And you described at the beginning of your autopsy that x-rays are always taken, as well as the fact that you, during the autopsy, were able to remove a projectile from I think you said the base of the fractures of the skull of Mr. Drinks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in States Exhibit 161 VV, is this the projectile that you removed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And because my medical terminology is limited, can you explain to the jurors? You said you removed it from the base of the skull fractures. Where is that?
Yes, I actually removed it from the occipital skull. The occipital skull forms the lower back portion of the skull, but also the back half of the base of the skull. I wrote sphenoid skull, which is a portion of the skull which is in the central base of the skull, and that was a mistake, and I noted it in the report. It was recovered from the occipital skull, not the sphenoid skull.
And in 146 VV, can you orient the jurors? I guess, do you see, I guess, the general area where the projectile would have been removed? Is it contained in that photograph, like the base of the skull?
No, that photograph was just to document whether there were injuries behind the right ear.
So I'm gonna have you, I guess, show on me, where would the bullet have been removed as it relates to the base of Mr. Drink's skull?
The bullet would have been removed from, it's difficult to point because it would have been, if we think of the base of the skull, it would have been inside, below the skull base, somewhat on the right side.
Is it near the knot that you described earlier?
It would have been internal to that, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, once you removed the projectile and placed it in the clear box with it being labeled, what do you do with it next?
It is then submitted as evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Now, as a part of your autopsy procedures, can you tell the jurors what your determination was as it relates to the cause of death of Mr. Drinks?
Yes, I stated that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
And as it relates to your determination of the manner of death of Mr. Drinks, can you explain to the jurors what your determination was?
Yes, for the purposes of a medical examiner, if the actions of another individual cause or contribute to the death, then the manner is classified as a homicide.
Your Honor, I have nothing further at this time.
All right, are there questions? Okay.
Doctor, good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Stillwell is seated right over here. So I want to ask you about this concept of stippling and pseudo-stippling first, okay? Now, you're not saying that stippling is involved in this case, you're saying pseudo-stippling.
Yes.
Which could have been caused by the projectile fragmenting and the little pieces embedding in or affecting Mr. Drinks' skin, or little pieces of the intermediate object, perhaps a window or something like that.
Or door, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not talking about the pseudo-stippling that you found in this case. I'm just talking in general when we're talking about stippling. I just want to clarify something. Stippling, you're saying, is caused by burns around a gunshot wound when it's a close and range shot.
Yes. When one says stippling, it typically means gunpowder stippling, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you're saying gunpowder stippling, and that's just what I want to clarify. The stippling is caused by gunpowder soot that is ejected out the barrel of the gun and would affect the skin of the unfortunate decedent, correct?
Yes, gunpowder stippling represents the burning and unburned grains of gunpowder, which exit the barrel and can impact on the skin in a close-range gunshot wound.
Okay, and I know you're not an expert in gunshot residue testing or anything like that, but I just want to clarify. These are two different concepts, correct?
That's correct.
Gunpowder stippling and then gunshot residue testing, where you would test an area or a specific object for the presence of gunshot residue. Those are two separate concepts, both involving gunshot residue.
Well, the determination of gunpowder stippling at autopsy, yes, is done by the medical examiner.
Right,
Yes.
okay. Now, in this case, as I understand, there were two gunshot wounds that you observed.
Yes.
Okay. One to the arm, to the forearm, and one to the neck.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The lethal wound was the wound to the neck.
That's correct.
Okay. And as the medical examiner, You do not know what order those two shots occurred.
That is correct. I do not know
Okay,
the
so
order.
Mr. Drinks could have been shot in the arm first or in the neck first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about the lethal wound to the neck. Okay. You talked and used medical terms, and it sounds like there was massive injury to the base of the brain, among other things.
The skull and the brain. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified, to my understanding, that the ability to consciously control one's body would be immediately lost.
That's correct.
Okay. Death may not be immediate, but the ability to move body parts, to open a door, to move your feet up and down, things of that nature would be immediately lost.
Yes, conscious movement would have been immediately lost. Yes.
Okay, and we're not talking about within a minute, we're talking about immediate because of the severance of the, because the base of the
Because
brain
of
was
the
severed.
massive damage to the skull and the brain. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Johnson? Okay, any redirect?
Very brief. Dr. Stanley, if after receiving a gunshot wound to the neck, as Mr. Drinks did, and prior to being shot, he had his
It's a good
foot
question,
impressed on
phenomenal
the brake.
RN.
Is it possible, or is it consistent with the fact, would his foot remain on the brake? Is that possible?
After sustaining the gunshot wound to the neck?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible. Yes.
Now, you said earlier that the direction of travel was upward. Can you explain to the jury, was it upward to the left, upward to the right? Can you explain that?
Yes, again, this direction is simply from the time that the bullet enters the body. It went towards his head, which is upward, and towards his left, upward and to the left.
And I want to ask you one last question. When someone is shot, would you expect to find gunshot residue on that person?
Not necessarily.
Okay. I don't have anything further on.
Doctor, Mr. Abadi just asked, after being shot in the neck in the way that Mr. Drinks was, unfortunately, whether it's possible that one's foot could remain on a
This is a
brake
good
if
question.
it was already there. And you said that's possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How?
What is not possible, you would agree it's not possible after suffering that wound that someone would be actively moving their feet up and down off the brake. That would not be possible, would it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Max.
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Yes,
How long's your next witness?
Probably about 35 minutes.
Okay, why don't we take a break, and then we'll get back with our next witness.
All right. Luckily, we have Steve-O time. So we're going to breeze right through that, guys. So we saved ourselves about 30 minutes of time.
Yeah, because there's a gas leak at the corner of MLK and Piedmont.
Yeah, we just had to tell him he's getting out of his car at Courtroom, walking.
Do you have another witness?
They said they won't let him park.
I mean, if we hadn't taken our break, he'd be like 30 minutes late already.
But if that had happened, he would have been here.
Do you have somebody else you can call?
Yeah, sure.
All right, call somebody else. Let's get the jury out. Please. We're ready for the jury. That's all right.
important thing.
Love is back today. Those of you guys that are popping in. This is her first time back, her first appearance back since Young Thug has been released. We're going to see how the state is piecing this together. Everything that they've shown us so far has been circumstantial. Phenomenal RN brought up a really good point, and that was yesterday we had a witness testify that they found this body at a stoplight, right? Shamel Drinks. And it was strange that his foot was still on the brake, but allegedly he was unconscious in that moment. So if your foot is still on the brake, how is the car stopped? Because technically, don't you have to put the pressure on? So it's funny because if they used a handbrake instead, how did that happen? Right? Interesting. That really is still a little bit unclear, but we'll see what happens. Let me skip ahead as the jury comes back on in.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you relate the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
That's it. I need you to state, spell your first and last name. And then spell your first and last, I'm sorry, pronounce your first and last name and then spell your first and last name for the court.
Harshida Davis, Harshida, last name Davis, Davis.
And where are you employed?
I work for Enterprise Mobility, which operates as Enterprise Alamo and National Car Rental.
And how long have you worked for Enterprise Mobility?
23 years.
And are you here locally?
Yes.
Tell the jury briefly about your time with Enterprise.
So I've worked with Enterprise in several different markets. I started in North Carolina, in Charlotte, North Carolina. I have worked in the Chicago market, the Fort Myers market, and most recently here in the Atlanta market. I've been here for just over 5 years, and I manage the risk management program for all of Atlanta and Atlanta metro area and suburbs and north of Atlanta.
And if you can tell the jury, what does your group do as far as the risk management program?
So my department is primarily responsible for vehicle safety, security, investigations, compliance, and litigation.
And in your role, are you familiar with the official records of Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
And are those documents or records generated when an individual rents a vehicle?
Yes.
And are those records kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
Tell the jury, what are the documents that are generated when an individual rents a vehicle?
So we generally have the rental agreement, which would be signed by the person renting the vehicle. And then we also have documents that are generated once the rental agreement is initiated, documents that can be generated throughout the rental, within the computer system.
And when you're renting a vehicle with a rental agency, a part of Enterprise Holdings, are there security cameras and security footage at the locations?
There are typically security cameras at the locations. Not every single rental location in our company has security cameras.
And if there are certain facilities with surveillance videos, are those surveillance videos kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for Enterprise Holdings?
Yes.
Can you generally describe the rental process for an individual renting a vehicle with Alamo under the Enterprise umbrella?
So typically someone renting with Alamo at where specifically, it would be different based on location. So I'm just wanting to make sure which location you would like me to.
Let's talk about the location at the airport.
At the Atlanta airport.
Atlanta airport, yes.
Okay, so at the Atlanta airport, an individual would typically, they could walk up for a reservation or they could book a reservation in advance. They would arrive at our counters at the rental car center, and We would validate the reservation, validate form of payment, as well as validate the driver's license for the person who would be renting the vehicle.
And when you say you validate the driver's license, what exactly do you do in order to validate?
It's we visually validate the driver's license, that it belongs to the person who's renting the vehicle.
And are cars with Alamo sometimes rented through third-party businesses?
Yes, you can book through a third-party agency. So there's different agencies that book rather than going just straight to the Alamo website.
Is the rental process different if you book through a third party versus going directly to the Alamo website?
It's not. The only difference would be the form of payment may be prepaid versus paid at the counter.
You talked about verifying identification. What identification needs to be presented to rent the vehicle with Alamo?
If you have a valid U.S. driver's license, we would just require you to present your original, true valid driver's license. If you have a foreign driver's license, we would need the foreign driver's license. If the foreign driver's license, we're not able to interpret it, we would require also an international driver's license be presented alongside the foreign driver's license, and then a copy of we would view the passport.
When individuals rent cars with Alamo, are they allowed to have a secondary driver?
You can add a secondary driver to the contract.
If the secondary driver is a spouse, do they have to be added to the contract?
We do not add spouses to the contract. Built into our contract, a legal spouse with a valid driver's license is able to operate the vehicle.
Now, if a renter approaches with an individual and they say that's their spouse, can they be an authorized user? Do you verify whether or not they are actually married or not?
We do not.
Wow. So how do you know?
Now,
people are
with
lying?
Alamo, with your fleet of vehicles, when an individual rents a vehicle from Alamo, are they allowed to tint or manipulate the vehicle in any way?
No.
Shout out to Brandon Lesko in the building. Just drag it out. Why not?
We earlier talked about
Why not, Brandon?
surveillance footage. Is there surveillance footage at the Alamo Alamo rental location at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport?
Yes.
Generally, how long are surveillance videos kept at that location?
At that location, surveillance should be kept for a minimum of 60 days. Depending on how much data, you could get a little bit longer than that, but it's a minimum of 60 days.
And in your role, do you sometimes get requests from law enforcement to assist with law enforcement investigations?
Yes.
Now, earlier you talked that part of the risk management job duties is to ensure vehicle safety and security. How do you go about ensuring vehicle safety and security?
Well, we have a lot of internal processes in place, but there's also external laws and guidelines we have to follow in regards to keeping vehicles safe. And our job in our risk management department is to coach and train all employees that come through are hired on in the company to know, how to ensure that they are only renting safe vehicles, and how to properly inspect vehicles and what condition they should be rented in.
I want to direct your attention to March 16th, 2022. Did a member of Alamo Security team get a request for documentation for a rental vehicle associated with a tag number of MD8ED7071 from the Atlanta Police Department?
They did.
And were you able to provide any documentation or any other information regarding that vehicle?
I'm sorry, what?
Sure. Were they able to produce any documentation to the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to see that documentation prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Permission to approach, ma'am? You may. I'm showing what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 186 VV and 187 VV. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
First, start with 186 VV. How do you recognize 186 VV?
These are the rental agreement details for the rental in question.
And how do you recognize 187 VV?
This is the signed rental agreement that was initiated at the time of that rental.
And are these two documents, the rental agreement details and the rental agreement, kept in a regular and ordinary course of Alamo business?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 186 VV and 187 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
Okay.
Permission to publish
Yeah.
186 VV. And if we are able to zoom in. Looking at Stacy Exhibit 186 VV, what document is 186 VV?
So this document is the printout of the rental agreement details.
Okay. And let's start from the beginning. What is the rental time and date for this vehicle?
So the rental time of pickup is March 14th, 2022 at 14:58 hours. And the estimated return time is March 20th, 2022 at 1500 hours.
Okay. And it's 14:58, 2:58 p.m.
Yes.
Right. And is there any other information contained within this first portion of the document of note?
Just the rental agreement number, which is our file number for this rental, the reservation number, as well as it does, the 258 timestamp is when the contract was started. And then the 3:07 or 1507 minutes just is when the contract was completed.
And it's completion when it is actually signed?
It's when the vehicle is added to the rental and completed at the exit.
Okay. All right, I want to scroll down to the second portion of Stacy Exhibit 186 VV. Now, looking at the second portion where it has frequent traveler program, what information is contained in this second portion of 186 VV?
This is just information regarding how the vehicle was booked and what the rates contract numbers are. But you can see where it says Priceline package, it's just saying that it was booked through Priceline.
All right. And going down to the next portion, do we see the license plate number?
Yes.
And what is that license plate number?
It's AED 7071, Maryland.
And are you able to see here what type of vehicle it is?
It does not state exactly what type of vehicle it is right here. However, it does, it provides the last 8 digits of the VIN, the vehicle identification number. And then it also states that it's a luxury car.
Okay. And within your luxury fleet at Alamo, are Audis a part of your luxury fleet at Alamo?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure. You said it was a luxury vehicle.
Yeah,
Within your luxury fleet, is an Audi considered one of the vehicles that's a part of the luxury fleet?
correct.
All right. I want to scroll down.
Okay, so Shannon rented the car. What else?
Who is the renter for this contract?
Shannon Bernard Jackson.
Right. And there's some information redacted. Would that be the information that would have been provided as a part of the rental agreement?
Yes, as part of this document, that information is, this section is the contact information for the renter.
Okay. Scrolling down. And let's start at the beginning of the note section. What information is generally contained within the note section of this rental agreement detail?
So it's just your basic information when you first pick up the vehicle. It tells you if any products have been added to the contract, just what's been done to initiate the rental.
And looking at 258 on March 14th, 2022, what, if any, information was provided within the note section?
There's an alert that came through that, we needed to verify ID and payment method.
All right.
Which is standard.
I want to scroll down to March 16th, 2022 at 13:36. What, if anything, happened on March 16th, 2022?
So it appears that the renter contacted our customer service department and extended the rental. The customer service department provided a new rate, a new extension date for the contract, and indicated that the renter agreed.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the initial agreement was for March 14th through March 16th, but then on March 16th it was extended to March 20th?
Yes.
Is there any other information contained on 186 VV?
No.
No.
There is, I think you skipped over the section in the personal information. There's a little section of just that does provide a driver's license number for the person renting the vehicle, but it was blacked out.
Okay. And would that have been verified like we discussed earlier?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 187 VV. Looking at State's Exhibit 187 VV, what is 187 VV?
This is the signed rental agreement that was initiated at the time of the rental.
And does it contain some of the information that was in the rental agreement details that we just looked at?
Yes, it does contain some of the same information.
Now, what was the address of the rental location where this vehicle was rented from?
2200 Rental Car Center Parkway in College Park.
And is that your Atlanta Airport location?
Yes.
And what on here does it tell us what type of vehicle was rented on the rental agreement?
It tells you the type of vehicle, and it does tell you the rental information. It doesn't actually provide the VIN on this document. It provides it, it's in the rental agreement details.
All right. And I want to scroll down to the middle. Is this the document that would have been provided to Mr. Jackson at the facility when he went to go pick up the car?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the signature lines, is it signed SJ?
Yes.
All right. And then flipping to.
While we, real quick, guys, I just wanted to let you know that the young thug is doing his thing. Brian Steele's at Emory Law School. Now that we're hearing Simone on this direct examination, Brian Steele is talking to some students there today, and he has young thug on his phone via FaceTime. So it looks like Thug has already got started on his community service. Let's keep going.
Page 2 of the document. Is there a final signature at the bottom of the page?
Yes. Yes.
And generally, what is the renter agreeing to by signing this document?
The renter is agreeing to our terms and conditions of the rental contract.
And would the terms and agreement include not manipulating or adding tents to the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Now, at the airport facility, does that facility have surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And as a part of the request from the Atlanta Police Department, were you able to provide surveillance images for this rental?
Yes.
Commissioner Approach, you may. I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 189 BV and 188 BV. Tell me if you recognize 189 BV and 188 BV.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They're screenshots from video footage from our camera system.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of screenshots from the surveillance images from the rental on March 14th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State Exhibit 189 VV and 188 VV into evidence.
That's right. Thank you. Admitted.
First, we want to publish State Exhibit 188 VV. When a renter, while we're waiting for it, when a renter calls in or requests for a vehicle extension, do you ever ask for a reason for the vehicle extension?
No, it's a pretty common practice.
All right. Looking at State Exhibit 188 BV, can you tell the jurors where at the Alamo, is this the airport facility? Is this the Alamo Airport facility?
Yes.
Okay. Where would this surveillance video image be captured?
At our exit booth.
Okay. And looking at the exit booth, do you see a young woman in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And are you able to see anyone from this picture in the passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell City here if that's a male or a female?
I think it's a male.
Okay. All right. And what is happening generally when this images is being captured?
There, when the renter completes the contract, they go out to the garage where they select a vehicle. And so at the exit booth, the vehicle is then added on to the contract. And they just, have to show the information that they were given at the counter. And this is where the completion of the contract happens.
Now, I recognize that parking deck just because I think I rented a car through 6th once at that parking deck. And it is interesting because it's like you have to find out where the car is and you have to go look for it. It took me a while to find this vehicle, but I do remember them having cameras and all that at the exits to, to validate you are who you are. It's so funny because I think I tried to rent a luxury vehicle, like I wanted a BMW, and they gave me a bright orange Hellcat. That was a lot of fun. And I'm tiny, guys. I'm 5'3". So I'm this tiny person with this giant ass Hellcat. So shout out to Atlanta and their rental cars. Let's keep going.
You have to show your driver's license again at this particular portion of the rental process.
They may request it.
Now I want to show you what's been admitted, Exhibit 189 VV. Where is this image being captured?
So this is at our counter, at the Alamo counter that's located in the rental car center.
And would this generally be the beginning of the process to rent the vehicle or to pick up the vehicle, I should say?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, was this vehicle ever returned to the rental facility on March 20th, 2022?
It was not.
Okay. Did you ever recover this vehicle?
We did.
And where was it recovered?
It was recovered from the police.
Okay. And when vehicles are recovered, do you take pictures of the vehicles once it's returned back to Alamo?
We will if the vehicle is damaged or it has any change of condition from when it was rented out.
Okay. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
Ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176 BV through 185 BV. I want you to take a moment and look through this. Finish? Do those appear to be fair, accurate depictions of pictures that were taken of the vehicle when it was recovered and brought back to Alamo?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 175 BV through 188 BV.
Okay, before you said 176 through 185, what is it really?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, 176 through 185.
Okay, those are admitted.
And first I want to start with State's Exhibit 185 VV. Looking at State's Exhibit 185 VV, is this the vehicle that was rented to Shannon Jackson on March 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 185 VV, do you notice anything different about the vehicle when it's returned to Alamo?
The vehicle does have a significant just amount of tint on it.
And where do you see that significant amount of tint on it?
In this picture, I can see it on the windshield.
And would Alamo have had any tint on the vehicle when it was rented?
We do not tint our vehicles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 176 VV. I'm going to show you 184 VV and 180 VV. Do those pictures also show a similar level of tint on the vehicle?
Yes.
And sitting here now, do you know when that tint was ever put on that vehicle?
I do not.
Now I want to show you 182 VV. (183 VV). And 177 VV. First, let me ask, where is this facility, or what facility is this, where the car is?
So this facility is located at 4100 Global Gateway Connector. It is at our service center lot where vehicles are taken after, they've either been towed in from being damaged, or they need to be serviced, or, returned by the police if they were involved in an investigation. It's not the rental car center. It's an off-site location at the airport.
And in looking at, again, 182 VV and 183 VV, do you see any differences on the inside of the vehicle that would not have been present when the car was first rented?
Yeah, I mean, you can see where the headliner's down, parts of the vehicle have been dismantled. Appears that the windshield was taken out. So there's just different things that have happened to the vehicle.
And I want to look at 183 VV. You just mentioned the headliner being taken out. Looking at 183 VV, where would the headliner have been prior to it being removed?
Oh my God, what did they do?
It just would have been surrounding what is like the sunroof up there, where I guess it's just hard to describe, but that area. Can I point?
Yes, you can. Do you have
I don't know, but
Thanks, Danielle. I just shared that with them.
Thank you. And you can stand. So this is where you can tell that something's been removed. That was originally there.
All right, thank you. You can take your seat. Now I want to go back to the tent. To your knowledge, did Mr. Jackson ever request or ask anyone at Alamo if he could have an exception to the rule and tint the vehicle?
No.
If he would have called and made such a request, would one have been granted?
No.
Course indulgence for one moment.
Who like tints rented cars? Like, that's crazy.
Looking at 172 VV and 173 VV. And the item that we see on the ground, this sky item, is that just an item that's in the facility?
Yes. It appears that it's just a piece is leaning up against it, and that would just be stuff that we have in our service center.
Okay. Now looking at 179 VV. What is contained in 179 VV?
So this is the dash of the vehicle, and this is just a typical picture that we take whenever we're taking pictures of a damaged vehicle. We would take the standard picture of the odometer.
All right. And as I wrap up, going back to State's Exhibit 186 VV. The driver's license information that's contained on this document, would that have been the driver's license information of Mr. Jackson?
It would have been the information of Mr. Jackson as the renter of the vehicle.
Okay. And then my last question, when we looked at the tinting on the vehicle, were all of the windows significantly tinted?
I don't have the pictures right in front of me, but based on what we just reviewed and what I've looked at, yes. Yes.
Court indulgence.
It appears that all of the windows are tinted.
Court indulgence for one moment. No further questions. Questions to this witness?
Let's go, Max.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good morning still. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. And let me just, Shannon Stillwell is also known as Shannon Jackson. Okay, so Shannon Jackson, I may say Stillwell, Jackson Stillwell, same person, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Knight, would you do me a favor and just put up 189 VV? Thank you. Ms. Davis, if I ask you any questions about specifics, I'm going to have this picture published, but just let me know if you need to refer to any of the other documents in front of you,
Okay.
such as the rental contract, et cetera, okay? All right, so as I understand, Mr. Jackson, or I'm going to say Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell came in to rent a car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that car, do you know if that car was already booked online, or if he just, with his friend, arrived at the counter to rent this car?
Based on the information from the rental agreement, it appears that there is a reservation attached to the rental.
When was that car reserved?
I do not have that information.
Okay, so we don't know when the online reservation was made. All right.
No.
God.
Okay, so Mr. Stillwell shows up with this, do you know this lady's name?
I do not.
Okay, so he shows up with this lady and to pick up his car that he booked online, correct?
It appears that way.
Okay. He came into the Alamo rental desk where there's surveillance videos himself. He didn't send someone else to come pick up the car, did he?
I don't believe so.
Okay. He provided his name, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know certain things were redacted. He provided a address from his license.
Correct.
He provided a telephone number.
Correct.
He provided his license.
Correct.
He paid using a credit card, correct?
He had a Priceline reservation, so he would have had a credit card on file, but likely it was prepaid through Priceline.
Okay, so he had a credit card on file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all that information was presented and known by Alamo when he came to pick up this car that he reserved at some other time earlier, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he signed the rental agreement, correct?
Correct.
In his real name.
Correct.
All right. So then, and that was, he picks up the car on March 14th at approximately 3 p.m. And then on March 16th, he recorded the records, and I know you were not on the phone personally, right?
Correct.
All right, but you're the custodian of records. According to the records, he calls on March 16th at 1:37 p.m. and wants to extend the rental on this white Audi, correct?
He did call. I might have to refer to the document to confirm the time. Yes, at 1:36 p.m.
Okay. Now, we'll talk about the tint. Ms. Knight, could you put up a picture of Kyle with the tint? Okay. When you received this car back from the police on March 20th, right? 2022, was it March 20th you received the car back?
I don't know the exact date it arrived on our lot. March 20th is the estimated return date of the rental, but the vehicle wasn't returned through the normal return meet.
Fair enough. Don't worry about the date. When you received this car back from the police, right?
Yes.
Okay, it had tint on it.
Yes.
Okay. And tint was a violation of the rental agreement, wasn't it? Applying tint to the car.
We do not allow folks to alter the vehicle.
Mr. Stillwell violated assuming he applied the tint to the car, he violated the rental agreement, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Did you charge him with any crimes?
Violating a rental agreement.
It's a breach of contract.
I did not charge him with any crimes.
Right. Okay. It was just a rental agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that prior to renting a car from you, 2 separate attempts had been made on Mr. Stillwell's life? It's in evidence.
Those are facts and evidence.
What's your objection?
Were you aware when you came to testify that 2 different attempts had made upon Mr. Stillwell's life?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that one of those attempts on his life was made when he was in a car?
I was not aware.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could please display 172 VV first.
Max is up to something. He's pacing. Here we go. Buckle up, y'all.
Okay. I just want to be clear on this. This picture, and maybe, I'm sorry, Ms. Knight, maybe 173 would be better. Okay. The purpose of this picture is to show, and we're going to get to the headliner in a second, but when you received the car back, the sunroof is it moonroof, sunroof? Whichever one it is.
Yes.
Okay. Had been damaged somehow before you got the car back.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't personally know if that was damage done by Mr. Stillwell or done by the police when they were manipulating the car. That's fair to say.
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of this photo is just to document the damage to the glass in the sunroof.
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to be clear what we're talking about. These other supplies, those are just supplies that were in the Alamo business, wherever this was, a storage facility, and not anything more than that.
Correct.
Okay, cool, thank you. And if you could just put 183. And again, this is the condition you got this car back from the police, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the term headline?
Correct.
Okay, and the headliner had been removed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have one brief moment.
You sure, Max?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everything, Mr. Weinstein? Any redirect?
Try it, Simone.
Part of what's been admitted as they said 170 VV. Tell me if you recognize 170 VV.
I do. I do.
It was 170 VV.
It's the invoice that we received when we had to pick up the vehicle from the police and have it towed back to our facility.
And what is the date on that document?
March 24th.
And would that be when the vehicle would have been returned back to Alamo?
Yes.
Mr. Shar asked you a series of questions regarding potential attempts on Mr. Jackson's life. Do you know if he has rented any other vehicles between 2015 and 2022?
I'm not aware.
Sitting here today, do you have any idea why a renter would put substantial tint on a vehicle that they were just renting initially for 2 days?
Oh, she's asking if she knows. So if you know, then you can answer.
Let me repeat it.
I have my, I mean, a renter would,
Sustain.
Must
Sounds
say
like she does
speculate.
not know.
yeah.
All right. Think I have no further questions.
That was weak, Simone. We know why they do it. They do it to protect
During
themselves.
sure, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead.
During the course of your time with Enterprise, how many cars have you had that may have had their headliner removed?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Just
Thank you
charge
so
them
much.
for the damage.
Recross. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Ooh.
Do we have another witness that won't take us more than 30 or 40 minutes?
We have another one, Simone?
How much time you need?
I mean, 40 minutes? Okay, call your next witness then.
All right, so we got another witness before lunchtime.
Okay.
Thank you, True Crime Collective. True American Crime Collective. He says he sees tinted rentals all the time. It seems that it was common. I didn't know that, guys.
You need it? You got it?
Because at the end of the day, if they have that, they
Your
have
Honor,
to just charge
can we
Janet
approach
for the
before we
damage.
begin on this witness?
Yeah, do you want me to have the witness step back out or does it matter? Sorry, thank you.
We have somebody from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to breeze us right through this. They are approaching very quickly before this witness comes on up. And then I think they have taken their lunch break. We'll see what time that they come back, and then we will be live with everybody else. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead here while they have a brief bench conference. Miss Love approached to get that gun back, but it looks like the witness did. Here we go.
You raise your hand. You swear first testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. Spell your first last name for the court to bring down to that mic.
I'm Tyler Bateson, TylerBateson.
Good morning still, Mr.
Morning.
Bateson. How are
Morning.
you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Here you go, Love.
I see you have on a shirt with markings. Where are you currently working?
Forsyth County Sheriff's Office.
All right. How long have you been with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 7 years.
All right. Do you carry a service weapon or firearms in your position with the Forsyth
Yes.
County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your position with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
I currently work patrol, uniform patrol division.
Now, are you a gun owner outside of your work with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And how long have you been a gun owner?
Probably since I was 18.
Since you were 18?
Yeah. I'm currently
If I
29.
asked you how old you are now?
29,
All right. And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
approximately 7 years.
All right. What types of firearms have you owned during your time with the Sheriff's Office?
Assigned to me from the Sheriff's Office or just owned in general?
Owned in general.
All kinds, bolt action rifles, semi-automatic rifles, semi-automatic pistols, all kinds of weapons.
And have you ever traded firearms or sold firearms that you owned
Yes.
privately?
Yes, many times.
Where typically do you sell those firearms?
We sell them locally in Georgia, if party to party. We just show concealed carry permit typically and sell firearms privately. Usually I use a website. One of the common ones I use is called the Outdoors Trader.
Outdoors Trader?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you ever trade or sell your service weapons?
No.
You only sell the ones that you personally own?
Correct.
All right. Do you keep a record of the firearms that you personally own?
No, not really. If I have them, I will. Once I get rid of them, I don't really.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 229 Victor Victor. That has been provided, but I'll let the defense see what it is that I'm walking up to you with.
Thank you.
If there's a part that is. Can I mean, briefly? Is there a part that you want to?
No, this stuff needs to be done before we get the witness on the
Is this the only
stand.
part? Okay, so Your Honor, I think that a part of it was attached that should not have been attached.
Okay.
And I don't think that there's anything beyond this page that there's an objection to, is there? Okay. Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity.
That was it. Showing you State's Exhibit 229, Victor Victor. All right. And asking you if you recognize 229 Victor Victor. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, I filled out multiple of these before.
And that particular one, is that one that you filled out personally?
Yes.
Would you look at it and tell us if that is a fair and accurate representation of the document that you filled out?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 229, Victor as evidence.
It's admitted.
Would you tell the jury what 229 Victor is?
Yes, this is a form that you fill out when you're purchasing a firearm from a dealer. Basically, they fill out your personal information, some questions to qualify you to own a firearm, and then they do a background check right there, and then they can transfer you the firearm. So it's a transaction record.
And that transaction record, does it have on it the type of firearm it is that you're purchasing?
Yes, it does. It has the serial number as well.
And were you the purchaser of that firearm?
Yes.
All right. What type of firearm is that a transaction record for?
This one is for a Glock 45. The model is 45. It's a 9mm.
Glock 45 9mm?
Correct.
And what is the serial number on that weapon?
Is she back on this gun again?
BPHW105, Bravo Papa Hotel Whiskey 105.
Are you familiar with whether or not the serial number on a firearm barrel typically matches the serial number on
The slide.
this? Yes.
Yes. Yes, it does.
And when you purchased that firearm, did you check to see if the serial number on the barrel matched the serial number on the slide?
Yes, and it was brand new from the factory as well. So it would been how it came from the factory. So.
Okay. I'm going to now approach you with what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 51XX Alpha, which has been made state. Would you
It's that
take a look
same
at
gun.
State's Exhibit
I'm done.
51XX Alpha? And tell me if you recognize any part of that firearm.
She's been back for a day and I'm already done.
Most of it, I can't see the serial number on the barrel because of how it's fashioned right now. But the serial number on the slide matches the one on the form. I do not recognize this part on the back of it.
Now, you're holding it in your hand and you pointed to the serial number on the slide.
Correct.
Would you hold it up for the jury and just point to the area where that serial number is? And what serial number are you reading off the slide?
It's BPHW105.
And when you say you recognize the serial number on the slide, but you don't recognize the serial number on you can't see the serial number on the back.
Correct.
All right. And you also said you didn't recognize a portion of the gun that was on the back.
Yes.
Which part?
This extension coming off the back. That's not factory. I believe that's a bang switch. I've never actually seen one in real life until now, but I believe I know what that is. So
is it safe to say it wasn't on there when you purchased it?
Oh yes, this was not there.
Do you remember how long ago it was when you purchased that firearm?
Well, can I reference the form?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So this was 2020. It says. Yeah.
You purchased it in 2020?
Yes, 7/25/2020.
All right. And did you purchase it for personal use?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to swing back around to the serial number that you read off when you were reading the transaction agreement. You said BPHW105, and then you said Bravo Hotel Whiskey 105.
Bravo Papa Hotel Whiskey 105. BPHW 105.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever sell that gun to anyone?
Yes.
Who did you sell it to?
A gentleman named Phil off the Trader. He's another popular member on the Trader. He has a lot of positive feedback. And so I met with him, I believe it was March 9th of 2022.
And when you sold it, was it in the same condition that it was when you first bought it?
No, it was, it had actually, I believe it had night sights on it. This one has the factory sights. So but it had different sights on it, or maybe it came in the box. I know I sold it with extra sights and 3 magazines when I sold it.
Okay.
So I can't remember exactly if it was. I didn't change any internal parts, just the sights, if anything.
Is there any way for you to, you said you couldn't see I'm gonna take this. You could not see the serial number on the barrel.
Yeah, from how it's positioned right now.
Okay.
Actually, there
Now-
should be something on the bottom too.
See.
Yeah, that serial number is also the same, BPHW 105.
Now, if that serial number on the barrel is different than the serial number on the slide, would that be a barrel that was sold with the gun at the time that you bought it?
No.
All right. And would that be a barrel that you sold to Mr. Norton or Phil?
The serial number would have matched the slide when I sold it because I did not change any internal parts on this on the firearm.
Okay. Just one moment.
She's trying to show the tracking of how this gun was sold. And
when you said Phil, do you know whether the last name of the person to whom you sold the gun was Norton?
I'm assuming it's Norton because his handle on there is Norton Concealment from the Outdoor Trader, and he addressed himself as Phil. I glanced at as a concealed carry permit, but I can't remember exactly what it was. So I'm assuming it was Norton.
All right. Thank you, sir. I think that's all that I have for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Questions from the defense for this witness?
No questions, we have still some questions.
All right.
all right, so Doug's about to come up, but remember, guys, Miss Love, this is her first time back since all of this has gone down with young Doug. And she is back with a vengeance. She is back with a determination to help the jury track where this gun has been. This gun came from the man on the screen right here. He was the original owner, and he does work for law enforcement, knows a lot about guns, and then sold it to someone else who is very popular in the firearms space in Georgia. And that was our guy, Phil, that really didn't want to be there. Phil then sold it. It somehow got to either Shannon or Yak. We're going to see which one, but the gun got to one of them. And what's happening is Miss Love is trying to paint the picture that these gentlemen are the ones that altered the gun, changed the barrel, put something on it so it could fire faster, those sorts of things. I want to see where she's going with this. Again, all of this is circumstantial. When you see Max and Doug get up there and they talk to these experts, they're like, okay, yes, what they're saying could be true. It could be true as far as like what you're testifying to. But did you see my client alter this gun? Do you have factual knowledge if my client was a person that added bells and whistles to this gun? Do you know that? So it's like, I don't know where she's going with this. It's almost like you're trying to paint the picture. You're waving that gun around in front of the jury, pointing it at this witness. You could just see the level of disrespect. That's how much they want to build and win a case. They're not letting it go. But these guys have rights. They have a fair shot. It is about what the state can prove, not the story that they paint. It's about what they can prove. Remember that. Let's see Doug jump up here and ask this witness some questions on cross-examination.
Thank you.
You can do anything you want to with that. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't get your rank.
Deputy first class.
Okay.
So,
Okay, Deputy Bateson. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Okay.
I just have a few questions.
Yes.
As you looked at that weapon, you see that it's been modified with a blank is it?
The
Switch on the back.
Mhm.
Yes, correct?
yes.
And you say you did not modify that weapon, correct?
No.
Okay.
Other than the sights, I may have changed the sights at some point. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. It's been 2 years. So.
Right. You don't know who modified that weapon, correct?
No.
You don't know that if my client, Mr. Kendrick, modified that weapon.
Oh, I don't know
Told
who
you
did
guys.
after I sold it, other than Phil. But that's
You have no knowledge
does.
that Mr. Kendrick ever possessed that weapon, correct?
I don't know.
And you have no knowledge of Mr. Kendrick, that Mr. Kendrick may have ever fired that weapon, correct?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
That's all he needs to say.
Redirect.
Just briefly. Do you even know Mr. Kendrick, Diamante Kendrick, the defendant over here?
I do not.
Okay. Would you have any way to know whether he fired that weapon?
No.
And do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
And were you anywhere near the home of Jeffrey Williams on May 9th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. That's all.
All right.
Squeak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any reason to believe that Shannon Stillwell was anywhere near the home of Jeffrey Williams?
Thank you, Matt.
It was raided?
I don't know anybody,
Do
so
you
I
have
don't know. I sold the gun. That's pretty much my involvement. I don't know anything.
I
so-
appreciate that.
Okay. Okay.
That's all we need to
All
hear.
right, thank you for your time, and you are excused, and we'll take our lunch break now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's be back at 1:15, please.
You hear all those exhales? People are so done. I mean, I want to go back to that part because it's like, you know, both of these guys, you can see it on Max's face too. Both of these guys are there and they're coming in to talk about this gun. Out of all of the days, especially the CDA, you know, with Love's position after the whole thing with Jeffrey Williams being sent home. Honestly, I think even as a manager or leader in an organization, it's really important for you to show up the next day to show this case is still going on. We still believe that we should be prosecuting these individuals. We still have the proof for it. Show that confidence. It is Wednesday, November 6th. This case continued on Monday, November 4th. Where was Miss Love? She shows up today to help us follow the chain of custody, or not even the chain of custody because that's law enforcement. She wants us to follow where this gun went. And somehow it's going to magically appear in Shannon's hands. And he was the one that changed everything. But how can you prove it, state? How can you prove it? You're giving people plea deals for murders. You're getting rid of some of these charges, some of which are murder. What are y'all doing with our money? With these taxpayer dollars? People have been on this jury. Yesterday, somebody tried to get off, was like, I want to go home. I don't have time for this. $25 a day? One lady almost got evicted. I think she did get evicted because she cannot afford to pay her rent sitting on this jury. Jury's been a mess from the beginning. I don't know what these people think that they are doing. I really don't. I really do not. But let's keep going. It's 1:09 right now. Jury is due back at 1:15. That means 1:20. Let me bring us back to current time. And we are now live looking at the courtroom. They are due back at in about 6 minutes. While we do that, I'm going to go ahead and read some super chats. But shout out to Sister Soul number 9, the clown chair. It hits different when Love sits in the chair because it's like, you know, there is this sense of confidence. But court of public opinion, and I'll run a poll in a second. Guys, do you think that the state is doing a good job in showing that these two last defendants are guilty of the crimes? Shannon in a car accident, losing one of his girlfriends. Yak Gotti, same thing. Standing on cars. Yes, there's beef. YFN Lucci. What can you prove? Show us beyond a reasonable doubt. All of it is circumstantial at this moment. Coming to the top, shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy, who gifted 10 AV memberships. Thank you, Sammy. Really appreciate you growing the community. Thank you so much to all the people that have been joining our community and expanding it. When you gift it, you're expanding it. So, Sammy, thank you so much. One of my trusted mods. Love her. She is the absolute best and huge supporter of me on this channel. Thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Miss Bucky 99 became a member. Welcome, Miss Bucky. Really excited. Membership has its privileges. I don't lock people out over here. From time to time, I might, but membership definitely has its privileges. On Friday, we will be having Attorney Westmoreland on the channel. Tomorrow, there is no court. So today, we are getting in and watching the proceedings to see what the state is attempting to prove. No court tomorrow. Friday is a jury day or non-jury day. So we are going to go through some procedural things. This morning, the judge asked them, hey, is there anything you guys want to take up on a non-jury day on Friday? No one said anything. So that's, I think the state's case is looking weaker and weaker and weaker. And we're still talking about Young Thug, and he's out free living his best life. So thank you so much, Miss Bucky. And Bucky. And the reason Miss Buckeye, the other reason why I mentioned memberships, guys, is because when Attorney Westmoreland comes on, I will stream the entire day. But for the portion where she's on, that part, as far as asking her questions, that will be members only, just so the members can actually ask Miss Westmoreland any follow-up questions or things like that. I appreciate the fact that you guys are giving me money every month, so I want to make sure that you're getting something for it. So members, we have submitted our questions to Attorney Westmoreland, but there will be a small section of that part where she joins from, I think, 3 to 4. She will join us from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. I have my set of questions for her, but I will save a portion for our members. So members, you can look forward to that. I'll make sure that we post that tonight, so you guys can put it on your calendars, mark your calendars, and come back. Shout out to Count Cracula, my way, has been a member for a month. She says, thanks for your election coverage last night. Yeah, guys, I'm a little tired. We did election coverage last night. I think we went from like 9 to somewhere around 1 p.m. And then right when I left, Georgia was called for President Trump. Some of the other battleground states, I think it was Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, also went to Trump. And I think there were some, last time I checked early this morning, some of those West Coast states, we still don't have results for yet, but it was enough to put Trump over the edge for the Electoral College. You know, I've been getting texts and emails and messages all day. So when I was quiet, that's what I was kind of looking at and responding to. Trump gave a acceptance speech last night. Very, very good speech. Now, a lot of people are upset because they supported Kamala and the result wasn't a favorable one for her. I will say that right around the time that I left last night, we had briefly tuned in to Kamala's, event at Howard, and she never showed up and spoke. It's not funny, because if you were at that event and if she is a Howard alum like you, say something. Even if it's not the outcome that we want, as a political candidate, it is really important. So I was kind of disappointed to hear and see that. I think she should have issued a statement, even if it's today. Do you guys know? Let me come to the live chat. Do you guys know if she's issued a statement yet? That's not cool. Some people are saying that she is going to speak today. Okay, so that would be good. Kamala, sorry guys, sometimes I pronounce it wrong. Hopefully she speaks today. I just don't think you should leave people hanging like that if they're leaving their homes and they're at an event and they're cheering you on, like they're there to support you. That's like if 2,000 of you guys right now are in my chat and I just don't show up for the stream. It's an in-person stream. You'd be like, you guys would be banging on my virtual door, waving the 4-4, like, AV, you're 10 minutes late. Where are you? And I can understand this is probably, it's probably kind of embarrassing or whatever the case may be. You know, what we did see from the numbers last night, just the data, not picking sides. What we did see is these slight increases for Trump and these small pockets of places where votes that had come from the Democratic side and went red, right? So I do think it's still important. We have a lot of red in government right now. We've got the House, I think, is a majority right now. I'm not firm on that. I know that the Senate is for sure. Republicans have the majority, and now the Republicans will have the White House as well. So I'm really bummed to see that from her. I think she should have addressed it. That was a big, as a candidate, she was a big opportunity for a lot of people that believed in her. And I don't think whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, don't leave people hanging. I don't know. Is this the first time that people have been left hanging? If so, what presidential candidate in history has ever done that? That's why it's not a good look, It's not a good look. So thank you guys so much for that one. Shout out to D with the 2, says AV is a G. Back at it again this morning. I'm back in. I'm here. 4 streams in 24 hours. You guys might be looking at me like I'm crazy. That's why today I was like, ponytail, t-shirt. I don't care. It's going to be a light day, but a fun day nonetheless, because with Yak Gotti and with Shannon, I think a few of you guys had sent me, there's a comedian named Josh something, forget his last name. I did watch the full video this morning. He talked about the YSL case. Going to be fair here. What I don't like that he said, and what a lot of people are saying, is that the YSL case is over. And it's not. It's not. Shannon and Yak are still sitting here. These last 2 defense attorneys out of everyone had some of the best performance. Doug Weinstein's motion, I believe, was the motion that got Judge Glanville removed from the case. His work and Brian Steele's work. Doug Weinstein is almost on everybody's platform advocating for his client. Are we saying we're going to abandon that work? No. Shannon Stillwell, Max Shard, brilliant on cross-examination. Honestly, my favorite out of all of these defense attorneys. Max Shard got Little Woody on the stand to admit that he made fictional characters up just so he can get out of the case. You guys remember Little Mike and Quez? We're not leaving them. We're not leaving them to the dust. So I don't like that people are saying the YSL case is over because Young Thug is home. No, it's not. So thank you so much, D. And it was really important to me to jump on in some capacity, even if it was later and, getting an extra hour of sleep. We're not going to stop. And these guys deserve justice. They do. And if the state is playing with them in the action of plea deals, you all need to understand that jurisdictions do this to people. They jerk them around with plea deals. Even though some people commit crimes, yes, they do. But there's still process and procedure that happens after that. And that's why this case is so important. It shines a light on what actually happens. Georgia is one of the only states that offers televised trials like this. We are lucky enough to watch corruption. We are lucky enough to watch the scrambling, the scraping, the unpreparedness. Imagine if you were sitting on the other side of that desk and you're watching these people play with time on your life. And then for people to say that it's over, crazy. I just went on a rant. Thank you so much, D. Appreciate you. Shout out to Cheryl, who became a member. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to our community. And I look forward to you being a part of our conversation on Friday with Miss Westmoreland, whose motion for mistrial led to people being free today. Such a strong sister. I cannot wait to talk to her. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Shout out to Keisha with the 5, says, thanks for the membership. I'm listening on the phone and watching on TV. Volume's better on mobile for some reason. Make the state great again. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true, Keisha. I've noticed that too. Whenever I listen to these streams on playback, for some odd reason, the phone just has better volume. And, I have an iPad that has pretty good volume. Sometimes, like while I'm cooking or whatever, I watch the streams back and the volume is always better on the phone. Sometimes I'm like, it's too loud on the phone. So when you guys are like, hey, V, you're too loud, like, I get it. Thank you so much, Keisha. Shout out to JC with the 2, says, this is MAGA country. All right, JC is showing us who he's aligned with. Thank you so much, JC. And here's the thing, guys. So many of y'all are like, all right, AV, what side are you on? I'm not telling you. If you guess, you'll never know. Trying to keep my poker face on. Thank you so much, JC. Really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Box of Oranges has entered the chat. Box of Oranges with the 5. One of the longest running subscribers I've ever had. Since the start of this, I believe one of the longest running subscribers lead has ever had. Says blessings to AV in the chat. Free YSL. Trump saved America from our first eater president. Easter president? Eater president. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised at voter turnout, really. You know, like I think I was telling some of you guys yesterday, I have a friend who doesn't vote. And this is why I'm not telling anybody anything. Had a conversation with her the other day. I told her who I voted for. And she got really angry. A person that doesn't vote got upset. I was just like, listen, I was in front of the poll with my vote, like with my ballot. I'm like, I don't want people looking at it. No pressure should be here. We should be able to vote freely without people judging you for who you choose. You know, I said this last night. It's not even just about the presidential candidates. Sometimes you have people that don't have a challenger, and then it's all good. Like nobody's running against them. Fulton County, Fonnie Willis, and Courtney Kramer. Some of you guys are talking about this in the chat, and you're like, oh, I'm so surprised that Fonnie won. I mean, it's not a surprise to me. Lead and I were talking about this. Courtney had an opportunity to start campaigning hard and getting in front of more voters. And she did do it, but it's just like, we don't know you. But the other issue is the experience. If you got in front of more voters and addressed that head on and talked about the situation, maybe she could have got more votes. I don't know. But if Fonnie got 300,000 votes and that's what got her into office, and Kramer got like something like 150, there's an appetite for having a different candidate. But campaigning is so important, guys. Campaigning is marketing. Campaigning needs to start early. It needs to be efficient. You have to have a clear directive, a clear plan. You need to get in front of these voters all the time. Have opportunities for them to ask you questions. Answer those questions. Let them get to know you. I should have, man. The only reason why I'm saying this, guys, is because my last job, a lot of people don't know this about me. I worked in banking, but I worked in communications in banking. My last job was supporting the CEO of one of the nation's top 5 banks. And this is what we would do. So he got to get to know his workers. I'm like, no, you got to do a listening tour. You got to do a podcast. We need to put you in front of these people all the time. So when they look at you as their leader, they're not thinking you make significantly more money than me. You're our leader. You have strategy, and I'm going to hold you accountable to that strategy. That's how the workers should look at you. Not like you're against them, but you have to create some form of connection. That's what leadership is. So when you F up, people will remember it and they're going to hold you accountable. But when you don't F up, if you have celebratory moments, people are going to remember that too. And that personal connection, they're going to remember how you made them feel when you answer their question, when you talk to them, when you took time out of your day to smile, to say hello to them in the hallway, to shake their hand, take a photo with them. It's not just about, oh, I'm running. Vote for me. No. Oh my God. I'm such an expert at this. Should have ran that campaign. Anyway, just saying, I think that there was a significant miss with some of the opportunities. Going back to ballots, the other thing you see on the ballots are proposed laws. And as individuals, those laws are going to hit different, because here's what I noticed. I learned this in law school. All of that legislation that are on ballots, a lot of people don't know about, and they're reading them for the first time when it's time to vote. And they're like, oh shit, I don't even know what this one means. There's 3 of them. There's 3 paragraphs. What does that mean? What does Congress want to do? What does my state's Congress want to do? What does federal Congress want to do? Like, what bills are in place? I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. That is a failure of the people that are proposing this stuff. You should know what say yes to number one or vote no to number two means in your state. The reality is we don't. So I don't know. That's just my take on it. I'm gonna get off my soapbox now. But it is important. And as somebody that supported a CEO, like, we would stress this to him. Like, all right, I know you're busy. You know, you got all these meetings, but guess what? For social engagement, you're going to give me 2 hours this week, and I'm going to help you plan, and I'm going to help you. We're going to figure it all out. You don't have to do anything. We're going to do the travel, the planning, all of it. Go talk to your people. We're paying them. That's how important this is. Now, that's on the business side. If you're a candidate, it's even more important. So thank you so much, Box of Oranges. Getting off my soapbox. Shout out to D with the 5. D says the state seems scared of YSL Pantene. Call her client to testify. I mean, I gave you guys an update on this too. Ashley and I for weeks have been trying to plan this interview, but she wanted to wait until after her client is going to be on the witness stand. Now, her client, right, was important to this case. She does, you know, I talked to her over the weekend. She didn't think that he still was going to be. But then yesterday, guys, we saw something interesting. We saw 2 things. One, Simone Hilton said that the state is going to rest their case by the middle of next week. This case that was projected to go into March of 2025, wasting all these taxpayer dollars, all these people's time, money, and resources, bringing in these weak experts right now, not because the experts are bad people, but to the narrative of the case does not seem good. Does it help the state's case? Now, 6 defendants, you're down to 2, and now you're done next week. Whereas 2 weeks ago, the judge says, I want you guys done before the December holidays. And they're like, I don't know if we can accomplish that. That's a huge goal. It seems like a moonshot. Now you're done in a week. Today, we're looking at where a gun went and who changed it. Anyway, back to Ashley. Yesterday in court, we learned that the prosecution is going to be done very soon. We also learned that Ms. Merchant is not going to have her client testify past November 15th, and is also asked for a 7-day notice. Let's say today is the 7-day notice. Today's November 16th. If we wanted to see Ashley's client before the 15th, they either have to let her know today, tomorrow, or Friday. The 15th is next Friday. Will we see Ashley Merchant in court? And remember, just because her client is a witness and testifying and they're going to threaten him with plea deals, she protected him in his plea deal. I think it's the best plea deal that I've seen. She protected the heck out of her client to the point where he has the right to remain silent on that stand if he needed to exercise that right. We're going to see. So it saddens me that people think and are saying that this case is over when it's very much not. We've been riding for these defendants for such a long time. It shouldn't stop because some of the big fish are out of the case. Granted, does public interest go down? Yes. But it's also very good because you could see these gentlemen walk free too. Like without conditions like crazy probation sentences. And y'all know we talk about probation being a trap all the time. So we'll see. All right, guys, it is almost 1:30. The court said that they would return at 1:15. We always know they're never on time, so they should be back momentarily. I'm just catching up on our super chats, cash apps, things of the like, and we'll go from there. Shout out to a blessed mom from Texas who became a member. Good to see you, blessed mom. Love to see you. Always joy when you come through to our chat. I haven't streamed in a long time, guys, so that's why the algorithm has been suppressing things. But a blessed mom from Texas, because you're a member, you can participate in our interview on Friday. We see some movement in the courtroom, so people are there. Wonder who we're waiting for. Shout out to the professional insurance advisor with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you for popping in, brother. Really appreciate you. Bless Mom from Texas says you became a member twice, but sometimes we have glitches here. So glad to see you. A shout out to 333 J Daddy, who became a member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is that an area code? What are we doing? 7 Grams Witch with the 5 says booked law school consultation. Can't wait. Yeah, guys, I do consultations. Luckily, we are cleaning our inbox right now. I did have one last week because of everything that happened with Young Thug and the travel and the photo shoot and all of that stuff. We needed to reschedule it. We didn't get to the person fast enough, so they unfortunately canceled. It happens. I just want to let you guys know that that is not common for us. I have a team that manages my mailbox, but we just had the day that Young Thug got released to yesterday, I think we had something like 1,500 emails. And she just pinged me. We're almost done and clear as of right now. So a little bit of a backlog, but as far as consultations, we do them. I do them for people that are thinking about going to law school, have been in law school, because I went to law school as I was working. I went to law school part-time. So, you know, I walk you through the application process, whether you're starting out or whether you're in law school and you're having, you know, a hard time with scheduling or things like that. Like I help people with just the law school experience. That's my way of giving back. It's the cheapest consultation that I offer because I know that students are working, they're working hard. It's just a good way to help people out. So I like doing those. I also do creator consultations. Some of you, it's flagged right now. Some of you have asked questions about that. Lead used to do consultations for creators and has stopped because of his health stuff. So I've picked a few of them up. I've helped a lot of you guys out so far. And, you know, whenever I see my clients in the chat, I always big you up, whatever I can do to help you, because I know what your hard work ethic is like, and I see you doing it. Because I taught you. I taught you some things, not everything, but I taught you some things. Shout out to me. Thank you so much, Gramswitch. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great conversation. Anybody that's interested, you can go to av7digital.com and book your time with us. Shout out to Michelle with the 2 says, hi, please hit the like button for AV7 working. Thank you so much. And Michelle, I owe you an email too. It is flagged, so we will get back to you. Thank you, Michelle. Shout out to Donna with the $20 super sticker. Thank you, Donna. Really appreciate it. Saw both of them when they came in. Here's the first one at 11:17. And then a few minutes later, she sent another one. Donna, I really appreciate your kindness. Thank you so much for cheering us on. Del the Hater with the 5 says, just a little something for all of your hard work. AVZ, thank you so much, Del the Hater. Looking forward to seeing you cut up in the chat. You and Petty Pendergrass. Oh my God. There are just sometimes where y'all make comments. I'm like, I can't with these two. But you know, they're funny. I don't know where you think this stuff up from. Like, y'all think it up, and it's just like, y'all are hilarious. Thank you so much, Del. Good to see you today. Shout out to Gloria with the 5 says, what happened to the juror that wanted to leave? He's probably why the state will finish up next week. Yes. And Gloria raises a good point. Yesterday, there was a juror. He's still there, to answer your question, Gloria. But yesterday, if you guys missed the proceedings, we started the day with the juror writing a letter to the judge saying, Judge, can't do this. I can't remain unbiased anymore. He was throwing spaghetti at the wall, like whatever he can do to get out of it. He's like, I cannot remain unbiased anymore, things of the like. And I need to figure out like what to do. Like, let me go today. And the judge refused to release him. So that's one thing, you know. So thank you so much, Gloria. Lots of issues with jurors on this case, but I know that they are looking forward to it being over. Now, here's the other thing that jurors can do. Sometimes if you're a juror on the case, you could write a book about your experience. I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know if they watch, but anyway, shout out to Brandon Lesko, who's been a member for a month, says, just drag the case out. All Georgia RICO suspended. Yeah, that's exactly what the prosecution is doing. The fact that we are freaking playing, you know, Marco Polo with this gun today is crazy work. Like, show us what you have directly on Shannon and Yak. So we saw a lot of testimony about where this gun went, who added what to it. and then the rental car. Let's see how they land the plane. So Shannon rented a car. The roof lining was missing. He tinted the windows. Okay. Yesterday, we have some surveillance footage of the car and the car's whereabouts, things of the like. Now, it's interesting because Drinks is a victim, and we also saw a medical examiner talk about the autopsy. Now, we also have to think about the fact that this is a lot for the Drinks family, too. One of which the family members, I believe it was an aunt, had gone to infamous Miss Sylvia's channel and just talked about how once these plea deals were coming out last week, Simone and team started preparing for this part, for this testimony. Trying to get them to come to the courthouse at like 3 p.m., things of the like. And, the family member had expressed that even with the prosecutors, they're just scrambling and scraping, coming to them at the last minute. They still don't even definitively know who the person is that committed this crime or who is alleged to have committed this crime against their family member. Now, the aunt in this conversation with Sylvia had mentioned that, they still want to have compassion. Like they don't want the wrong person to be convicted of something that they didn't do, even though this brings up wounds, Little bit of sound in the courtroom. Looks like they're coming back. They said 1:15. It is nearly 1:40. Shout out to Variant, who is a she. She has become a member. Thank you so much, Variant. Looking forward to seeing you on Friday, if you can make it. Rosa Style has become a member as well. Welcome, Rosa. You're going to love it here. Sean hits me with the 5, says, hold up. He has an officer selling guns to a third party and not keeping records. Somehow ends up with Shannon. Make it make sense. Sean, you're seeing it. Sean, we're looking. We're like, where does any of this align, or where does any of it make sense? Hold on. Sean, how about this? We still have these murder charges, but where's Rico? Have you guys seen? I'm still looking. Wait. Do we? Sean, I don't know. I don't know where Rico is. I'm still looking. Still looking, Sean. Let me know. We need to make that make sense too. Shout out to Amy with the 10, says, hi, AV. Thanks for all you do. Amy, thank you so much. That means a lot. 4 streams in 24 hours is crazy work, but I do it because I love you guys. And I do it because I love this work. Educating people on the law, having discussions about how things really work behind the scenes in the criminal justice system. We don't talk about that enough. And I'm just happy that we live in a time where these trial moments can be televised. So interesting stuff. Shout out to a girl from Texas who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. I really appreciate that. It's always great when these things happen and when you guys gift memberships to each other. That's always amazing. Sounds great. So good stuff there. Shout out to Nene, our favorite Aussie, who pops in with 2 Aussie bucks, Australian bucks. She says, hey, AV, do you think Trump will pardon Thug? A lot of you guys have been talking about that this morning. Pardons usually happen on the federal level and not necessarily on the state level. So you have to understand that there are federal crimes and state level crimes. Look at the seal that we're looking at on the screen. We're looking at the state of Georgia. The Young Thug RICO case is a state level crime. Now, here's what's important to remember about that. Is it common? No. Georgia has had a few significant RICO cases over the years, one of which I believe was against the educational system. That was something that Fonnie Willis participated in. You have the RICO case that went to Trump himself with challenging the election in Georgia, the last election in 2020. He made a phone call and calls Brad and is like, Brad, I think there's 11,000 votes that are not accounted for. We need to find those votes. Where are they? Now, because Trump personally made that phone call, there were other, actions that are alleged that were involved with this. Fonnie Willis and team enacted that, or not even enacted, alleged that there was a RICO conspiracy to steal the election. Shortly afterward, we see this YSL thing. Young Thug, the kingpin, used his money and assets to fund criminal gang activity, and not a single financial statement has been produced at all implicating Young Thug. But he is the center of the pack. He is the strength of the pack. He is the wolf of the pack. And the strength of the pack is the wolf. Was just released last week. They were willing to give him probation. All to have him sign and admit that he was the wolf and the leader of the pack. And good for Young Thug. He said no. Good for him. Probably one of the most bravest things a defendant can do. Risk it all, put it in the hands of Judge Whitaker, and see what she was going to do. Takes a lot of guts. And that was a gutsy move. So to answer your question, Nene, I do not think that they will pardon him. But President Trump has made comments about this case. And just, I believe he said something along the lines of he thinks Young Thug is being unfairly and people shouldn't be treated fairly like that. And mentioned how he was being treated unfairly with RICO. Is it normal for states to use RICO charges in this way? It's very uncommon, but it does happen. It usually happens with concrete, organized crime, mob bosses, Al Capone, Chicago, New York, Italian mobsters, those type of things. Mobsters in general, because sometimes mobs and gangs, they're not limited to races, but they can happen. Organized crime. Key word being organized. It's thoughtful. It is strategic. It's systematic. We don't see that here. Young Thug rented a car. Shannon rented a car. Can the state prove that these last two gentlemen are guilty of their crimes? We will see. But thank you, Nene. Great discussion there. Shout out to AZ with the 5. Says, AV, mi amor. Temporary setback for a major callback for the juror. She'll be paid once she writes a book, homeless or not. Yeah, I think we were just talking about that. People can get their restitution, their tax dollars back by writing a book. The jurors, at least. They can. 100%. Thank you so much, AZ. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 10 says, AV, thank you for the election party. Hope we can do it again in 4 years. It was so great to see your country come together, see our country come together as one. Made me proud. Great job to watch you and TLA every day. It lifts my spirit. Thank you so much, Rocket Robin LA. That means a lot. I mean, you guys know how much goes into content creation, and really trial streaming is probably the most difficult form of content creation because it takes a lot of endurance to sit here all day, keep you guys entertained, stay focused, explain the law to you at the same time, and go from there. I really enjoy doing that. Like, probably was a teacher in a past life, but to explain how this stuff works brings me great joy. So I'm glad that you enjoy it. Rockin' Robin LA. Nene gifted a membership. Our favorite Aussie gifted a membership. Thank you, Nene. It's very sweet of you to do. Thank you for expanding our community. Pretty Eyes also became a member. Welcome, Pretty Eyes, valued part of the community. Yeah, guys, they were supposed to be back at 1:15. It is about 1:45 Eastern Standard Time, so they are 30 minutes late. We are just waiting for them to return back to the courtroom for this afternoon's proceedings. We could probably expect one afternoon break, maybe some moments of bench conferences and things, but the plan is to go until about 5 p.m. So We've got about 3 hours of court time expected, but let's see what happens. Thank you so much, Pretty Eyes. Shout out to Victoria with the 5, says, showed up because the comment Whitaker made yesterday morning about them driving the jury crazy. Yeah. I mean, these people don't want to be on the jury. The fact that that person sent an email, and what's the timing of that email? Jury's been gone for a few days because of the plea deals. Jury's been being jerked around like, oh, come in. Oh, don't come in. Come in. Don't come in. Oh, we're still doing plea deals. Oh, you can't come in. People are playing with your time, your energy, and all of that. Right? So it's super interesting. Super interesting. But we will see. We will see what happens. But yeah, the jurors are just, they're done. They are absolutely done, to the point where they knew that they were being jerked around for a week. This one person probably saw the coverage of Thug. Like, we were watching a press conference on Friday, guys, on my channel. We watched the press conference with Young Thug's father and Brian Steele and Keith Adams. And you saw people driving by the courthouse celebrating like, yay, Thug is free. Are we really going to say that these jurors haven't seen any headlines, haven't looked at Instagram? How is it that you stay away from media completely? You can't. You can't even watch the news. If you're a juror, you've been on this case, you can't watch the news and see what freaking the weather's like. They know. They totally know. And the first thing that juror did when he got back was send that judge an email that morning. It was like, let me go. Free the jury. Thank you, Victoria. Shout out to a girl from Texas with 1 membership gifted. She has been gifting a ton of these. A girl from Texas does it in the cut. I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to come on over to Twitter to see if we have any updates from Kathy on when they are going to return. Sometimes she posts. I don't have any word from Law and Crime on when they're coming back. They're focusing on another case already. Interesting. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. Shout out to your main man Mush with the 5, says Kamala showed her supporters that she's an absolute fair weather friend, and her silence proves she deserves to lose. Effing hilarious. Yeah, that's the only thing that I don't know. I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of a supporter that went to her event, and if she didn't come, I mean, are you J-Lo? Didn't she have J-Lo perform? Are we just not going to show up? Like, say something. And it's a school that you went to. Howard is a big thing. It means a lot to a lot of people. And it probably meant a lot to the people that supported her. Like, people are sending me videos of just like supporters just looking sad, like she's not coming. Word. So thank you, Mush. Appreciate the super chat. Shout out to Victoria with another 2, says AV voted for Kanye. Did you know that Kanye voted for himself when he ran last time? The shenanigans. Kanye ran for him, like he ran and then voted for himself and put the sticker on and took a picture. And you're like, Kanye, are you okay? What's going on? I know you're fighting with Kim and she's across the street. Are you okay? Then you dating they say he dating a woman that like freakishly looks like Kim. But I don't know. I don't follow celebrity relationships. Just saying. Thought I saw that. Thank you, Victoria. Shout out to my aim with the 2, says, trust me. I'm following for the stolen watch now. Okay. So what is my aim? What are they talking about? Apparently, we saw some courtroom footage Monday. And in that footage, we saw photos from the raid of Young Thug's house. I did have a hard stop at 4, so I missed it and I left. But so many of you guys have been sending me clips about this. Doug Weinstein was up for cross-examination. And, you know, a picture with jewelry popped up. And some of that jewelry had gone missing. I believe it was Young Thug's jewelry. So there were questions about where that watch went, right? You have police scouring the place, bagging evidence, all of those things. Where did the watch go? You cannot make it up with this case. You really can't. Thank you so much, my aim. 1:50 Eastern Standard Time, guys. They were due back at 1:15. So they are returning extremely late from lunch. So let me check in on law and crime. And people are kind of outraged in their chat right now, like what the hell is going on? Where is everybody? Dale's, Miss Love probably got the watch. They're talking about the watches in there. 1:15, and they are extremely late. And all Law and Crime has updated us on is that the lunch break is still in progress. So thank you so much, my aim. Kamala hits me with a 5. Thank you, Kamala. She says, I asked yesterday for a closer look of your statue. Surprised she is Lady Justice. I thought she was Venus in Florida, received our ballot in a folder. Oh, okay. So a few things. So thank you, Kamala. Yes, that is Lady Justice. I showed you guys that she is broken. These are her scales. I tried to, mend it together with a little staple. Like this thing has been broken so many times. I'm just going to order a new one. But I like having Lady Justice back there. So I will order a new one for sure. You thought it was Venus, huh? Because she's missing an arm. She was holding a sword, but in the moving boxes, got damaged.
That
it's
any
about
of the
time.
attorneys
Thank you, Kamala.
believe they want to ask. Do y'all know that now, or do you just want to? Yeah, I will plan to be the one making the queries, and then I'll ask everybody if they've got any questions. And if you do at that point, you can let me know. Okay. All right. We need juror number 387 out, please.
Uh-oh. We might be hearing about that juror again. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh, no. Is it that same juror?
No. What? Not filmed. It can be like audio recorded.
Love doesn't want it filmed.
Not filmed. Okay. I mean, you can't film the juror. You can film the rest of us.
Okay, so
if you want
this is a different juror. Thank you, Danielle. 387 is not 56. Thank you, guys. What's going on?
Even if it's just one juror.
What's going on, y'all? Guess. What do you think is happening?
Hey, if you could just grab a seat. I got a couple of questions. So I know that earlier this week, your employer reached out to you and inquired whether this this trial that you're on was over. And eventually just said, okay, just send me the next juror excuse note. And I have been in contact with the employer to find out exactly what got said. And so she shared with me y'all's text chain about that. And essentially she says, she just asks, are you still on jury duty? And you say yes. And you ask if everything's okay. And she says, yes, your teammate came in asking which trial you were a juror for and that a specific trial was over. And your response was, everybody and their mama keeps saying that. So what we would like to find out is what anybody might have communicated to you. And I know sometimes you cannot help if people just come up and blurt something out, and hopefully to say, I can't talk about the trial, but.
Can y'all type everybody and your mama in the chat? Let's keep going. This person just wants to keep their job.
What has anybody communicated to you about? And you know that we started with 6 and we now have 2, and I instructed you, don't worry about the reasons for it. Has anybody communicated anything to you? And if so, what?
More so the decrease of the complaints.
Okay.
That's been most of the communication where people assume I wasn't here this week.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you one more thing, and then she, after you say that, she says, well, that's the reason I'm reaching out. And you said he was one of 6 to are finishing the trial. Who do you mean by he?
The communication when I got it was more so specific to say who wasn't here anymore and why they assumed the case was over.
And who would you have gotten that communication
The
from?
teammate called, the teammate that made it
Oh,
to her.
okay.
Called to specify what she meant. I didn't call her, she called me.
Okay, and what did she communicate to you? Just that,
Williams wasn't here.
okay. And did she say anything other than Williams isn't a part of the trial anymore?
No.
Okay.
They would assume him not being in the trial.
Meant the trial was over with. Okay, and do you recall the instruction I gave you on Monday, you and the rest of the jury on Monday morning, to essentially not speculate about any reasons why, and that shouldn't have any impact on your verdict or your deliberations?
Because the communication with staff was just trying to figure out how we were supposed to address it.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, you haven't done anything wrong, we just have to figure out, because obviously y'all are supposed to only consider the case based on the evidence and the information you get from here in the courtroom. So just want to make sure that you are able to, I know this communication came after my instruction, so are you still able to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. I'll excuse you back to the jury room. We'll have all of y'all out in just a sec.
Oh my God, y'all. She technically told her, like, she told them what was going on with the
Okay.
case. and she's not
Anything
supposed
anybody
to.
wants to put on the record after that?
Your Honor, given that she didn't indicate, as the court said it was looking to hear, I don't suppose so.
No.
What?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
We have to still, we're fine and ready to continue forward.
Okay, and Mr. Weinstein?
No issues from Mr. Kendrick.
Okay, great. Then let's get the state's next witness and we'll get the jury out.
Oh my.
Which number it is.
So issue with the juror, guys. She had been talking to her manager or her boss, and her boss was inquiring if the case is still going on. And the juror did reveal that they went down from 6 defendants to 2. And apparently another coworker had called her and said that Williams wasn't there anymore. And the juror is not supposed to talk about the case with other people at all, even if it's your employer. So, the judge is like, hey, you didn't do anything wrong. But the juror also said that everybody in their mama keeps saying that.
Y'all are
the case
still
is
having
over.
your witnesses, if they've got a stack of pictures or something, look at those beforehand, right? Okay.
That was my fault this morning.
Okay.
She lives in Macon, so I didn't get to see her.
Okay,
I apologize.
that's okay.
The judge found out about the text because the manager sent it to the judge. The judge received the screenshot of the text from the manager themselves, because they're like, hey, listen, I talked to this employee. What are we doing? Is she still going to be on jury duty? We're hearing that the trial is over. So the manager, I think, is innocent in this whole thing. But the juror says, everybody and their mama keep saying that. So she probably assumed that the trial was over, Crazy work. Jury is coming in for our afternoon session right now, and we will continue on. They're bringing in their next witness. We saw about 3 or 4 witnesses today. Some are involved with the gun, the chain of custody for the gun. Oh, who's that? It's our next
And I can't remember if it was detective or investigator.
Either one.
Okay, you've been with us before, so I'll just remind you, you're still under oath, and you can go ahead and have a seat.
Detective Holden, welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm great, thank you.
All right. I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the 400 block of Windsor Street Southwest, the intersection of Windsor Street and Interstate 20, Atlanta, Georgia?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And is that location in Fulton County?
It is.
Why did you respond to that location?
I'm a homicide investigator. There was a homicide that occurred in that intersection, and I was assigned to be the lead investigator for that.
What time did you respond to that location?
I think I got the call around 10:30 at night. And then I arrived sometime after that.
Once you responded to the location, what, if anything, did you find?
Oh, well, I was told that the incident occurred at the intersection of I-20 or underneath the bridge or close to the bridge, I-20 on Windsor Street. I came in off of Fulton Street, I believe, and came in and saw there was a large area surrounding the intersection that was surrounded by a crime scene tape. I pulled up. I was informed by one of my coworkers who was already on scene that the person that had discovered the car and the body was still on scene. And also I checked in with the person that was keeping track of the crime scene log, and I chose to talk with the person that discovered the body first. So I approached him first and interviewed him.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 65 VV.
Okay.
I'm going to also show you 67 VV. Is that the area in which you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, you said you spoke with a witness on the scene. Do you remember that witness's name?
It's Mr. Cheeseburger, I believe his name.
Mr. Cheeseburger.
And was he able to provide you information? Without telling me what he said, was he able to provide you information?
Yes, he told me what his experience was there, yes.
Okay. Were there any other officers or investigators assisting you when you arrived on scene?
There were, I think Sergeant Butler was there from Homicide, as well as a Detective Churchill was already on scene. Those are the two I remember offhand that were there. I know Detective Butler, or excuse me, Sergeant Butler. I was at home when I received the call, so I had to come from home. They were in the office. Sergeant Butler had checked the camera and knew that there was a camera at that intersection, and he happened to save the photo. The camera at the DOT there does not record, but it does show live images, but that camera just so happened to have frozen at the point where Mr. Cheeseburger was getting out of his car to go check on the person in the red car.
When you got there and after you spoke with Mr. Cheeseburger, spoke with Sergeant Butler, spoke with Detective Churchill, did you make any observation about the vehicle?
I did.
What did you observe?
Well, the car was in the intersection in the far left lane at the red light, stopped. The driver's side door was open. There were bullet holes in the passenger side of the car, and some of the glass is broken out. And the driver of the vehicle was sitting in the driver's seat.
I know Marie, Mom.
Deceased.
I'm just being.
And there was a pistol in the front seat laying in the passenger seat. It had the passenger side glass is broken out, and there was glass fragments on top of the pistol.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 77 VV.
There you go.
Now, looking at 77 VV, was there any significance to you about how the glass was sitting on top of the gun?
Yes, from my experience, I believe the gun was sitting on the seat when the shooting happened, and the glass was broken and exploded inward and landed on top of the gun, which indicates to me that it was not used in the interaction. It was just laying in the seat.
And did you ever have the occasion to view more in depthly the victim who was in the driver's seat?
I did, yes.
Did you notice anything with the victim when he was in the driver's seat?
Most notably, his right hand was inside his pants.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
Commissioner. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 202 VV and 203 VV.
Yes,
Do you recognize 202 VV and 203 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Those were, when the crime scene is there and the medical examiner is there, they examine the body. The medical examiner does his examination, and our ID unit follows behind and also takes pictures. These photographs are of when the medical examiner was examining the body, and he was pulling back the pants to see what he was holding on to.
Okay. And I'm going to, this is a very accurate depiction of what the medical examiner saw back on March 14, 2022.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 202 VV and 203 VV into evidence.
They're admitted.
I'm going to publish 202 VV on the screen, and I'm going to hand publish 203 VV. Looking at 202 VV, is that how you found the victim's hand when you walked around, saw the body?
Yeah, the medical examiner is pulling his pants back, but it's very similar, yes.
Right. And then looking at 203 VV, is that where his hands were?
Yes.
Now, once you made some observations of the body, what, if anything, did you do next?
Well, part of my initial visit to the crime scene is I try to gather any physical evidence or determine if there's any kind of evidence on the scene that's going to be interest to me or my further investigation. In this particular instance, we did a very thorough search for any shell casings. So obviously, we assumed there should be some shell casings in the intersection, or at least near the car, because of the amount of the shots that went into the car. We didn't find any. We did a very thorough investigation, and we didn't find any shell casings. No physical evidence outside the car was discovered.
And as an investigator, was that a note to you that you did not find any shell casings?
Yes. I mean, at that particular time, I had a couple theories. Was either he was shot, the shell casings landed in the intersection, and during the period of time before the shooting happened and he was discovered, with the cars driving through the intersection, and might have kicked up some shells and moved him out of the way. They got gone, or he was shot from inside a car and the shell casings were inside the vehicle he was shot from. And those were just my assumptions on the scene at that time.
And while on scene, did you have crime scene come and process the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you already discussed, did the medical examiner's office come out and also examine the body and also remove the body from the scene?
They did, yes.
When you first arrived on scene, did you have knowledge of the identity of the victim?
Not immediately, no, but there was a fingerprint scanner that was brought to the scene. That's a device that we use when we're trying to identify anybody, really. But it's a pretty slick machine where you can take a fingerprint, place it on. It's a mobile device, like this pretty large cell phone shaping.
And were you able to determine the victim's identity?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Shamal Drinks.
And you have a date and the date of birth.
Yes, ma'am. His date of birth was 11/8 of 98.
Damn, he was so young. 1998.
How old was he?
I don't know, let's do some math. 98. I can do it. Hold on a second.
Okay. Would have been 23?
24, well, it depends on his birthday.
23, 24, yeah.
Now, after Mr. Drinks was taken from the scene, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How?
Well, I didn't really have a whole lot to go on at that time on the scene. We had identified the victim, but other than that, physical evidence was really non-existent. I received a phone call from a Detective Grimsley. It's a friend of mine who works in auto crimes enforcement in the city. He was working that night and he had taken upon himself to look at some of the city cameras to see if he saw anything. And he called me and said that he saw 2 cars following out the victim out of the BP station. You can see on the camera the red car and the 2 white cars going down to that intersection, the 2 white cars pulling up beside, and then they take off to the intersection and the red car stays there. So that was a clue for me to go back to at least investigate and gather the video from the BP station at the corner of Windsor and Fulton Street to see if there was anything on that video that might help with the investigation.
Did you initially try to look at the city cameras that Grimsley first observed what he told you?
I did. I looked at them.
And
that particular camera is a long ways from the intersection. You can see, but it's grainy. It's not very clear. It just gave me really just a clue or an initiative or a idea that, yeah, there may be something there, but there's nothing definitive could be determined from the city video.
And the cameras that he was looking at, did you know where those cameras were located?
I'm near Richardson, I think. Richardson and Fulton Street.
Richardson and Fulton or Richardson and Windsor?
Windsor, I'm sorry, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 217 Victor Victor and 218 Victor Victor.
Yep,
Tell me if you recognize 217 and 218.
I do.
How do you recognize 217 and 218 Victor Victor?
Both of those pictures are taken from Windsor Street at Richardson, where the camera is located.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area of Windsor and Richardson Street? Fair and accurate depiction, Fulton and Windsor Street, Windsor and Richardson Street.
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 215,
213 VV 218 or 217
217 and 218.
Not him correcting her.
That's your admitted. Permission to publish. You may. And I want to look at 218 VV. Your permission for Detective Hogan to step down briefly? Permission for him to step down briefly?
Sure.
Looking at 218 VV, where would the BP gas station be as it relates to this intersection of Windsor and Richardson?
Sure. Go down to the next intersection on the other side of Fulton Street on the right-hand corner. Is that BP?
And from this picture, are you able to see where I-20 is?
Yes, but it's in the distance.
Where is
You
this?
see the bridge really.
Thank you so much. Now, did you ever go and obtain the surveillance video from the BP
I also
gas
couldn't
station?
hear them.
I did.
Did you obtain any other surveillance video?
I did.
Okay, where else did you obtain surveillance video from?
From the BP station, King's Liquor Store, which is in the same building behind the BP station downstairs. And then there's a FedEx building on the west side of Windsor, closer to the intersection of Windsor and I-20.
And did you view the surveillance video that you obtained?
I did.
And did you find anything of note on those surveillance videos?
I did.
All right. And have you had opportunity to look at those surveillance videos as well as a compilation video in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission for me to sit while I publish some videos? Thank you.
You may.
She did in my hometown of Boston, Stephanie. I think it was
I'm
in
going to publish State's Exhibit
August.
116 BV. Can you orient the jurors as to what they are looking at in 116 BV in this particular surveillance video?
These images are from an elevated position in the front of the BP store. At the top of the screen is Fulton Street that runs east and west. Off the screen, but to the right side of the picture is Windsor Street that runs north and south.
And I'm going to begin publishing at 39 seconds. And do you know if this is camera 19 of the surveillance video?
Yes.
Was there anything of note looking so far in camera 19?
Well, the white Audi that just pulled in and backed into the parking space off camera, that turned out to be important.
I'm going to pause at 1:08.
Tell us how, please.
Next, we're going to go to camera 3. Beginning at 00. I'm going to pause for a moment at 17 seconds. Do you see anything that occurs in the top left corner of the video?
Yes, ma'am. That's the Audi that backed into the parking space. When it went off camera on camera 19, it backed into the front, from near the front doors of the store. And you just, this camera angle just barely caught the right rear of the car backing into space.
And I'm going to continue playing at 18 seconds. And is this the inside of the BP gas station?
It is, yes.
Pausing at 1 minute And 2 seconds, was there anything of note for you in that frame?
Yes, ma'am. I determined that the person who just walked in with the pink hat on was involved.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Just moving forward, I'm just gonna object to conclusory statements.
Sustained. Disregard that last answer.
I'll ask that question. Was there any person of interest to you in that photo? I mean, that portion of the video? Without
there-
saying why, was there a person of interest?
Yes,
And who was the person of interest?
the person in the pink hat.
Man, do I have some tea for y'all.
Go back to camera 19.
I got some tea for y'all. Lord. No, the tea is hot.
Your Honor, can we vote for a second?
Yes.
I was interested.
I'm verifying some things, guys. I'm verifying some things. But the tea is, woo, I just need to prep it, get it ready. But there has been a document that has been filed this morning. For those of that, we're on break anyway, so the timing is good. But I'm choosing to do this. We're not on lead side, but I'm gonna do it as a favor for a brother. You guys know Dennis Byron, and you also know Sylvia. I think it was about a week ago, on one of the most pivotal days for what was happening in the courtroom. So many of us were in the dark. Both Dennis and Sylvia have done an excellent job covering this case individually. Lead and I have been trying to get them to squash the beef, all those things. And Dennis has always been, I'm a positive. Dennis has always been amazing to me. I've never had any issues with him in particular. You guys know that their Rule 22s were revoked, right? And I don't know if you guys remember, but on lead side, Dennis told us the reason why his Rule 22 was revoked. And it was because of the infamous picture of Young Thug, with a sweatshirt on that said, "I love Mariah," for Mariah's birthday. I just received the document that was filed in court this morning to Miss Paige Whitaker to see if we can, or Judge Whitaker rather, to see if we can get that Rule 22 revoked because of one thing. One of the deputies had directed Dennis to take that photo, to snap that photo, things of the like. So on the next break, I will bring that document up and we'll take a look together. But huge shout out to Dennis. I really hope that the judge reconsiders. He's a great journalist, had covered the OJ case, had covered so many trials, Tory Lanez, all those things. He's been in the eyes and ears in the courtroom for a really long time. So I want to be able to show that to you guys as well. It's about a page long and we'll go from there. Let's keep going.
We're going to fast forward to 1 minute and 59 seconds. And was there anything of note to you in this particular frame?
Yes, I was interested in the white car that just pulled into the gas pumps and the occupants of that car.
And there's
Yes,
two white cars, one that's kind of backing up and the one at the pump. You said-
that's correct. Yes, at the gas pump.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Hilton, are you the one operating the screen right now? Okay, if you recall what we discussed at the bench.
I'm just trying to get some stuff.
Maybe y'all need to leave that with Ms. Knight.
I said revoked, modified. It was modified. My bad, guys. Long night.
Now posting at 1:37. Did you see the individual that got out of the white vehicle and turned to this court in this way?
Yes.
For the record, which individual walked out of the white vehicle? Was the individual in the beige outfit?
Person that we have with a beige jacket and the green hoodie underneath.
Now beginning this at 26 seconds. And looking at the video, do you see in this upper corner outside of the store that same white Audi? Are you able to see it?
Yeah, you see the tail light shining through the window.
And is that here where the arrow is pointing?
Yes. You can see the door just opened and somebody exited the driver's side and is walking in.
And did you see the same individual in the pink as we saw in the earlier camera footage walking and stuff?
Yes, yes.
And then you see the same individual in the beige and the hoodie walk in as well.
Yes. And then the person with the pink hat puts the item on the counter and the person with the green hoodie pays for it for him.
And the third individual that just walked in, was there anything of note for that third individual for you?
Yes, the young man that had the shower cap on and the white shirt that said Slimer down the back, he was a passenger in the white car at the gas pumps, the Ford Fusion. He got out of the car and came in the store after the driver had come in.
And you eventually see the person with the green hoodie at 4 minutes and 14 seconds in the video come back into the store.
Yes, he had walked back to the car and then walked back into outside the store, making a purchase.
Now, does this camera or video image pick up where that last one ended?
Yes.
And we'll start at 0.3 seconds within the video?
I feel like we've seen this damn video so many times from different angles. BP gas station. We had the gas station guy up there yesterday, Sandeep, the cashier. Now we have someone else with the same video. What does the video prove? Tell us, please.
And we're going to pause at 48 seconds within this frame.
Right. No McDonald's video that got recorded over. Like, what? You can't make this up.
Starting back at camera 19 at 00, we're going to fast forward to 1 minute and 13 seconds.
The red car pulling into the gas pumps there now is the victim, Shamal Drinks. He's alone in the car.
Is that
Now,
the same
here we
red
go.
vehicle that you see at the light?
That is, yes, yes. And
Okay.
you see the driver of the Ford Fusion walks up and gets in his car.
Okay. So Shamel was at this gas station, went inside to buy something, got in the car. Makes better sense. Maybe set it up that way. She should have like just led with this. I don't understand.
Mr. Drakes exits the vehicle and walks into the store.
Okay, wearing the black. All right. Gray pants.
Fast forward to 3:47, 59, 3:47.
Oh my God, Variant. I need a spa day so
And
bad.
then Mr. Drakes returns from the store into his car.
Great idea. I don't think I've been to a spa since February this year. Damn, it's overdue.
Going to publish camera 14. Beginning at 2:04.
That's Mr. Drakes walking in with the gray sweatpants and the black hoodie.
So that's him. Gray sweatpants, black hoodie. He's exiting.
He exits the store.
And is that what picks up on the camera and we just see when he walks
When he
back?
returns to his car, yes.
Some of you guys have seen this footage already.
Showing back camera 3 at 14 seconds. Is this just a close-up view from behind the register of what we just saw in those last 2 clips?
Yes, that wasn't the victim, but yes, it is.
Was that the other individual that we've been talking about?
It's the driver of the white Fusion, yes.
starting at 143. And is this still the Audi that we saw earlier?
Yes, it's still sitting there with the tail light. You can see the tail light in the left-hand top corner of the frame.
Okay, so this puts both cars at the gas station location. Audi is parked right there at the store. Drinks' red car is at the pump. Did that dude just throw a box of condoms there? He does not want his Trojan Magnums anymore. Okay. Do you not want your Trojans? Please don't do this to Sandeep. Do you want the Trojans or not? Here's your cash. Go. Get out. Get out. Leave.
Yeah, well, that's just a close-up angle of what we saw earlier.
That's correct.
I would hate to be a gas station person, like being a cashier.
And going back to camera 19. Starting at 11 seconds.
Yeah, y'all don't think it looks good for Shannon. Let's do a poll. Hold up. We might have to put a poll up.
Do you still see the red vehicle and the white vehicle both at the pumps?
Yes.
And based on your observation, had this white car been sitting for a few minutes at this point?
Yes.
And is the Audi still over here,
Yes, ma'am.
off camera?
That's correct.
Yeah, no shame in it, being a gas station attendant, but you got to deal with the public. It's not always going to be pleasant. The poll is up. Do you guys think that this footage looks good for Shannon? Is that the Audi leaving? Confusion.
And it's a red car pulling off.
See, so we thought that was you. All right, so here's Shamel leaving. No lights on. There's the Audi following
See the
him.
red car pulls out on Windsor Street.
Oh.
Exit. The Audi follows directly
no.
behind. And then
Oh,
the
no.
white Ford Fusion falls in behind the Audi.
Oh, no.
And was that everything of note to you on the BP gas station video?
Yes.
It's still not enough to prove it. Still circumstantial. Oh, no.
And did you also then review images from the King's liquor store video?
I did.
I agree. It's circumstantial. I still think that they need more proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You need that. Not Keefy D and Tupac. Thank you, Nini. A lot of you guys saw the aunt talking about this on Sylvia's.
We're going to begin 36 minutes into the video.
So this camera is posted on the outside of the King's liquor store there, pointing out toward Windsor. It's not as detailed, it's a little further away. It's not as high quality of an image as I was getting from the BP, but I was able to see from that vantage point.
And is this Windsor Street right here?
That's correct, yes.
And on the bottom of here, while there's a 2-bar cover, is there a timestamp at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so, yes.
Starting at posting at 36. Do you see the timestamp down at the bottom?
I can't see it now.
You can or cannot?
I cannot. But
Do you see the timestamp in the far right corner?
no, ma'am.
Look behind you.
Oh, yes.
And what was the,
It's not on this one.
not this? What is the time on the bottom right hand corner?
This is 10:01 p.m. on the 14th of March, 2022. You see the red car go by?
Was it approximately 10:01:08?
Yes, then there's a white car closely followed behind it. At 10:01, 20 something. And there was another white car as well, falls in.
Do we see the white? Oh, is that it? Was that it right there? The white car that just went by?
Is this the red car?
There you go. Yep.
Okay, so there's a red one. Boom, white
And is
car,
this the first
one.
white car you
That's
saw?
the first white car, yes.
Boom, white car,
There's the
two.
second, yes.
Okay.
It's difficult to determine make and model from that vantage point, but the colors were the same.
Now show you what's been admitted as 117 BB publishing.
Yeah, you guys are not feeling it because it's still a side view. It's not the exact plates. Y'all are not convinced.
Looking at what's been admitted as 117 BB. Where's this surveillance video from?
This is from the FedEx building. It's on the west
Oh, the
side of
FedEx
Windsor.
with the barbed wire.
The top left-hand corner is where you see the light shining. That's the intersection, the red light intersection just before you go under I-20 at Windsor Street.
And is this the light right here where the hand is circling?
Yes.
These are crimes that took place years ago, too.
I'm gonna fast forward to 1 hour and 1 minute into the video. Approximately 1 hour and 44 seconds.
There's just so much missing to this story because even with Shermel drinks, like what was the motive? What happened? What is the narrative? You need to get through that quick. Bang, bang, bang. Here's why this happened. Here's why it's convincing, jury. White car, number one. At the stoplight, you see the red car. White
The car that
number
just pulled
two.
up to the light now is stopped. That's the red vehicle.
This car right here?
Yes. The Audi, the first car to follow the red car out is the Audi, the white Audi. It's right next to it.
That right here?
Yes. And then the Ford Fusion is right to the right of that.
That right here.
That's correct.
Now, is there traffic going in the opposite direction where the cars are stopped right now?
Yes, there's traffic now trying to go onto I-20 eastbound.
And so the car where Mr. Drinks and the two white cars are a red light.
That's correct. It's red light now. And the Audi takes off through traffic, through the red light, as well as the white car, the Fusion.
So the Audi Fusion go through the red light.
Well, the Audi did, yes, ma'am.
And was there still oncoming traffic coming as they were going through that light?
Yes, there was. And then that car did a U-turn, which is a little odd.
What the hell?
Why do you say it was odd?
I don't know if what they witnessed or if they heard anything, but it's suspicious to me that at that particular time, since the red car no longer does not move, and it was around the same time that the murder occurred, that vehicle might have been privy to some information. It's my assumption.
Were you ever able to locate?
Oh, somebody said.
Say again?
Were you ever able to determine what vehicle that was that made?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So is that where the
Now, when you
underpass
approached the
is?
vehicle, the red vehicle, when you got on scene, were there any defects to the back of the vehicle?
All were on the driver's side.
But driver's side, passenger side?
I'm sorry, the passenger side of the vehicle, yes. I don't recall any in the rear.
And this now the car's still stationary?
Yes, it does not move anymore. It stays there till we get there.
But how is his foot still on the brake? I don't get this. How is the car still stopped if he's shot?
I'm going to fast forward.
Is he still alive?
127. And as I fast forward, is the car still sitting there?
Yes, ma'am.
Start at 127.02. And at 127.02, is the car still sitting there?
Yes.
His leg could have got jammed. But Max was asking about this, like your leg could get jammed. But you don't, like as a living human being, don't you need force? But when you're dead, can you still apply force? I don't know. Maybe it was jammed. I don't know. This is interesting that the car is not moving.
And do you see your car pull up on the opposite side of the street to the red car?
Yes.
And based on what you know,
police
that's the
lights.
chief of the car.
That was, yes.
It was at approximately 127, 1 hour, 27 minutes into this video.
Yes.
And the car was stationary beginning at 1 hour and 1 minute into this video.
That's correct.
Okay, so you have the two white cars approaching, and then the person that probably saw what happened turned right the hell around, because we see people in Atlanta do that. Shootings, they are like, I'm out,
Have you
I'm
actually
done.
look at a kind of a compilation video of all of those three videos kind of spliced together?
Yes.
And did that appear to be a fair, accurate? Is this what's contained in 250 BP?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of those surveillance images that we recognize?
They were, yes, they are.
Right, just trying to see what I can trigger in the mid 230 BP.
All right, that is admitted, 230 VV.
She just takes too long presenting this evidence. It's not going to stick well with the jury. It hasn't been. Have it ready. Clip it up. I'm a YouTuber. I can tell you, clip up the video before you come to court.
I'm sorry, where's the publisher?
You may.
So the Audi comes in, backs into the parking space.
And look at the bottom of the video. Is there a timestamp on the video? Can you see the timestamp?
Yes, it says 21:51, which is, it's 9:51 PM.
And is it on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
That's my question, Scott. Maybe I missed it. What is the friggin' motive? How do they know? What was the problem? What was the core of the issue? Before you start putting this in front of a jury, like, let people know.
Confusion arrives at the gas pump, and the driver gets out, walks inside. He's followed inside a short time later by the driver's side rear passenger.
And what time is it now? This is the time.
Says 21, when the camera changed, it changed to 21:50 on the March 14th, 2022.
All right, so that's Shamel in there first, it looks like. Then the dude with the white
Car
hoodie
backing
comes
into
in.
the space outside the window.
Oh, no. Okay.
See the tail lights
So the Audi
in the
parks.
car.
And again, that's it with the Audi, correct?
That's correct. That's the Audi that backed into the front just prior to the engine arriving. At some point, you can see it. It's hard to see, but you can see through the window that the driver's side door opens. And the driver steps out and walks inside. You can follow him from this angle, follow him to the front door, and it's the young man wearing a pink hat and glasses. So that's at 20:51, and then shortly thereafter, the driver of the Ford Fusion comes in.
And did you mean 21:51 or 9:51?
That's correct. That's what I said. I probably said that.
And at the time, did you know the names of any of these individuals who were in these videos at all?
I had no idea. So 21:52, 11 seconds or thereabouts.
There's the
Driver
guy, the
Fusion
white.
in the beige jacket, the hoodie, green hoodie coming in. He comes in and he buys something for the driver of the Audi in the pink hat.
Who is that though? Is that Shannon?
Then the passenger from the Ford Fusion comes in, and the driver of the Audi interacts with him, indicating to me that they knew each other.
Hmm.
And then the passenger exits with the other two drivers. Okay, now we're back at 2153. 953, the driver of the Fusion and the passenger walk back to the Fusion.
Okay, Shannon's in the pink. Okay. Nichols with the green. Nichols in the white. That does look like his body,
I'll get back in the car and sit there for a few
like
minutes.
his demeanor. Yeah, the person with Shannon definitely looks like a child.
And what time is it now?
2154, 20 seconds. It's 9:54, it's almost 10 o'clock. On the same day. Driver of Fusion is out and wants back in the store.
And so that same 9:54 time.
That's correct, 9:54. Makes a purchase.
It's said to be one of the quays. Here's drinks pulling in.
And is this the red car with Mr. Drinks arriving?
That's correct. So Mr. Drinks arrives as the driver of the Ford Fusion is walking back to his car.
And what time is it now?
It's at 21:56. I believe, yep, 21:56 on the same day. 4 minutes before 10 o'clock at night.
And has the driver of the Ford Fusion already got back into the car?
Yes, ma'am. He's
You
returned to
said
the
that.
driver's seat.
You should have said
They
it
sit
when it
there.
happened, Simone.
Both the Fusion and the Audi sit there until Mr. Drinks leaves.
She didn't even effectively question him to get that part out. You should, as soon as we saw it, you should have said it. I can't with this case. All of this should have been cut out. All right, he gets out. He's getting out. Door open. Shit, let me try it. All right, he gets out. Walks into the store. This is
Mr.
drink.
Drink goes in to the store, makes a purchase.
And what time is it now?
21:57 on the same day.
He enters the store. There he is.
And this gentleman has the Ford Fusion is saying idle for approximately since about 21.
Everybody else already left. They're in there, not left, but they're not in the store. They're in the car. They're sitting.
And the Audi, have you seen any more activity since 2154, 2155?
No, ma'am.
They're all sitting outside. He's buying something, he's paying for it. He's looking for something in his pockets. There it is. There's a condom dude. The Magnum guy. All right, looks like Drinks is leaving the store.
Mr. Drinks leaves.
And what time is it now?
21:59. We're at 21:58 now on the camera 19. $21.59. There's Mr. Drinks exiting the store.
All right, back to the car.
And it has the forfeiture now that's in item for about 3 minutes.
Yes.
And from your observation, had multiple cars come and gone in the period of time when both the Audi and the Ford Fusion are sitting idle.
Yes.
All right, so he's pumping gas. 2 white cars are still there. And remember, they had been in and out of the store before, so you would think that they would leave.
And what time is it now?
So it's 10 o'clock. 2200.
Done pumping gas, getting back in the car, started up. Chamel's probably on his way out. There's me and my Hellcat backing out. AV leaves the scene of the crime. So does the silver car. This other white car is on its way out too. We all out.
And is it 22:01 or 10:01 p.m.?
It's 22:01 right now on the video.
And does the red car pull off at
There's Chamel.
10:01 p.m. in the video?
Yes.
Chamel, no lights on, pulling out.
And
Audi
then
follows.
the white Audi pulled off.
That's correct.
And has the white Audi been sitting idle for about at least 5 minutes prior to him pulling off?
Yes. And then the Fusion as well.
Fusion
And
follows.
that was sitting idle for about 5 minutes prior to him pulling off.
Yes.
She's trying to put it together now. Now you go to the next business over and you can see the same cars traveling down.
This camera's capturing images of the metadata on that. It says it's not a military.
Hellcat, Mustang, same thing.
There's a red car go by at 10:01. Followed by the white car at 10:01 in some seconds. And then the third car, the white car, at 10:01.
And then does it pick up with the FedEx images that we saw a few moments ago?
That's correct.
Now, did you, as you were watching the video, take still images of some of the certain portions of each of those videos?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 204 VV through 215 VV. And have you had the opportunity to look at these previously? And then 245 VV through 247 VV.
Yes, I have.
And were those very accurate pictures of the screenshots that you took from the surveillance videos that we just seen?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 245 VV through 247 VV, and then 204 VV through 215 VV.
All right, those are admitted.
Now, Investigator Hogan, how many homicides have you handled where there has been a vehicle associated with the potential perpetrators of the homicide?
I hadn't kept count, but a great number of homicides or vehicles are utilized.
For those cases that you have, about how many of those cases does this target vehicle have tinted windows?
Judge, Your Honor, relevance.
Can you establish the relevance of that?
She cannot.
Yes. Let me back up. The Audi vehicle that you were observing, did it have tinted windows?
It appeared to, yes.
And in the cases that you've dealt with that have target cars or vehicles related to a homicide, is it uncommon for those target vehicles to have tinted windows?
Relevance.
Seems sustained at this point.
Now, after looking at the surveillance video, did you receive any assistance from a Detective Bender?
I did.
And how did Detective Bender assist you?
Well, we work together quite often in our investigations. Detective Bender is, she sits real near me in the office, or sat real near me in the office. And she asked if she could help, and I asked her to help me identify. I knew that she was very good with our camera system, our LPR system, that captures tags. So I asked her to help me identify the cars, see if she could find the cars on the system and identify their tag numbers for me, which she was able to do pretty quickly.
And were there any particular LPR reads that were significant to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the reads that were significant to your investigation?
So Detective Bender was able to find a white Audi that hit on a license plate reader at Windsor at Richardson Street, which is right around the corner, at 9:49 p.m. on the night of the murder, as well as a white Ford Fusion that was closely following behind it. That was at 9:50. So one was at 9:49, one was at 9:50. They were both headed in the direction of the BP station.
And is that the same area where that Vic camera was located in the picture that we looked at earlier today?
Yes, yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, after learning of the LPR reads, did you get any other investigative assistance?
I did.
What other assistance did you receive?
I was at my desk, I was going through the video, and I had some really good video of who I consider persons of interest or suspects in the murder, but I didn't have any idea who they were. So I was going through the video and taking screenshots out of facial shots as close or detailed as I could get. My intentions were to post those in a citywide email throughout to the police department to see if anybody would recognize who they were. And I could put a face with a name or a name with a face. As I'm doing that, Detective Bender is searching the LPRs. All this kind of came together at the same time. And then a detective, Marissa Viverito and Sergeant Belknap from the gang unit visited the office and came to my desk. Detective Viverito happened to see, or I asked her, do you recognize this guy? And she said she did. And since she recognized two of the individuals that I had identified as suspects in the murder.
Okay.
Between her and Sergeant Belknap.
And do you recall what day of your investigation this interaction occurred with Investigator Viverito?
It happened on the 14th. It was either the 15th or the 16th. I don't remember exactly what day it was. Took the warrants out, I think, on the 16th. So I don't remember when I got the video, but it was the 15th or the 16th, one of those days.
And was Investigator Viverito able to show you any pictures regarding any of the individuals that were contained in the video?
Yes, she had been called out, and the gang unit had been called out to an incident where there were several gang members inside of a house that they, being from the gang unit, went and responded to the house. And while they were there, they took pictures of cars and of the people that were there and detained. And she showed me images of the people that were there, including the two people she had identified, and they were still wearing the same clothes. The one image that I spotted was a young man in the back seat who was wearing the leopard print shower cap. He had it in his pocket at that residence on the call that Detective Viverito was on.
Okay. And at the time, do you recall, was Detective Viverito working in Atlanta Police Department, or was she working somewhere else at the time?
She's kind of jumped around. I think she was either with the DA's office and assigned there, or she was with the gang unit, but she was in between, or one of the two.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 166 VV.
There were, Nina, I saw that.
Okay.
And does 166 VV, is that the image that she showed you when you saw her at APD headquarters?
This is the image that Detective Viverito took on the call she was on after my murder. Again, the pink hat, the hoodie, the same hoodie, and just recognize the face.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 167 VV. Was this another one of the pictures that she showed you while you were at APD?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to get a name for the individual in 167 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Miles Farley.
Okay. And then were you able to get a name for the picture, for the person who was in 166 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Shannon Bernard Jackson.
And were you ever able to get a name for the third individual who was in the beige jacket and the green hoodie?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Cromarvius Nichols.
Mm-hmm. Now, were you also shown pictures of any vehicles by Investigator Viverito?
Yes.
And what picture did she show you?
I remember seeing a picture of the Audi.
Now, after looking at the surveillance video, looking at the LPR readers, and speaking with Investigator Viverito, did you request any other assistance as related to your investigation?
Detective Grimsley helped me with, once we determined the tag numbers of the Audi and the Ford Fusion, we discovered that the Audi was a rental car. Detective Grimsley, who was in auto crimes and has connections in regards to that, I asked him to help, and he made it was rented from Alamo. He contacted Alamo or put me in touch with a person from Alamo to give me the rental information for the Audi.
And were they able to provide you that rental information?
He did, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 186 VV. A. Tell me if you recognize 186 VVA.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 186 VVA?
This is the information, or it's a copy of the information I received from the rental car company.
Okay. And who was the renter of the vehicle?
It's indicated here it was Shannon Bernard Jackson.
It was at the same person that you had identified from the 2 surveillance videos.
That's correct, yes.
Excuse me, from the surveillance video from the picture.
That's correct, yes.
Did you ultimately take out warrants in this case?
I did.
And who did you take out arrest warrants for?
For Cormavius Nichols, Shannon Jackson, and Miles Farley.
And for what charges?
For murder.
Now, is there any significance to you as a homicide detective or investigator in the fact that a suspect vehicle is a rental vehicle?
Yes, I've found in my experience that, it's been my experience that rental vehicles are quite often used when there's a crime going to be committed or they're planning on doing a crime.
The snap of the glasses.
And what about, is there any significance of tint on vehicles as a homicide investigator?
My experience that people at tint windows are trying to hide who's in the car, or prevent people from seeing inside the car to see who's in it.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions, John.
All right.
Come on, Max.
I assume there's
Come
going
on.
to be a cross of
Let's
this
go.
witness. Do y'all want to take a break before, or is it just going to be short?
Let's go. Don't even do it.
It's going to take us to the end.
Okay. I mean, I figured it was going to take a little while. So let's take our afternoon break and then we'll come back with the cross of this witness.
All right, guys. So Max is saying that it is going to take him the rest of the day to complete the cross-examination of this witness. Shout out to Max. We know that he's going to come in hot because at the end of the day, this is Shannon, his client. This is his freedom. I'm going to bring us to current time to make sure that we are live. Read a few super chats. And also, before we go anywhere, before I get to the super chats, I did promise you guys an exclusive, and I'm going to go ahead and bring that to you right now. Shout out to Dennis Byron. You guys know that Dennis is huge on Twitter, has his own YouTube channel as well, and is the founder of the Hip Hop Inquirer. Dennis, along with infamous Miss Sylvia last week, for some reason, the judge wanted to limit their Rule 22s that had been approved by, I believe, the previous administration, previous judge, and she had modified them. Now, I do have those modification documents, but what that meant was just a limiting on film and things of the like. Their situations are very different. Allegedly, Miss Sylvia was filming in the courtroom, which, I mean, Lead and I did see because we were keeping you guys informed on what was going on after the motion for mistrial that Miss Westmoreland had put up. We were all trying to see what was going on in the courtroom. We were trying to get in touch with anybody that we could to see what was going on. And apparently the cameras were still rolling. That's Sylvia's situation. I will let her address that. Friend to the channel as well, never had any issues with Miss Sylvia. So I want her to be able to tell her own story on that one. And I don't want to speak on it if I don't know what went on, right? So anyway, that's Sylvia's story. Now with Dennis, last week, Lead and I were up. We invited Dennis up on Lead's channel and we talked about this. And Dennis actually shared something that nobody knew, okay? And the issue with Dennis's Rule 22 is that there was a photograph that was taken of Young Thug, and he was wearing a sweater, and that sweater said, "I love Mariah." And I believe it was on Mariah's birthday or something along those lines. Now, Mr. Byron has generously offered to send me his latest court filing that went directly to the judge's order. No one else has this, and I'm really happy that he trusts me. He trusted me enough to send it over. So you guys are in for a treat. While we're on this break, we're going to read it. It's not long at all. It's about 6 pages, but this was filed this morning. So let's look at this, okay? So Fulton County Superior Court, right-hand side of your screen, 11/6, which is today's date, filed at 10 a.m. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you guys can follow along. Now, what are we looking at? And let me make myself small. Thank you so much, Joyce. And I'm going to take you down for a second. And let's look at this document. So, State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. This is a motion to reconsider the revocation of Rule 22, electronic recording privileges. Comes now Dennis Byron, a member of the press and editor-in-chief of the Hip Hop Inquirer, and respectfully requests that this honorable court reconsider its order revoking the Rule 22. It does say "my," so I'm assuming that Dennis wrote this, put from the position of himself. It's pretty well written. It is kind of styled in a legal way. Usually with legal documents, you want to use specific fonts. So I would have definitely wanted to make sure that he had this in Times New Roman, but that's okay. That's just my law brain powering on, right? And so he's saying that the court revoked it on October 29th, which was last week, right? In support of this motion, he states the following. Let's talk about the intro and background. On October 29th, Judge Whitaker issued an order modifying Dennis's Rule 22 privileges, citing an alleged violation based off of a photo purportedly taken on October 28th, so the day before. Following the receipt of this order, Dennis contacted court attorney Laura Persifield. That is the judge's number 2. That's the woman that's always sitting in front of Judge Whitaker. And he contacted her for clarification. She, Ms. Persifield, informed Dennis that the alleged violation stemmed from a photograph. So they didn't hide the ball. They were like, hey, it came from a photo. That's why the judge ruled in the way that she did. Now, Dennis is saying that he categorically denies this allegation. He did not take any photos on October 28th, 2024. Now, here's the thing, guys. You're like, well, wait, AV, didn't Dennis take a photo? Like, didn't he do it? Well, what you're not seeing is that the photograph that he took with full permission from Young Thug was on October 24th, not the 28th in the way that the court alleges. So what's really going on here? You have a 4-day gap on the day that the photo was actually taken and the day that the court is saying that it's taken. Well, let's keep going. With the guidance and permission of law enforcement personnel present in the courtroom. This sentence right here is a bombshell. Yeah, he took a picture on this day with the guidance and permission of law enforcement personnel in the courtroom. So, not saying that it's anybody's fault, but if somebody is giving someone else direction to take a photo, guidance and permission, these are important terms. It's not the first time we've had issues with deputies in this courtroom. Remember the secret meeting? Judge Glenville wanted to know, who told you, Brian Steele? Who told you my courtroom My chambers are sacrosanct. The sacrosanctity of these chambers has been violated. Who told you? And if you don't tell me right now who told you, I'm going to put you in jail. Little did Judge Glanville know it was one of his deputies, an officer of the court in the courtroom. Now the deputies strike again. Here's the details in Dennis's motion. On October 24th, he was permitted to enter the courtroom to set up equipment at approximately 8:40 a.m. Supervised by Lieutenant Walker, the names are being named, of the Sheriff's Department. He expressly instructed not to direct, actually, let me just read it. I was expressly instructed not to direct my camera near the security checkpoint where the defendants would be brought in, which I complied with entirely. So he didn't do that. The lieutenant specifically requested that Dennis take a picture of defendant Jeffrey Williams for potential publication on TMZ because his girlfriend, Mariah the scientist, had a birthday approaching. In the lieutenant's words, Mr. Byron, take this picture of Thug and get it on TMZ. She even directed me on the composition. What does that mean? Meaning the pose. Asking not to include her in the image, meaning the deputy. This interaction was witnessed by at least 2 other deputies. Dennis has adhered to all directives of Rule 22 and have never previously faced accusations or findings of a Rule 22 violation during my extensive career as a journalist covering legal proceedings in Fulton County Superior Court or any other counties in the state of Georgia. And honestly, like even nationwide, you know. Next, due process and the right to be heard. As a member of the press who adheres strictly to courtroom regulations, I'm dismayed that this court issued the order modifying the Rule 22 privileges without a prior hearing. The revocation of privileges without due process or an opportunity to contest the allegations before the issuance of this order unfairly damages his professional reputation and impedes on his ability to cover a matter of national importance. Legal arguments and case law. Here it says the revocation of Rule 22 privileges without sufficient cause and due process violates the principles of free press and due process under the first, which is right. First goes to free press. Due process goes to the 14th Amendment. This court shall consider the following precedent. So it looks like he has case law here. He has one case there, 2 cases, 3, 4, 5. Now, whenever you have legal arguments, you do need to cite case law. So it looks like he pulled 5 cases and just gave you a brief sentence or 2 on what that case stands for, what you're supposed to do. And not saying that he hasn't done this because I haven't read it yet. But the important thing is you have to talk about what the rule of law is for each one of those cases. So this is Richmond v. Virginia. That is a Virginian case. It looks like it's 448 USC 1980. We have Press Enterprise versus California, 1984. Shepard v. Maxwell, 1966. Nebraska, 1977. Gannett in 1979. So these are, it looks like they're from other states in the like. So let's see what the cases stand for. First one, established that the public and the press have a First Amendment right to access criminal trials. That's true. We can all go into any courtrooms wherever we desire. Next one says, this case held that the media's rights to access court proceedings is fundamental with any limitations requiring the compelling jurisdiction. Next, recognize the press's role in providing oversight in the judicial process and emphasize the limitations on the press's activity and how it should be scrutinized. Next, emphasize that any court-ordered limitations on press activity must meet rigorous standards and serve a substantial public interest. And then lastly, acknowledge the necessity for public oversight in judicial proceedings, suggesting that restrictions on media access require specific findings justifying need. Okay, next, lack of specificity and prior warning. Specificity is be specific. Prior warning, give me a warning. The court's written order also vaguely referred to other prior issues without providing specifics on or past instances where I allegedly violated Rule 22. Without clear particulars or evidence of the prior incidents, this claim is both unsubstantiated and misleading. I have requested further details but have received no response, further undermining the basis of the revocation. He suffered some harm to his reputation. This order has already caused irreparable harm. Irreparable is an interesting term in the law. Irreparable means that it cannot be repaired. Irreparable harm to my reputation as a respected journalist. I have been publicly associated with allegations of misconduct that are both unfounded and false. I request that this court vacate the order immediately, or at minimum, if you don't want to change it immediately, at minimum, provide an opportunity for me to be heard. So he just wants to talk to the judge and explain his side of it. The request for a hearing, alternatively, reinstatement of privileges. Based on the facts, I respectfully request that this court do one of two things. One, give me a hearing. Conduct a hearing to address the allegations and clarify the factual circumstances surrounding this matter. I did this because they asked me to. I did this because it's supposed to help Doug. I did this because I took a photograph of this man wearing a sweater. It went viral. You guys say I did it on the 28th. It actually happened on the 24th, and it was at the direction of someone that works for this courthouse. That's the allegation. Let me talk to you, Judge. Let's do a hearing. Because the judge could also just ask the deputy herself. She could. Next, alternatively, vacate the order and reinstate his Rule 22. He just wants to be able to film again. And get the story out. Lastly, correction of record. Mr. Byron requests that the court formally acknowledge the lack of affiliation with Ms. Sylvia and confirm that any violations associated with Ms. Sylvia have no bearing. So he's just trying to make sure that, hey, Ms. Sylvia's stuff is different from my stuff. That's it. There's no affiliation there. My stuff is my stuff. I'm not gonna put words in his mouth, but I'm gonna focus on my stuff. Lastly, the conclusion. For the reasons above, I request that this honorable court reconsider it and vacate the revocation of his privileges. Now, the privileges have been adjusted. This says revocation, so I do want to look at it again. And it says which were revoked without sufficient cause, clear and convincing evidence, or due process. I look forward to a fair and prompt resolution. And that was submitted and also processed this morning. So interesting stuff. That's the tea on that. Wanted to give you guys a follow-up on that. We wish Dennis the best, and hopefully the judge will hear him out on this scenario. I mean, especially if the deputies are directing him to do it and they knew something about it, they could have spoke up and say, hey, no, we asked that he do this, or whatever the case may be. I think Dennis just wants a fair shot and to allow the judge to hear his side of it. That's it. So interesting stuff. The court are they still on break right now? They are still on break right now. I have this live as of 3:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let us come back to our super chats and go from there. I think we left off around here. Mr. Poindexter has been a member for 2 months, says 30-year nurse starting a channel inspired by AV. Well, wow, Mr. Poindexter, I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your YouTube journey. Always up and down, always a good thing, always a fun thing, but at the same time, it takes a lot of learning. It's a little bit of a learning curve, and I know you're going to be okay, especially if you take care of people asking you. So thank you so much, Mr. Poindexter. You Selling Me became a new member. Thank you so much, You Selling Me. Welcome to the community. Love the crown. Shout out to Alabama Gigi, who became a new member as well. Welcome, Gigi. I love it here. I like that picture too. It's very festive. It reminds me of Christmas. The Christmas spirit has entered the chat. Thank you so much. Shout out to Anthony with the 5 says, Can Thug appeal the plea sentencing? Any benefit to him? And good job. Thank you, Anthony. Can he appeal it? I mean, at this point, I don't think that he would. Is it possible? Maybe. But at the end of the day, where we are right now, I think he is satisfied with being free. And that was his biggest priority, because at the end of the day, the other thing he was faced with was signing that first count, that he is the kingpin, that he is equivalent to Al Capone, and signing something like that sticks with you forever. Did the state look at any bank account record, a bank statement, to see if he was funneling money from the proceeds of his business as an artist, from being a performer, to maliciously fund YSL, maliciously fund a criminal gang organization? I don't think so. I think he should leave it as is and just move forward with his life. And that's what he wants to. But thank you so much. It's going to be hard, though. We know that probation is a trap. It's going to be very hard and very tempting to stay clean, but I think you can do it. I think you can absolutely do it. So thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Rosa with the 5, says, love you, AV. What's your business mailing address? I made something for you. Rosa, thank you so much. Here's what you do. Email my team. We were very backed up on email. People are mad at us because of how backed up on email we are. When last week happened and Doug got released, we got slammed with emails. Slammed, between people being supportive, people asking questions, people sending us content. My person that processes the mail got overwhelmed. That's on us. But here's what you do, Rosa. Send us an email. It is clean today. We are now back up and running, and we have processed almost everything. So you can send us an email. It is at av7digitalllc@gmail.com, and we will send you our postal box. Thank you so much, Rosa. Shout out to you yelling me. Did you change your name? You yelling me. You yelling me? With the 150 census super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Shout out to Maduke with the 2, says Rico is with Connie and love. We see, I'm still looking. Where is Rico, Maduke? Where is it? Where is he? I told you guys I met a Rico at the polling place in Georgia. That was interesting. I was wearing this shirt. And he's like, where's Rico? My name's Rico. I said, oh my God, been looking for you. Where have you been? Do you want to go down to the Fulton County Courthouse? Everybody's looking for you. Thank you, Maduke. Shout out to Nikki, who's been a member for 2 months, says, AV, thank you for streaming 3 times yesterday. You're the real MVP. Yeah, it's starting to wait. I'm starting to feel it. Especially because we all went to bed at like 1, 2 o'clock last night. Maduke, a few other people are like, I stayed up so late. Like y'all are feeling it after watching the election results. So thank you so much, Nikki. Yes, and thank you guys for watching and sticking with me. Our numbers have been lower lately because I'm not in the algorithm like I used to be, but that's okay. That's okay. You build it as you fly it. Thank you so much, Nikki. Shout out to Anthony again with the 5, says, explain why the state can pursue federal RICO charges without enumerated powers. Should RICO be exclusive federal power? Don't forget to invite jury members. Yeah, the issue with states being able to do this, I don't know if you want to take it away completely, because a lot of this stuff.
Reason why someone would rent a car.
I don't see why not. Sure.
Could that be a reason why someone would repeatedly
Oh,
rent
Max
cars
is hot.
for years?
Max is hot.
Switch them up.
Oh my God.
So people couldn't track him down and kill him? Could that be a reason?
Get ready. Get ready, Hilton.
Could that be a reason?
Sure.
How about an individual whose friends had just been gunned down 3 days prior? Could you envision a situation where that individual would want to rent a car so no one knows what he's driving?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And tinted windows. You said tinted windows can be used to commit crimes because you can't see in as well. Could conceal an identity.
That's correct. That's what I said, yes.
By that same logic, couldn't tinted windows keep people who are trying to kill you off of your scent, off of knowing what you're driving?
Yes,
Especially 3 days after they have murdered 2 of your friends in cold blood?
sure.
Could that be another reason why someone would rent a car?
Yes,
Could that be a reason why someone would rent a car and break a rental agreement and put tint on those windows?
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. This warrant that you took out, sir, for the rest of Mr. Stillwell, you charged him with murder, the murder of Shamal Drinks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you specifically charged him with the shooting of Shamal Drinks, correct?
I have to look at the wording, but I think he used the word partaking.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Would look.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And just refresh your recollection, and if after.
Sorry, guys, I just tried to fix the audio. Apparently, for the last 7 minutes, the most embarrassing thing happened, and this soundboard keeps fucking up. I hate it so much. I hate life right now. If it is still bad, I'm just going to end the stream, but we'll keep going.
Recollection is refreshed, if you could look up.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, and in fairness, you did say participate.
Yes.
In the warrant, but you said by shooting Shamal Drinks.
That's correct.
Okay, on 3/14/2022.
That's correct.
Okay, so specifically, your allegation in that warrant is that Mr. Stillwell was the shooter of Shamal Drinks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we've talked about some of the evidence that you think you have on this case. Let's just call it what it is. I know that we've been referring to the man in the pink hat, okay, or the man with the slime or die shirt. You have BP video from the corner of Windsor and Fulton Street, correct?
Yes.
Clear video.
Yes, very good, yeah.
And it shows my client wearing a Pink Floyd hoodie and a pink hat. And it shows Mr. Guamarvius Nichols, correct?
Yes.
And it shows Mr. Miles Farley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And you had that video, and then you also have these rental records of renting the car on that day. Now, let me ask you this. Is there any indication at all, if we're talking about planning something, is there any indication at all that anyone would have known that Shamal Drinks was going to show up at the gas station at that time?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know where Shamal Drinks was coming from?
No.
Okay. And then you have video from the FedEx, correct?
I do.
Okay, and that shows Windsor Street.
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client in his white Audi pulled up next to Shamal Drinks' car. Correct?
Yes.
And you maintain that that video shows that my client shot Shamal Drinks.
Participated, yes.
Okay. I mean, your theory is that my client was driving.
Yes.
Okay, and your theory is that the shot was fired out of the driver's side of the car.
Oh, the Audi, yes.
Yeah. Your theory is that Shannon Stillwell was in that white Audi and shot Shamel Drinks at that stoplight.
Yes,
And your contention is that video, that FedEx video, will back that up ultimately.
that's my conclusion from my investigation, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go back to where this investigation started. Evening of 3/14/22.
Okay.
Okay, and you see this red car with this gentleman inside who's sadly deceased, correct?
Yes.
And you arrived before the body was removed, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, this is your crime scene. I know that you weren't the first one there, were you?
No.
Okay, but this is your crime scene.
Yes.
So you're in charge of knowing the status of the crime scene and where everything was at the time it was first discovered.
Ultimately, yes, I am.
Okay. So let me ask you. The Nissan Versa, the red Nissan Versa, before anyone came to the assistance, before Mr. Cheeseborough showed up, was that car still on?
When I was there, I don't remember it being running, no.
No, I'm asking, since it's your crime scene, when the first people showed up, to your understanding, it's your investigation.
I wasn't.
Speculation calls for hearsay.
Is he the lead detective?
Yes.
Okay, well, overruled on the speculation, and would your report contain all of that?
It doesn't, if the car was on or not. I know the lights were on. As far as the car was running, the door was open when I got there.
That's the next thing I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not
Sounds
certain.
like he didn't know.
So you're not certain. Okay, so the car was running. Or is
Obviously,
that what you're not certain of?
Obviously, it was running when he pulled into the stoplight. When I got there, I don't recall if it was running. I know the lights were on, the doors open. I don't recall if the car was still running or not.
When you got there, the
When I
lights
got
of the
there,
car were on and the door was open.
The lights were on.
Right, the lights of the car were on and the door is open. And when we say the door, we're talking about the driver's side.
That's correct.
Front door. Okay. Now my question is, before you got there, before anyone got there, was that door open? That front driver's side door to the Versa?
It's my understanding it stayed closed until the paramedics or EMTs opened the door to check on the victim.
Okay. How about Mr. Drinks's feet? Were they on the brake?
I believe they were, yes.
How about the gas? Was one foot on the brake and one foot on the gas?
I don't recall that.
You don't know, or are you saying no, that's not true?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And when one of your first tasks was to determine the identity of this gentleman, correct?
It's one of the first things, yes.
Okay, and you weren't the only one there. There were other officers there, correct?
Yes.
And among those officers was representative from the gang unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Investigator Flores?
May have been. I don't recall.
Okay. Either way, even with the assistance of the gang unit on scene and all APD resources, no one recognized this gentleman, Mr. Drinks.
He was not officially identified until we did the fingerprint scan.
Right. And that was about 1:06 a.m. that next morning, correct?
It was while we were on scene. I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay, fair enough. Miss Hilton, if you could do me a favor, please. Could you I'm sorry, Mr. Body said he was going to help me. You're going to help me with something else. Thank you. 107 Victor. Thank you, Miss Knight. Cell phone, do you see that cell phone in exhibit 107 Victor?
Is it the one in the pocket there? Is that what that is? Yes, I see it. Oh, it's on his arm. I believe it's plugged in.
Do you see that cell phone?
I do, yes.
Okay. As an investigator of homicides, do you often collect cellular phones?
Yes.
And that's from victims and suspects, correct? Okay, and reality is cell phones, if you're able to get into the cell phones and have authorization to get into cell phones, they have a wealth of information, correct?
Sometimes they do, yes.
They can have call logs. They can have contacts, correct?
Yes.
They can potentially have tracking information, who you're in contact with. Places you've been.
Yes.
You can learn a lot about a person from a cell phone, correct?
Yes, you can.
You can learn who their friends are.
Yes.
You can learn who their enemies are, potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. In this case, as a lead investigator, you are aware that actually 2 cell phones belonging to my client have been seized in this case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And their contents have been extracted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Drinks, as lead investigator, did you ask the crime scene tech or crime scene tech Davis or any other individuals to seize or to collect Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to analyze the contents of Mr. Drinks' cell phone?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay, you don't recall ever seeing the contents?
No.
Okay, so as far as you recall, we don't know who is in Mr. Drinks' contacts?
No.
We don't know what he's been texting about leading up to this incident?
No, I'm not aware of.
Okay. We don't know of anyone that he's had disagreements with or squabbles with or anything like that from his cell phone?
I'm not aware of any of that, no.
Okay, and you're not aware because not saying that none of that exists in his cell phone, but you just haven't seen the contents of his cell phone.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about these videos, if that's okay.
Sure.
And Mr. Abate, I'm going to ask you to just be on standby in case I need to publish anything. Thank you. Detective, we had the BP video.
That's correct.
Several different camera angles.
That's correct.
Okay. Including outside at the pumps, inside the store from different angles.
That's correct.
Okay. We had the King's Liquor video.
Yes.
The surveillance video. And then we had the FedEx video.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the BP video first. And I'm not going to replay all the videos. You see my client, Shannon Stillwell, in the pink hoodie and pink hat, arrive in the white Audi, correct?
Yes.
In the white Audi that was rented in his name.
That's correct.
In the white Audi that he told investigator Viverito on March 16th, yeah, that's the Audi I'm driving, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And it did have tinted windows, didn't it?
Yes.
All right. You see him arrive at the store, and then you see Mr. Comarvius Nichols arrive in a Ford Fusion shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols pumps gas.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley is an occupant of Mr. Nichols' car, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, they all enter the store. They're on video.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Farley's wearing a Slime or Die shirt.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about Mr. Farley's background or history?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know that he's a clothing designer?
No idea.
That he creates those shirts, those slime shirts, and sells them to the public?
Okay.
Okay. You were not aware of that before today?
No, sir.
Okay. So you see those three individuals go in and out of the store. First, you see Mr. Nichols go up to the register with Mr. Stillwell, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in these videos, in all these videos, you don't see anyone with a handgun or anything like that.
No, sir.
You don't see anyone that seems to be irate or upset, do you?
No.
Well, maybe some people in the store, but not these three individuals.
That's correct, yes.
All right. You see Mr. Nichols make a purchase and buy some gum for Mr. Stillwell, correct?
Yeah, he bought something for him. I couldn't tell what it was.
Okay.
But yeah, he did.
And this is the first time Mr. Nichols was in the store before he pumped his gas, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And you see Mr. Nichols joking around with the clerk, acting like he's pulling out all these bills.
Right.
And then you see Mr. Farley come in.
Yes.
And you see Mr. Stillwell turn around on Mr. Farley and act like a monster and kind of scare Mr. Farley. And Mr. Farley does this weird pirouette.
Right. Yes.
They're playing around.
That's correct.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. This is a bad stream. Thank you so much, Christy. What I just meant to say real quick is I just spent $1,000 on a new mic and a new soundboard because this is very, very frustrating for me. But I don't want this to continue. So hopefully we'll set it all up tomorrow and be ready for Friday. Thanks so much.
Everyone seems, from the video, no one seems upset.
No.
Okay. Later on, you see Mr. Nichols come back in the store to make another purchase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what he purchases?
No.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, I'm going to ask if you could play the video of where Mr. Nichols comes into the store for the second time and makes a purchase. If you could play that. Are you able to see what he is purchasing?
It looked to me to be like some Black and Milds, maybe. I don't,
Okay.
that's a guess. I don't know.
Okay, appreciate that answer. And I know that it's noted that it's just a guess. And you can stop and sit. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with DS 56?
You may.
Sir, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS 56. Do you recognize that image?
Yeah, it's an image from the series of video we just watched.
Okay. That's a still image from the video we just watched?
It appears to be so, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the video we just watched? An image from the video we just watched?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit DS 56 in evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Could those be backwoods blunts?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what backwoods are?
So like a little cigar in it, something like that.
Okay, is it also something from your experience that can be gutted and used to roll a marijuana blunt?
Yes.
Okay, how long, to your knowledge, if you know, have you ever seen anyone, we'll just say on video, through police through detective work, have you ever seen anyone roll a marijuana blunt?
I'm aware of how it's done. I've never witnessed it.
Okay. It takes some time, correct?
I would
Depending on
assume.
how experienced you are?
Yeah, I would assume it would, yes.
Okay. And is this purchase made right before Mr. Nichols returns to his car?
Yes.
When he's sitting there for like 4 minutes as idle, as Miss Hilton said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, yes or no, whether what was going on in that car with Mr. Nichols was Mr. Nichols was sitting there using those backwoods to roll himself a marijuana blunt? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the entire BP video, we see Shamal Drinks show up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, no indication that anyone was expecting him to show up.
No.
Okay. While Shamal Drinks was present at the BP, he walks into the store, correct?
He does.
How many times does he walk in the store? Once or twice?
Just once.
Okay. And he makes a purchase.
Correct.
And there's apparently some other man on the video that's trying to steal some condoms or something, and the clerk is having a problem with him, correct?
Yeah, there's a little kerfuffle.
So it wasn't like he was trying to steal.
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you see a man getting into it with the clerk and then suddenly pulling condoms out of his pocket and throwing them back at the cashier?
I remember that interaction. I don't know his condoms, but yeah.
Okay. And then Mr. Drinks has some interaction with that individual and they leave together at the store.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is? The person that Mr. Drinks was interacting with?
Do not.
Okay. Have you ever interviewed the clerk about what was going on in the store?
No.
Do you know who the clerk was?
No.
Okay. Throughout the entire time that Mr. Drinks is on the video, and quite frankly, Mr. Stillwell is on the video at the BP, Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols, do you see any interaction between Mr. Drinks and any of those three individuals?
No.
Do you see any hostility between Mr. Drinks and those three individuals?
No.
Okay, Mr. Drinks was having some hostility with the clerk, right?
He was observing that, but yes.
Okay. But not with these individuals. You don't see any mean looks or anything, do you?
No.
Okay. So then we go to the King liquor store video.
Gotcha.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you know how we have timestamps on some of these videos and no timestamps on other videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. The videos that have timestamps, and I understand that King Liquor and the BP are under the same management, right? You don't know?
Not privy. It makes sense, but
Okay.
I'm not privy to that.
All right, but do you have any reason to believe that the BP video, the timestamps would match perfectly with the timestamps, or they're perfectly synced up with the FedEx video, for instance?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you have any reason to believe that any of these videos would be perfectly synced up with phone records or anything like that, like records held by Sprint or another phone company?
No.
In your experience as an investigator, businesses that have these surveillance systems, there are times, you know, you can get an hour of footage, but the time on that footage can be off, correct?
It can be, yes. If not set correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. In the BP video, besides the Ford Fusion, the Nissan Versa, and the Audi, did you note any other vehicles of interest that piqued your curiosity in the BP video?
No.
Okay. How about in the King's Liquor video when you see 3 cars driving up Windsor Street? Did you see any other cars that piqued your curiosity?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the FedEx video. We do see the red Versa go up to the left lane, correct?
Yes, we do.
And we do see what appears to be the white Audi, and especially when you link it up with the BP video, end up in the center lane, correct?
That's correct.
And then we do see the white Ford Fusion end up in the right lane.
Yes.
And we do see the white Audi run a red light, don't we?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you know anything about the history of the attempts on Mr. Stillwell's life?
I do not.
Okay. You don't know that in 2015, a car gunned up behind him or sped up behind the car that he was in and riddled the back of that car with bullet holes?
Objection, he said he doesn't know about any instances.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the name T.R. Jones?
No.
Okay. Anyways, you see Mr. Stillwell run that red light in the white Audi.
I do, yes.
And then you see Mr. Nichols in the Ford Fusion run the same red light.
Yes.
Okay, cool. In that video, we see I'll get there in a second. Let's talk about LPRs. Detective Bender helped you with the LPRs in this case, correct?
She did, yes.
And you consider this an important part of police work because you're able to track the movements of specific cars.
Yes.
And you, at that time, felt that the white Audi was a suspect car, correct?
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
Yes.
And you thought the white Ford Fusion was a suspect car.
I did.
And you wanted to track its movements.
I did.
And Detective Bender was able to get you all that information about the movements of those cars, or I shouldn't say the movements, but different places in time and different times where the LPRs picked up those license plates throughout those 2 days that you ran them. Believe it was 2 days.
Yes, whatever she found, she was able to identify the tag numbers and the cars and where they were, yes.
Okay. As lead investigator, besides the Versa, besides the Audi, and besides the Fusion, did you ask Detective Bender to run LPRs on any other specific cars that you may or may not have seen in any of those videos?
I couldn't ask her to run something I didn't see, and there was no other cars. No.
No other cars that piqued your interest?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Since his signature, his phone number, his address, he appeared on surveillance at the Alamo. He did all those things while renting that car.
Yes.
And you're aware that in the early morning of March 16th, which would be 2 days after this incident, Investigator Viverito and Investigator Flores spoke to him in the back of a police car after the house he was in was shot up, correct?
Yes.
And they took pictures, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that he told Investigator Viverito, yes, that's the car I'm driving.
He did.
And you're also aware from the Alamo records that later on March 16th, 2022, he actually called Alamo to extend his rental on that car until March 20th, correct?
I wasn't aware of that.
could you look at your investigative summary, if you would? And I'm going to refer you to page 19.
Okay.
Okay, does page 19, it's page 19 of
Oh, yes.
25.
Yeah, at the very top you're talking about?
I'm about 2/3 of the way down. Do you see a notation, 16 March 2022, 1337? Shannon wants to extend the rental or the rent.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And then at 1337, they talk about 8, and then Shannon agrees.
That's correct.
Okay, so under your theory, my client appeared on video at the BP with this rental, is on video shooting man out of driver's side of this rental, and then 2 days later is telling investigator Riverito, that's my car, right?
Yes.
And then also later on March 16th, seeks not to get rid of this car, but to extend the rental.
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's talk about gunshot residue. Gunshot, you testified earlier in this case, and we talked a little bit about gunshot residue, right?
Yeah, we did.
And you said you got to be careful about gunshot residue because of the false positives.
Right, yeah, you could be
Okay.
anywhere in the room. If a gunshot goes off, we all in here would have gunshot residue on us.
Right. We're talking about microscopic particles.
That's correct.
That are expelled out of a vehicle, out of a firearm when a firearm is shot.
That's right.
Okay. And these particles are expelled in a way that you just said, if someone shot a gun in here, we could all have gunshot residue on us.
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be unfair if I shot a gun to say, well, you have gunshot residue on you, because that would be a false positive on you.
That's correct.
Okay, but gunshot residue does detect if a gunshot was fired in the area, correct?
Yes, it's evidence of that a gunshot was in the area, right?
All right, especially in fabrics and cloth and things of that nature, correct?
That would make sense to me, but I'm not an expert on it, but yes.
Okay, well, those type of materials would not be subject to something like hands where you could sweat the gunshot residue off, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, that FedEx video that you viewed, we see traffic lights, right?
Yes.
We can see brake lights, correct?
Yes.
We can see headlights, correct?
Yes.
What we don't see is a muzzle flash, do we?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified about shell casings.
Yep.
And you said you looked all over for shell casings on the scene.
We did, yes.
And shell casings are the cartridges that are expelled when a gun is fired.
That's correct.
Okay, and there were at least 2 or 3 shots fired just from looking at Mr. Drinks' the red Versa, correct?
At least, yes.
Okay, so you were looking for 2 or 3 or possibly more shell casings on the road, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't find any?
None.
And your conclusion was, of course, maybe you missed them. That's always a possibility. But the other possibility, as you stated in direct, is the person who's shooting the gun didn't put the gun outside of the car where you would see the muzzle flash.
Real quick, guys, I just wanted to see, I pray to God that my audio is not in the shitter. If you can see and hear me, please let me know. The other thing that I was just going to mention is if you guys have an interest in watching Kamala's opening remarks, it looks like it's starting right now. So if y'all want to take a brief detour and see what's going on over there, we can do that. Let me know by putting a 1 in the chat if you want to see it, or just put a 2 in the chat if you don't want to see it and want to stay here. We only have about 30 minutes of court time left, about 34 minutes. So if you guys do want to see that, we can go over onto that part. And just as a creator, again, sincere apologies, guys. It is extremely frustrating when your equipment does not work. However, I'm very excited to get the Rodecaster 2 tomorrow and a brand new mic that is reliable tomorrow. And it's so crazy because the microphone that I have costs $400, but apparently $100 mic works a heck of a lot better. So from myself to you, I apologize for those 6 minutes where the equipment was not working. That is not the type of content and quality that I like to put out there. I take a lot of pride in the brand that I have, and it's extremely embarrassing when something like that happens. So, if I'm a little quiet, that's why, but that's because I'm trying to fix the situation as fast as possible, get the equipment that I need so that does not ever happen again. Coming over here to Kamala, since we did an election stream last night, she has been quiet, so we want to see what she has to say. Let's hit play and go from there.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We won't stay long. We'll stay for like 5 minutes, see what she has to say for the first 5 minutes, and then get back to the trial.
Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know.
To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much.
Okay, I can do it. I can do it. Let's go.
The gun was actually inside the car when it was fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Just wanted to see.
Certainly, if the gun is inside the car, that would cause gunshot residue to be spread throughout the car.
You assume so, yes, sir.
Including the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You decided to collect the headliner.
Say again?
Well, let me ask you that because I don't know that for certain. You worked along with CS crime scene technician Antoinette Green to process this car, correct? The car being the Audi. Mr. Stillwell was arrested on March 17th.
I'm trying to recall, because it's not in my report. I knew you were going to, but I don't. Do you have anything to refresh my memory? Do you have a crime scene report with my name on it? Because I don't.
I don't have anything written by you, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, but let's try to work through this. On March 17th, you know that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the warrant state. You that you brought on March 16th.
Yes.
Okay, and he was arrested in Atlanta. He wasn't in another state or anything like that, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And when he was arrested, he was actually still in the white Audi that he had extended the rental for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Audi was collected as evidence, correct? Brought to police impound.
That's procedure, yes.
Okay. Are you not aware that crime scene technician Green, do you know who Antoinette Green is? Is she a crime scene technician with APD?
Yes.
Are you aware that she processed that car?
I don't recall for sure. I know I've done several cars with her before, but in this particular case, I don't recall being with her to process the car.
Do you, understood.
This particular car.
Do you recall a headliner was collected in this case, correct? You do know that?
I do not.
You don't know that the headliner of the Audi was collected as evidence in this case and analyzed?
It makes sense that it would be, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall that, no, sir.
In your experience, your expertise as an investigator, a homicide investigator, a headliner would be a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to check for gunshot residue.
Again, yes, sir. It makes sense. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
And it should have gunshot residue in it if a gun is fired from within that car, correct?
If it has not been cleaned, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know, as we sit here today, whether or not a GBI analyst tested that headliner for gunshot residue?
Do not.
You don't know what the results are either, do you?
No, sir.
Okay.
The botched investigation.
Okay. You took out warrants on March 16th, 2022 at 6:39 p.m., correct? For my client as well as Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley.
When he clicks
Yes, well,
last.
6:40 p.m., but yeah.
Okay, 6:40 p.m.
On the
And that was
16th, yeah.
And that was right after, or shortly after you had that conversation with Investigator Viverito in police headquarters, where she identified the people that were in the BP
That's
video.
correct. Yeah, her,
Okay.
the Sergeant Belknap, yes.
So once you had an identification from the BP, that's when you move forward with the arrest warrants against Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you about your analysis of the FedEx video. You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. At the time that you swore out these warrants against Mr. Stillwell, you had never even viewed that FedEx video, had you?
I don't think I got that till afterwards. I did speak with a representative who described it to me and sent me some still shots.
Okay. And I'm gonna go to page 14, going into 15 of your investigative report.
Okay.
On page 14 to 15, you write, as of the writing of this report, and this report was written on 3/20/22, correct?
Well, that's when I started it, but yeah.
Okay, so you started this report 4 days after you you obtained the arrest warrants for Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
You started this report 4 days after that. Okay.
Yes.
And-
This part, now I had notes and all that stuff, but
Understood. And you say, as of the writing of this report, the actual video from FedEx has been requested via a subpoena, but has not been received. The above pictures were sent to me by a FedEx corporate officer who told me that he had watched a video which shows that the two white cars pulled up alongside the red Nissan, forming a straight line across the road. And then suddenly the two white cars sped away against the light and the red car stays in place. That's verbatim from your report, correct?
yes, sir.
And your report is accurate to that fact.
It is, yes.
You At the time of writing this report, and certainly at the time of bringing out warrants against my client, you had not watched that FedEx video.
No,
But you had spoken to someone at FedEx corporate that sent you some still pictures, correct?
that's correct.
And had told you what they felt they saw on that video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Unbelievable. I want my
Who was
money
that
back.
FedEx corporate officer
I want
who
my tax
analyzed
dollars
this
back.
FedEx video?
I don't remember.
Do you know that person to have any law enforcement training?
Not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know how many times that person watched that video before giving you his or her conclusions about what the FedEx video contained?
No.
Okay. When did you finally receive the FedEx video?
I don't recall exactly when I got it.
Do you remember what month?
No, I don't remember.
When did you remember when you first watched that FedEx video?
I've seen it several times, but I don't remember when I first saw it. No.
Was it months after bringing up these arrest warrants on Mr. Stillwell?
No, it wasn't months. It was a few days probably.
Well, a few days would have been 4 days afterwards you started writing this report, and you didn't even have the FedEx video then. So could have been longer than a few days before you
God.
watched the video?
It could have, yes, it could have been.
Okay. And of course, you brought those warrants on March 16th, 2022, without any gunshot residue results from that white Audi.
That's correct.
You said you saw a car in that video, the FedEx video. Ms. Hilton, could you play the FedEx video?
Oh,
for me?
no.
Thank you.
Max is about to get him.
And it can be 101:20. We can start.
Remembers the timestamps off the top of his head.
I think it's fair to say you saw a car making a U-turn on the video, and you saw it was a little odd.
Yes.
It piqued your interest?
Well, yeah, it did. I wouldn't say it piqued my interest. It just went with the situation, I guess.
I think you said you thought on direct, you testified, you thought that the person driving that car may have heard or seen something, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the reason you say that is because that person driving that car abruptly made a U-turn.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready when you are. It's not ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we could go to 101:20, yeah, just.
Red car.
That's that's red Versa.
White
pulling
car.
up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be the white Audi.
Yes.
And that would be the white Fusion pulling up on the right lane, correct?
That's correct.
That's not the car that makes the U-turn, is it?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell is now running the light. He's no longer there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We see. Now this car pulls up.
Yeah, that U-turn
It
is
makes an
weird.
interesting U-turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your determination is maybe they did that because they might have seen or heard something, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any Ms. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Redirect?
You guys see somebody walk?
I actually want to start right here at the FedEx video. Was there anything in the video, once you actually watched it, that was inconsistent with what you were told by the FedEx person?
No, ma'am.
In the video we just watched, prior to Mr. Stillwell fleeing into the red light, was the white Fusion and the Audi stopped for a moment before fleeing into oncoming traffic?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Shard asked you a number of reasons as to why a person may rent a vehicle. Do you remember him asking you that?
I do, yes.
Or why they may put tint on a window? Do you remember him asking you a series of questions?
Yes.
Can a person place tinted windows on a rental car to conceal themselves in an attempt to seek revenge on the person that they think may have killed their two friends 3 days before?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you a series of questions about whether or not someone may be rolling a blunt in a car or things of that nature. Do you know if while they were sitting in the car, both the individuals in the Audi and the individuals in the Ford Fusion, if they were maybe talking to each other in the car? Do you know if they were doing that?
I do not know.
Do you know if the people in both cars were on FaceTime with each other?
I do not know.
Do you know if the individuals were in the car planning at that time to kill someone? Do you know if that was happening?
I do not know.
Mr. Stillwell, the Audi was backed in. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if the Audi was backed in, did they have the vantage point of seeing Mr. Drinks when his car pulled into the gas station?
Yes.
Did the Audi, because it was backed in, have the vantage point to see Mr. Drinks as he walked into the gas station?
They did, yes.
Did the Audi, because of his vantage point, see when Mr. Drinks left the gas station and got back into his car?
Yes.
And was it the Audi that immediately pulled off once Mr. Drinks' car pulled off?
Yes.
And then the Fusion followed?
That's correct.
And that was the same vehicle in which Mr. Jackson, it appeared, was the driver?
That's correct.
Mr. Shard asked you a number of questions about the facial features of, I think, both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Stillwell while they were inside of the gas station. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
Do you know what their facial expressions looked like while they were in the tinted vehicle?
No.
Do you know if, as they saw Shamel Drink walking into the car, that their facial expressions changed from what they looked like inside of the BP gas station?
I think we're getting to facts, not evidence. It's complete speculation at this point.
Sustained.
Now, I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 118 BV. And I'm gonna go to 9:49 PM, the read. And does that read say Windsor Street and Richardson Avenue?
It does, yes.
And is that location that's not too far from the BP gas station?
That's correct, yes.
And at what time is the Audi passing the LPR reader on Windsor and Richardson Street?
9:49 with 6 seconds.
And Mr. Shard asked you whether or not the surveillance video camera times are accurate. We're looking at this time here at 9:49 and looking at the surveillance video timestamps, especially at the BP. Would that help you determine if whether or not the BP gas station video was accurate or not?
Yes.
Okay. And based on looking at both the LPR reader and the timestamps on the BP video, are those times, do they seem to be accurate?
They seem to be similar, yes. They're not exact, but they are similar.
Okay. And about how far would you say the Richardson and Windsor is from where that BP gas station is?
Not far. It kind of depends on traffic and the light, but anywhere from a few seconds to a minute or two.
Okay. Now, Mr. Shar asked you about the headliner and gunshot residue. Do you remember those series of questions?
I do.
If a car is cleaned, could that remove any GSR that may have been in the car?
From what I understand, yes.
Isn't it y'all's responsibility to collect that? Oh, if it's cleaned, it's gone. What the hell?
Now, looking at the BP video and FedEx, did any other car besides the white Audi and the white Fusion that immediately followed the red Versa, was there any other car that immediately followed the red Versa out of the BP gas station?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other cars that pulled up right next to the red Versa outside of the Audi and the BP and the Fusion?
No.
Was it after the Audi and the Fusion pulled up right next to the red Versa, and after they left, the red Versa just sat there for about 27 minutes?
That's correct.
The damage on the red Versa, is that all on the driver's side of, on the passenger side of the red Versa?
That's correct.
And is that the side of the vehicle closest to the driver's side of where the driver's side of the Audi would have been?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Shard asked you a number of questions. Why would someone keep the rental car, or why would they say that the car was their car with a car with a name? Do you remember some questions similar to that?
Yes.
At the time in which Investigator Viverito was speaking to Mr. Jackson at the house that got shot up, had you and Investigator Viverito talked about your investigation?
No.
Had you shown Investigator Viverito your surveillance video by the time that she was talking to Mr. Stillwell at that house?
No.
Prior to talking to Investigator Viverito, did you know that there was a white Audi at a house that was recently just shot up?
No.
Did you know that Mr. Stillwell was in a pink Floyd shirt prior to talking to Investigator Viverito while she spoke with him at the house that got shot up?
No,
Did you know that Miles Farley was with him at the house that just got shot up in the same clothes prior to talking to Investigator Viverito?
no,
Were you ever made aware of an individual by the name of Demekion Garlington was also at the house along with Miles Farley and Shannon when Investigator Viverito spoke with them?
no,
With the red Versa, did you ever learn if that was a rental car or not?
No. It was, I don't believe it was. I believe it belonged to one of his family members.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I believe it belonged to one of Mr. Drink's family members, the red car. I think, if I recall right.
Did the Versa have any tinted windows?
No.
Court's indulgence for one moment. Mr. Shard asked you about Mr. Stillwell's conversations with Investigator Viverito at the home. Do you remember him asking you about the conversation Mr. Stillwell had with Investigator Viverito when she met with him at the house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Stillwell ever tell Investigator Viverito why he had tinted windows on a rental vehicle?
No.
Did he ever tell Investigator Viverito why he put tints on the car within a few hours of renting the vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not enough.
Sustained.
Mr. Shar asked you about seeing a muzzle flash at the light. Did you see any muzzle flashes at all on that surveillance video?
I looked for him, couldn't see any, no.
But was there still a deceased individual sitting at that light once you arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge if Mr. Stillwell told Investigator Viverito when he put those tints on his vehicle?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
Request?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you're excused. I believe y'all got one more witness.
He's gonna be long, but we can start.
What?
We can start him, yes, he's gonna be long, is what she said. We can start.
How long?
About an hour and a half.
To an hour and a half? Wish y'all had kept a shorter witness. Okay, I guess we'll stop for the day. I mean, I don't know who the witness is.
Detective Nan Parker.
Who?
Detective Nan Parker.
All right.
Judges, Judge is always
I really
frustrated.
like to stop court in, for the day in the middle of a witness, so I'd rather not do that. I mean, unless nobody cares, we can knock out 40 minutes. We can also approach if y'all want to discuss.
I'm fine.
You're fine either way. Whatever you'll think. All right.
We did the number.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse y'all and remember that y'all will not be back with us until Tuesday because Monday is Veterans Day for any veterans. Thank you. So I'll see y'all on Tuesday. In the meantime, do not look at any kind of accounts or read or listen to or in any way absorb any kind of accounts or information about this trial or anybody involved in it. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we'll see y'all on Tuesday. Hope you enjoy your little break for a few days.
Oh, Lord. It looks like the cat's out of the bag, huh? How did you find out, Alexis? We'll talk about this in a second. How'd you find out, Alexis? Let me know. There is a marriage certificate floating around. I want to check it myself. Yes, people have been sending it to me. I want to go to the state of Texas and validate that it is accurate. But some of y'all have all, okay, so a lot of y'all have already heard.
We are here on. No. I know we're here till Friday.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I'm not married.
Yes.
No court tomorrow at all, but.
No court tomorrow. Friday, we're doing non-jury matters. And I need a list of what we need to cover by that time. And then by Monday, I need at least preliminary jury instructions.
Me standing here was trying to get ahead of being told that I hadn't responded to Ms. Persfield's
Oh, no,
emails.
no. I mean, I know y'all been in court all day.
The
but-
plan, I think myself and Mr. Weinstein are going to meet tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we're going to do everything we can to compile a list and get it out to the court and the state as early as possible from our perspective, what needs to be on the agenda on Friday.
Great, thank you.
I wonder if it'd be possible, maybe we'll have nothing on the agenda.
I mean, that would be fantastic, but highly unlikely. Yeah, I mean, honestly, y'all, if you want to like work amongst yourselves to narrow down whatever we are going to have for Friday, that would be fantastic.
In all seriousness, I think one of the biggest things that needs to be litigated, I have, and I'm not trying to speak out of school, but I've had conversations with Ms. Hilton, and there's talk about what they're really going to seek to admit from my client's phone.
Right.
And also from the wiretap. And there's rumors that that might be pared down. But I think what they're seeking to admit and also the mechanics of how that would be admitted, I think are probably something that we need to discuss, especially as it applies to Investigator Viverito.
Okay, well, y'all can discuss that amongst yourselves first. And certainly, I know we've definitely had indications from Ms. Hilton that the wiretap and cell phone evidence was going to be pared down. It's probably time, if you have not shared yet what that paring down is, to share that with Mr. Sharp. So that,
Do that tomorrow.
all right.
Judge, you said the jury charge will start on Monday or Tuesday?
No, I'd like for y'all to have to me at least your preliminary stab at what y'all are going to want for jury charges. And I'm not saying we're going to take them up then. We're going to be doing trial next week, but
The reason I'm asking is you also asked about Mr.
Yeah.
What day?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, how, do y'all want to just come up here and discuss scheduling?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Well, this is just a rumor at this point. I really want you to understand that. You guys know me. I don't like to put things out in the ether if they are not true. The rumor is that Shannon Stillwell and Caleb Bumpus are married. I don't know. There is an image of a marriage certificate floating out there. I've known about this for about 3 hours now. People have been sending it to me. We don't have statements on it either, or allegedly people have looked it up and confirmed it. The marriage certificate is dated in late August of 2024. So I don't know. I wanted to actually look it up myself. You know, you guys know we have really good relationships with some of the attorneys on the case. So I really would have preferred if that's something that Max can confirm like that. I think I would believe as word over bond, but just call it a rumor right now, please. Even Kathy, the managing director of Law and Crimes, on that thread, like, wait, what? Is this even true? So it's a rumor right now. It's a rumor, okay? We don't know if this is true. And me and Lead have interviewed Kayla on his channel. And she has kids and I believe had a boyfriend. So I don't know if this is even true. So just know that I'm very highly skeptical of this. Highly skeptical, okay? So we will see. I'll keep you guys posted. Right now, we're doing a brief bench conference. It looks like we're out of court time for the day. They are briefly just talking to the judge about the upcoming witnesses. The case is supposed to be rested by prosecution next week. So we are almost done. Monday is a holiday. There is no court tomorrow. Friday, we have a non-jury day to go through certain matters. And if you guys come back here, Attorney Westmoreland will be joining us to talk a little bit about her client, Mr. Nichols, one of the Quays, and a key figure in this case because she is the reason for the mistrial and arguably one of the reasons why men are looking at their freedom. For defendants are looking at their freedom today. So I'm really excited to talk to her. Let us skip ahead. And it looks like we are now live in the feed. So we're just waiting for them to come back and go from there. Little gaming channel. Little gaming channel. Allegedly, I don't know. I'm looking at an image of what appears to be a marriage certificate in the state of Texas. And it has the names of Shannon Stillwell, one of these last defendants on the case, and one Caleb Bumpus. I do not know if it is true, but I knew you over here shadow watching, popping out the woodwork, like, wait.
That was just some scheduling matters which we need to talk through. So if there's nothing else, court's adjourned, and I will see y'all Friday at 9. You went?
Okay, it looks like court is adjourned for the day, but yeah, that is the bombshell. So people have shared it to me. Thank you, Danielle. She's shared the link to verify that this is in fact true. What a day. What a day is all I can say. I'm just gonna wait till Lead finds out. Oh my God. Okay, when the stream is over, I will send it to him and just, reaffirm that this is just rumors. All right, where do we leave off with super chats? I think we left off around somewhere around here. Shout out to Anthony. Yes, we did. This is the super chat that my audio like conked out at. So I'm really sorry about that, guys, but I just ordered all new equipment. Since we don't have court tomorrow, I'm going to just spend time rejiggering the studio, attaching all the new stuff. I've got this new lens for higher quality. I do have the newer Rodecaster. I have the old one. I have Rodecaster 1. This thing is like the Titanic. It's time to go. It's time to go. So we're going to get Rodecaster 2 all plugged up tomorrow and a new Rode mic, because this Shure mic is like, I'm not really happy with it. So just know that the audio will be improved. But thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Kamala. Says, didn't Nathan Wade go to DC with the feds to bring RICO against Trump at the state level? Is that normal? You know, I know that when Nathan Wade was a special prosecutor, and thank you so much for the $5 super chat, for the Georgia election case, he did go to DC to interview a few people. I can't tell you exactly what, like I know he went up there, but off the top of my head, I can't really tell you the details. Now, he went up there to investigate and ask some questions, but I don't know if he was bringing the charges up there. Is that normal? Investigators may be able to cross state lines, or, attorneys that are involving themselves with different matters. So with this is the White House. So there were some White House records that were subpoenaed. So he could go up there. I believe he met with some White House representatives in the state of Georgia recently too on that matter. So thank you so much, Kamala. Baby Cakes with the 10 says, all judges instruct the jury every time they leave the court about the phone, internet, personal investigation. They even pull them when they return to the courtroom. Do you think Whitaker doesn't? That would be a good question for somebody that goes into the courtroom every single day. I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, Baby Cakes. I would hope that she does. They seem to have a pretty vigorous process. You guys see it as you can hear the jury members walk in. I don't know if maybe they have some type of system where the deputies ask these questions or whatever the case may be. They monitor everything before they walk into the room, and they do that on behalf of the judge. So it's hard to say, Baby Cakes, without firsthand knowledge, but I would assume, I hope that they have some type of system in place. Shout out to Critical Conversations HR with the 10 says, UNTLA inspired me to start my own channel. Congratulations, Critical Conversations HR. Both of you set the bar high. We do, but we have mistakes, I'm kind of dreading getting a new Rodecaster. I have the old one, and Lead got the second one. I remember when he got the second one, and for some reason he would accidentally hit a button and he sounded like the devil. Like his voice would just go very deep, and it sounded like, I was like, what is up with that? Little bit of a learning curve. When he got his, he was very frustrated with it. So I'm kind of dreading that, but I just don't want the sound problems to keep happening. So I will learn. Build it as you fly it, so to speak. And I know you will too, Critical Conversations. Congratulations on your YouTube journey. Know that you will have days like this where something doesn't work, or a light turns off, or something goes out. Your internet cuts out. Maybe you lose power. Stay focused. And this is an example of that, right? Stay focused. Don't give up. I know I certainly won't. So I'm really excited for you, Critical Conversations. Libra Gang gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you for growing our community. And if you got a membership from her, I hope you said thank you in the moment, but the names must be named. Be polite. Say thank you to her if you got one directly. Thank you so much. Anthony with the 5 says, how likely will jury nullify verdict out of frustration or DA misconduct? Well, I think we need to get to a verdict first before we can see how likely it is. Even if we get there, you have to remember there's still some hurdles. Max said today, if they mess with me, I might put in a motion for mistrial. I would like us to get there first before we get there, right? Before, let's reach, jury deliberation before we look at what happens next. Also, Dennis and deputy contact recorded on courtroom cams. Yeah, that Dennis might have that. Dennis might actually have that. If that interaction was recorded inside of the courtroom, then that is evidence. Absolutely. Anthony, always with the questions that will stump you. Thank you so much, Anthony. Really appreciate you. Sally Sunshine with the 5 says, spill the tea. My glass is empty. Yes, that was the tea around what is happening with Dennis in that document that was filed earlier. And hopefully he can get his Rule 22 adjusted, reinstated, something along those lines. So he had sent that over to me to share with you all. Shout out to Diamond, who became a new member. Welcome, Diamond. Just Lee gifted some more memberships. Thank you so much, sis. She gifted 5 more memberships. Really appreciate that. Anthony back with another 2 says, oh no, gas station shooting timeline. There weren't any timestamps, and that came out in cross-examination when Max was asking those questions, although the investigator did give us, I think it was somewhere around 9 p.m., just under 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at night. So thank you so much, Anthony. He says GPS or pings don't do these crimes. Yes, they don't. Thank you for the 2 there. Mina, it's a $2 super sticker. Thank you, Mina. Hope you're having a great day in Boston. The weather is great today. Shout out to Nurse Jenny, who's been a member for 2 months, says, take a nap, AV, from a mama of 2 kids in Iowa. I can't wait. As soon as I get off with you guys, I'm going to eat a taco and I'm taking a nap in like 20 minutes. It's going to be amazing. Thank you so much. Mixed Chick Sammy, thank you. She was one of the people that many of you alerted me at the same time. I got spammed everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, cell phone, text messages. Thank you all for alerting me of the sound issue. What happens is there's 2 columns when you're reading live chats versus super chats. And usually in between breaks, I stay on the super chat tab. That's why I went so long without seeing in the chat that you guys were trying to bring to my attention that there was a sound problem. So again, apologies for that. And Mixed Chick Sammy, thank you for gifting 10 memberships and encouraging people that it's all good. We're human, stuff happens, right? So thank you so much, Sammy, for growing the community. Shout out to Sally with another 5, says, dear Santa, please bring me a soundboard for Christmas. Thank you in advance. Well, yes, just purchased it. It is on its way. It should be here tomorrow morning. Looking forward to that. Shout out to Anthony with the 5, says, thanks for the citations on Rule 22 by Dennis. Virginia court admins orders Trump Constitution here, except for lawyers. I don't know why. Interesting. Didn't know that about Virginia. And Virginia is the state in which the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case was held. And because that was a state case, we were able to watch it. So we don't always get that luxury, but it was nice to be able to watch that. A girl from Texas gifted 5 memberships. This is also around my sound issue. Thank you so much, sis. That really means a lot to me. Definitely came across your Instagram recently, so it's good to see you on that side too. Mixed Chick Sammy with the 10 says, shout out to AV for all the hard ass work. Yes, in the last 24 hours, I've done 4 streams. So sometimes things go wrong, sometimes they don't. The most important part is shaking it off and keeping it moving. Shout out to Pierre Chapman with the $10 super sticker. Thank you, Pierre. Very sweet of you. Anthony with the 2 says, Trump was here 2 days ago. 5 miles away, Salem, Virginia. So he spent some time in Virginia. Look at that. Thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate you. Beth with gifted a membership. Thank you, Beth. Really creative. We've got some creative. Is that face paint? It looks cool. Thank you so much, Beth. Shout out to Faith Over Fear with the 5, says the brake lights on the red car flashed after Shannon left and the other car pulled up next to it. They didn't do this crime. Yeah, something about that interaction is so strange. Like the car, like I was kind of picking up on, did his body lock up? Did his foot jam on the brake? Is it possible for that to happen? So we talked about that a little bit. But if the brake lights came on when the other cars pulled up next to it, that is interesting too. Great observation, Faith Over Fear. Joe with the 5 says, why didn't anyone access the third car that pulled up? That's when the red car's breaker kept flashing. Yeah, Joe, you and Faith Over Fear saw the same thing at the same time and left your supers about actually at the same minute, the same moment. So both of you were thinking the same thing. Thank you so much, Joe. Empress dropped a $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, sis. Hope you're having a great day. Kamala back with another 5 says, AV, I can't do Kamala. She's trying to unburden what was once a burden in a land we all call America, south of Canada, north of Mexico, found on a map with salad. Thank you so much, Kamala. Appreciate you. Little Gaming Channel said, wait, who got married? He heard that, was like, hold on. I just want to validate it. Let's see. Oh my God, there's more. He says, with another 10, says, listen, Kayla may not make the best decisions, but I got to defend Kayla on this. Wow. Shout out to the little gaming channel with peace. He says, with the 20, says, and these rumors is the reason I said her doing social media with people involved in this high profile case is a horrible look for a lawyer. If she's going to stop practicing, fine, but not while she is still practicing. #client. Well, here's that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think you have to make a choice. For example, guys, I chose not to practice because this is too time consuming. I make more money doing this than practicing. So I chose not to actively practice law. Should I? And, a lot of people have had opinions about that decision that I made. But you know what? It is the decision that is best for me and my family. But here's the best part. If I change my mind in 2 or 3 years, I could practice if I want. But here's the thing. I think it would be a little bit disrespectful if I was doing both and if I had a case load with people that I'm actively choosing to practice with. If I'm paying attention more to YouTube versus their cases, I'm pretty sure that they would have opinions about that, especially if they are required to pay me by hour. So that's just my take on it. No shade against Kayla. I've never had a problem with her. She came up on Lead and I showed a few times, and we've had some pretty good discussions with her. But you can see that she started a YouTube channel, started doing great with it, had an interview with Woody. I think it was sometime earlier this week. So that was pretty good. But she does have relationships with people that are directly involved in the case on both sides, defendants and prosecution. So you have to be really careful with that, because not only if you're practicing conflicts of interest, things of the like, but I do think that these are two separate industries. Whereas content creation is content creation versus, actively practicing, as some attorneys do that. Like, they still maintain YouTube channels and still maintain a healthy practice. You just got to know where the lines are and things of the like. I'm sure she'll figure it out. I don't know her situation, so I can't speak to it. If she chooses to actively practice or if she stepped away permanently, I don't know. So I don't want to speak on something that I'm not sure of. But yes, there is a marriage license out there, and one of you guys, shout out to Danielle, sent me the link to verify the information before we call it official. But it's been floating around since about, I would say, noon today as a rumor. We don't know what's going on. We don't know. Anywho, let me come to, thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel, huge pillar of this community. Let me come to my Cash App squad. There is a few of you guys today, so let me come all the way down to the bottom. Shout out to Glenda, who sent me a $60 PayPal. Thank you so much, Glenda. She says, thank you for streaming last night. Have lunch on me. Thank you, Glenda. I will actually have dinner on you, Glenda. Thank you. I will absolutely do that. Very, very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Coming to Drew Beats with the 2, says, yesterday, 3 streams. Wow, we appreciate you. Thank you. You have no idea what that means. Like, on days like this, it is hard. It is hard. And honestly, 4 streams in 24 hours. When Lee texted me and was just like, yeah, I'm not streaming today, I was like, but in a way, it's better when there's 2 of us, because we get to share different responsibilities. Like, one of us can go take a phone call or have lunch or something. It is better with 2 people, but it's okay. I need to do more work on my side. So I appreciate that too. Email. Shout out to LaQuinta with the 10. She says, get you a venti, sis. Smile. You're doing great. Thank you so much, LaQuinta. Again, it's so, like, I get hard on myself sometimes when things don't go perfect, but it is expected in production. It always happens. You just got to prepare yourself so it doesn't happen again. So thank you so much, LaQuinta, and I will absolutely get a coffee on you tomorrow. Shout out to Ellen with the $1, says, that was cute. I desperately need a few tips getting started on YouTube. And yes, I have been fooling around. She says, I love you, lady. I love you right back. Thank you, Ellen. And email. Okay, perfect. I think I am all caught up, guys. So we're going to go ahead and call it a night. No court tomorrow, so we all get to rest a little bit. We will be back on Friday, and I'm super excited for Friday because attorney Westmoreland is coming on. I'm so excited to talk to her. Such a strong sister, advocate for her client, Mr. Nichols. Great outcome for Mr. Nichols, and we're really excited. Stay tuned. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.